can't conceal it, but deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance.
Hey Dalos, hey Dalos, कैसे हो Dalos? What is up? What is up? What is up? How is everybody doing? कैसे गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी, गुड मॉर्निंग। सब लोग रेडी हो भाई 20 घंटा मेरा साथ देने को? रोज स्टीमर, मैं तो बोला ही नहीं कुछ। हेलो, एक्सक्यूज मी, हेलो मेरी जान के लव फ्लिक शॉट 20 और भाई एमईए है, एनए है, पचिफिक है, सब है, इसलिए ग्रुप में जगह बना। मैं आ रहा नेक्स्ट वीक कास्ट दोस्त फुल टॉक्सिसिटी के साथ। नहीं, नो टॉक्सिसिटी, नो टॉक्सिसिटी। सारे अच्छे लोग हैं वहाँ पे, बकचोदी नहीं होती, नो टॉक्सिसिटी। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी प्लांट नहीं हो पा रहा मैं। एक्सक्यूज मी, ये क्या है? ये मिर्ची चिड़ाला है। हेलो तेजा, व्हाट इज अप? थोड़ा हेल्थ पे आई रखना, डोंट नेग्लेक्ट इट, डन सी। कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया, सब बढ़िया। वो देखो आज क्या किया पंकड़ू ने, लेगो, क्यूट सा लेगो बनाया, क्यूट सा लेगो। एक तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा था किधर कौन सा वो करना है करके, मैंने पूरा बताया, पता है। मस्त दिखता है ना भाई, लेगो है बढ़िया चीज भाई। हाँ, लेगो है बढ़िया चीज, कुछ भी बोलो, वेरी पीसफुल टू मी। लो मैं आ गया। हेलो मनन, सारी दुनिया से आ रहा था मैं, ओ सारी ने मेरा आरा में, हमारा आरा में। हेलो गॉड ऑफ गॉडेश।
गॉड ऑफ गुडेश, एफएनसी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आज। गॉड ऑफ गुडेश,
तो मतलब सिर्फ एफएनसी और एनर्जी का फैन है तो बेसिकली।
या एंड ऑफ कोर्स एसटीएल।
लव यू यार। उसका तो
एसटीएल
फैन है तू, मतलब
दिल
फैमिली नहीं है
में
वो, तेरा फैन है तू सर।
मैं दिल में बोला था,
हाँ
दिल में।
बबलू,
एसटीएल तो दिल में है ब्रो।
देखते हैं आज बबलू क्या देख के क्या सीखता है। क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगा मैं तेरे को, ठीक है? एज स्टूडेंट
ओके,
में तेरे को क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगा, तेरे को आंसर देना कि क्या हुआ।
डन डन डन
डन है, डन है, डन है, डन है। ट्विच पे
आंदो
देखना, ठीक है? ट्विच पे देखना,
ट्विच पे देख रहे।
ठीक है?
That makes this composition more digestible for the rest.
I see that. Yeah, but for as of today, right
As
now,
if,
you would,
if I'm coaching this Fnatic, I keep
you
this.
would draft this?
Because I think that Milan mentioned it in the interview, and we cannot forget, with everything that
So
we've
क्या
said
है
about
2 घंटा?
Alpha, I'm just going to keep on going.
घंटा 2
That
घंटा 1
Haven,
घंटा सोया
there
मैं।
was a moment where they're 11,
क्यों?
5
तू तो 6:30 बजे
down,
फ्री हो गया था।
and Alpha just,
अरे
you
तो
can
मैं
see
क्या
it
सीधा
in
बेड
the
पे जाके
VOD, you
धड़ाम
can go
करके
and watch
सोता
that
क्या?
video back, because
और
he
क्या?
decides
हाँ,
he is
6:30
not
भी नहीं, 6:50
going
को खत्म
to
हुआ था
lose. They
सब।
were able to win in kickoff. Let's see if they
तो
can do it today,
और
and
कितना
if
1
he
घंटा
can
सोने में लगा
keep
तेरे
bringing
को?
that energy for the team.
and
हाँ
it helps that he never loses it in his ult. His
Yeah.
success rate is
बंदे को
ridiculous.
नींद आती है ना,
It's,
जितना
strongest
कम
it's
होता है,
ridiculous.
बेड पे
I
जाते हैं,
almost
उसको
want to
सब
see
ऐसे
not
एकदम
this
से
comp,
नींद
but the
आती
ISO
ऐसा
Yoru
कुछ
maybe on
नहीं
another
है।
map.
नींद
We'll
नहीं
see.
आ
We'll
रही
find
तो?
out.
Icebox?
Yeah, we'll find out in just a moment.
तो क्या किया तूने फिर 1
Despite the
घंटा एक
recent
बात
results,
बताइयो? फोन
this
चलाया?
is still
टीम
an
देखते देखते सो गया, लेटा ही था।
EMEA Classico, hoping
टीम
to
देखते देखते सो गया, आँख
reignite
बंद
this long-standing rivalry. Here is Fnatic and Navi.
भाई मेरे को नहीं मालूम नावी का लाइनअप कौन सा सेम है क्या? ना आ गए हम लोग। ओहो, औरा देखो बे, औरा देखो लाइनअप में। हाँ औरा देखो भाई।
FNC में यार लियो नहीं है यार, बहुत दुख हो रहा है।
भाई लोग कितने साल के भाई।
तो लियो
And
चाहिए
thank
यार
you for
lineup
the
में।
membership मेरी जान के टुडे। टा 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 टा। भाई कितना हैंडसम है यार।
FNC for the ban।
भाई बेस्ट बात है
This
कि
is
नावी के
the
प्लेयर्स भी
12th
अच्छे हैं
time that both Sir and
क्रेजी
Angel
अच्छे
have
नावी के
faced
प्लेयर्स।
each other in their VCT
जानता नहीं
career.
नावी के
But the
players
context
कितना।
is
क्या
very
है,
different. Both
कौलन
are very
बच्चा है,
desperate
एंजल
to
वाला
reinstate
अच्छा
their
है।
dominance
सारे
in
अच्छे
Emea,
players
and the
हैं।
new maps could just help them do it. Is this
एंजल
are
वन
we
का
checking
एक्सपीरियंस
this is
बहुत
the real
बाप
map,
है।
Vito? Because
कल
I
के मैच
don't
कितने
remember.
पर भाई
बजे
हर बार
है?
आते हैं
सेम का
VCT में कुछ
मैच
अलग-अलग लुक लेके आते हैं।
सुबह के 5:30
6:30
6:30
what I
बजे।
just don't understand, Navi, and I just want them to win so we can have an interview and ask for this because they wanted to ban Ascent
Yeah.
and pick Fracture. Fracture, by the way, the map that the 4 times
यार
the Fnatic
Fracture
played
नहीं,
during
नावी
kickoff,
ने pick
they
किया ना।
picked Fracture.
Okay,
जब
I think
तब
the
होएगा।
context of the Ascent is for those that don't know
Fracture
Navi, that don't know Angel.
कौन सा
Every
मैप
single
तेरे
time
को
that
सब
Ascent has
मैप
been
में
in
सबसे
the
गंदा
map
लगता है
Billy,
अभी?
Navi have always chosen it, and we know
हाँ,
that it's because
Fracture
they
अच्छा
always
लगता है।
have to start on the attack,
ठीक है यार,
and they
Fracture
became
फिर भी
an
यार,
incredible
भाई
attack
split बहुत
sided
गुस्सा आता है bro,
Ascent team.
rotate
This
ही
is their
rotate करते
homeground
रहते हैं।
for the last 5
इधर
years.
मेरा वॉल्यूम बढ़ा,
Yeah,
इससे
but I
ज़्यादा
think
क्या
it's
बढ़ाओ भाई,
actually
हेलो।
पता अगर ए आए तो यही ले लेंगे, बी आए तो बहुत
Navi,
काम होता
so
है
maybe they're
rotate
just
पे।
not feeling 100% comfortable.
Koala
out there.
knew
Split में भाई बहुत गुस्सा आता है भाई, हर एंगल क्या है सब।
Maybe. Who am I to judge? But I
एंजल
think for me,
35
like,
का हो
the
गया।
big thing
जेसी
about
कितने
it
का है?
is that
जेसी
Fnatic
वैश?
भाई
picking that
मेरे को
first
इतना
map.
जमता नहीं छोटा
Hello?
मैं।
Fnatic
Yeah.
picking that one is so weird to me, and then
Plays कम
deciding
होते
to leave
छोटे
Haven
मैप
as a
पे।
decider.
Same चीज़ ही
We
करो।
saw
बुलाया क्या
that
बंको?
last time, so I think it's very, very brave that
बंको?
Navi decide to just go, yeah,
बुलाया?
okay, we'll let Haven be the last map.
I mean,
बुलाया
they
क्या?
had to choose between Icebox or
ठीक है।
Haven, and you
Jordan
heard
में
from
बताइए
Milan.
सब
Milan
छोटे
said, "We're so happy about the new
पै,
map coming
पै,
in. This is our comfort." I feel like he likes
Heavy
it a
हो रहा है
little bit
दोनों
because maybe
टीम में।
they will pick the Icebox, but hey.
I
36
think that even considering the Ascent and maybe runs on double duelists and changes that we're seeing here.
Best of 5 है, best of 3 है।
Split.
बेस्ट ऑफ 3
Keeping out that
2-0,
double duelist
let's
for
go,
the
Fnatic.
ना
side.
ना 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 ना
I really
भाई
like
नावी
Yeah, I
एक्चुअल
really
में
like the
अच्छा
double
टीम है
duels from
एक्चुअल में।
Fnatic. I think that's where they found the most success. I think Crashies on the fades is an interesting concept to me. We see him
ये
on
कौन
that
है
silver
नया
time and time
player
again, but
जो
of course a
लियो
map
को
like Split,
recommend
I'm
किया?
expecting him to
दो
be
को
able to help
recommend
set
किया।
up
एक तो
on that
लियो
race
नहीं है
so
और
they can
डरके
really
नहीं है
go
ना।
in and get
भाई
onto
हीरो भी
site.
तो
But
उधर
looking
था,
over at Navi
वो
as
भी
well,
इधर
we're
है।
gonna see Hero
हीरो
jump back
मेरी टीम में
onto
था।
that Vice, which
अच्छा।
he played on a couple of maps
Oh.
during kickoff. It'll be nice to see
Oh,
if
ये
he
क्या
can
बात
be
कर रहे
able
हैं?
to
हाँ।
going into stage 1.
That is
ये कब?
definitely
मैंने तो
on
नहीं
his
देखा
resume
Fnatic
तो
में।
because we saw and
शरीफ
spoke
फूल,
wonders
no
of Hero
toxic
throughout
skin.
the
Love you.
entirety of last year. So for him having a rougher kickoff, playing in the Vice for the first
हीरो
time,
वहाँ पे
I
था
want to see
भाई।
how this 2 months have meant in terms of feeling more comfortable and just developing the skills. But this looks pretty evened out for both of the teams. I'm really excited to see all the Fnatic has been cooking.
आज अगर रूड हुआ तो
Fnatic
मेंबरशिप
have
कैंसिल
not
नहीं
run
यार
an
मैं
Astro
अच्छा बंदा
Viper
हो
on
गया
this
मैं
map
अभी।
since like 2022. They always steered away from the Viper.
50 needed bro
Since then,
कपिश
so
पे
this
क्या
is
हो गया क्या हो गया?
very exciting. As if this wasn't exciting enough, I got more excitement coming.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
over
जब
to
भी
you
कोई
guys. It
आपके
looks
लिए नहीं
like
करता ना
Transient
आपको ही खुद
Hypox
के लिए करना
haven't
पड़ेगा।
talked to
लाओ
someone
50
into their
गिफ्टेड।
duo.
Yes, we're very proud of our beautiful
Is that
baby
child?
boy. First day at work as well, incredible. But
ये भी
let's kind of
Fnatic
talk
में था।
about this though, because it's a
भाई
vintage
Fnatic
matchup
का
with a
सब
little bit
जगह
of
पे
a
भाई।
vintage feel with some of this composition
Fnatic
here.
बढ़
Yeah,
गया है।
vintage being the key word. I think this goes back to Fnatic coming back
बंदा
to
कैसे
the
सब बढ़िया
composition.
आप भी आए
Actually
यूज
feels
करो नहीं रे
quite
नहीं तुम
nice here.
कान नहीं
Again,
करते।
it's a refreshing change, I would say. It comes back to
कल
where
का मैच है आज सारे अच्छे
I
मैच।
guess went through an era of being very successful on split.
Yeah, I think that it's a slight variation on the comp that they were
Nats
playing
or
before.
Anki
They
on
were playing the
Trinity?
double duelist before, but this, with the fade, gives them a bit more options, especially on
हो
that
जाओ।
defense, where before they were struggling a little bit in kickoff. So they have more options now to deal with things.
Slow kick off here to the pistol round. Fnatic setting up outside A. It's not
If
much in the
Navi
form of
wins
defense
for
on the other
sure
side
Navi
against
एक्चुअल में
Navi,
जीत
but
सकता है।
Yeah, it looks like Crashies are just trying to make the distraction towards middle, and Fnatic can just explode onto this A site on a good timing.
Be Angel.
ये राउंड तो जीत
Try
गया
and deal with what's
Fnatic।
about to come
वो
his
लोग के
way,
पास
but
इन्फो नहीं
waiting
है।
for the kind of trigger to this. It looks like we're about to see it happen. Alpha, first steps forward. He's got support here, quite tailor-made.
ये वो
And they're
blind
going to
किधर
rescind
गया
away from
भाई?
the side. They don't want to actively fight this. It looks postured for a
Boosted by
retake.
excuse
Yeah,
me?
great open plant here as
Booster
well.
है
Watch
भाई।
for Crashies on this
Blind
mid
by।
as well after this retake starts happening.
the key
5-4
area here to
side
control
पे।
is towards Heaven. Priority comes through. You can see actually Crashy's tucked all the way in mid right now, just waiting for something, the green light for him to make moves. Drifting into vents now.
This is on a hair trigger. Hero. Flash go in. Trying to clear towards Pillar, but spammed away a touch now. Down to 79. It's the push towards the site. Boaster with the first and Boaster with the second. Fnatic holding the flood back in. Chronicles low, but he's still got support. It looked like it was all going one way as Koala Noob is going to fall. Fnatic very clear intent by the end of that.
Really well coordinated as well. So didn't even really need to rely on Crashy's that retake. But Navi, again, the flood onto site here, it just so happens supposed to get these 2 kills. You can't really plan for that, but yeah, it's
usually mid heavy खेलते हैं.
Navi's almost committed towards side. A little late on where the plant was. Again, that would have been the big indicator as soon as that smoke drops. There's going to be a late heaven play.
I'm surprised that Navi opted to play so retake heavy. I don't see their composition as one that is going to be particularly strong on those retakes. Like they didn't even, I didn't see a good use from Paranoia there either.
Yeah, that was a bit of a missing piece. Now, again, you're looking at the purchase here for Navi. It is exceptionally light, so nothing to write home about, but they are at least in the right place.
Yeah, bodies here. Don't think there's going to be a tangible engagement for them to take, but
oh my,
be really careful. Yeah,
God.
Heads up play here. Alfie had to find it with the paint shells.
सीधा सीज नेट दोनों डाला बे.
Just taking heaven and then we can
Public
just
की आवाज बढ़ाओ और बढ़ाओ.
freeze.
बड़ा है मैंने.
Forcing that move out of Navi, or the response from Navi at least.
बड़ा है.
Again, such good info off this Fnatic. No oversteps from Navi though. Wait and see who'll be the first to move. Jusik really hoping gets away with daylight robbery, and Fnatic are having absolutely none of it. Clear work so far, very composed under pressure. These classics finding very little value on this, and it looks like someone wants a round done. Alpha,
bye
tak mera back to the face. So Shao's going to try and hold his ground at least.
Darshan, bye.
But if anything, just looks like a little snapping turtle down there. I don't think there's much more to come from it. Nah, Chronicle, zero fun to be had. Not letting that happen. Clear second round now.
भाई ओमेन का भी एंगल क्लियर किया बे.
Here we go. I don't know if you guys know.
Wait. I'm about to praise the new Fnatic.
Okay.
The fade makes it a little bit easier. We had to do some very ridiculous things with Cypher cameras to, you know, we didn't have anything to get any contact, but the fade here allowing, you know, space to be cleared quite easily. Nice little anti-eco that they had there.
The one that I made.
Yeah.
Not that this one.
If I may say so myself.
I was giving
Alpha Jer भाई ये क्या था? उसने गिराया
This is what it's going to be like.
Yes.
Well, actually, this is really to just break the ancient bias that we supposedly have towards.
Oh,
We
yeah.
just have somebody to mold now.
Yeah.
If Fnatic do anything wrong today, but we can get back to like Coach Cam. Coach Cam Mini.
I just want to squeeze your hand. I've never figured it out, honestly. Who knows? But Navi trying to figure out what's going on
भाई इसको
over
घुस के मारेंगे.
towards A. Chronicle. He challenged it super early. That Paranoia pushing. Chronicle's still alive. He's not fallen yet. He does go down, but that's hugely indicative of how many players are on that A side.
Probably the green light now to find some.
Wall already trigger कर दिया था क्या mid में?
Actually forcing their way through, so Fnatic is benefit out of that situation.
Looks like Navi are opting to play retake again.
Yeah.
No, it's a meme of the whole retake meta, but they're taking that to heart, and Boaster's taking heads. Beautiful work from him, just to slip ahead a little bit there, the unexpected almost, and pausing for the plant now.
कर तो सकते हैं retake.
Yeah, with the Omen going down, the Paranoia is the big piece of util in this retake for Navi. So this is a tough retake.
Alpha, have to try and play around this, fall back a little bit. They're getting a little bit of pressure on towards Pillar. Boaster again, big impact from
हर्ष भाई ना मान रहे.
Boaster मार रहा है bro.
IGL v IGL.
हर्ष भाई ना मान रहे.
Boaster started off hot.
नाम
like,
इसने
if
लीक
he
किया
was
बबलू ने याद रखना.
6-1, yeah.
Bot, thank you for the 50 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे.
Battle was oldest time between Angel and
बबलू ने
Boaster.
नाम लिख किया है.
Coming
Just
out on
say.
top this time.
बहुत बड़े supporter है
Yeah, I
मेरे.
think it was just the round
Love
was
you,
pretty
yaar.
bad
Love
for
you,
the
love you.
guys
Thank you
there,
for
really.
the 50
That kind of
gifted with
vibe
Jan
inside
ke
there.
tote.
I don't think he's ever played Viper on this map. At least I've never.
I mean, you should know.
Well, I mean, he didn't play it with me.
Boaster मस्त मार.
But
हर्ष
he
भाई के
was
साथ वो
the
करना
second
पड़ेगा.
highest
Hey,
rated
what do you do for a
Viper
living?
in 2023 behind Leaf. So I'll give that one out for free.
That's pretty good.
यार जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला टैग करके थैंक्स बोलना ठीक है.
Who did this, guys?
टैग करके चुपा देके एकदम आर्ट्स वार्ट्स वाला
be aware of that now. That
सेक्सी
Navi,
सेक्सी नॉटी नॉटी वाला
well,
इमोजीज
so
देना.
early on in this
Thank
half,
you,
identified
बोल
that Chronicles may be going to be in a position to just be a
जिसने
nuisance.
स्ट्रीम
Right?
लाइक
Just
नहीं
play
किया
around
उसको
the
नहीं
wall,
मिलता. जस्ट सेइंग.
try and isolate something.
Look at the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Straight away you see the adaptation. Playing much deeper.
Thank you,
Navi will
bud.
obviously allow him to do so. I expect Navi to be guns blazing, charging him down, but
if he continues to get pressured here, they
They're
can
gonna
bring the
mid
fade at the start of the round to just support.
Yeah, yeah.
Go back to this middle kind of.
Wallanude though, still sharp with it. Nice from him. Angel in support as well. They do have a little bit of a push and pull system, but it's the vents that are shut now. Boast to fall and leaving just Alpha and Kron.
Hey bे बंदे लोग हैं नावी में है
Actually, Spike so really fully
crispy वाले भाई सारे
difficult to retrieve with the gap between Chronicle.
ये तो ठीक है शाओ भाई का देखना है इनको भी टॉप टूब देते भाई जब ये ऑन रहते
give this up already. 40 seconds left.
अटैकिंग मैप पे डिफेंसिव मैप पे मेरी जान.
Unless they're going to go for some weird vents.
Yeah, I was going to say whether or not they do actually look as if they want to group.
Thank you Harsh bhai, thank you so much.
Or maybe just anticipate nobody from Navi is going to be playing over here. We've given Spike.
Just looks like a save.
Yeah. Maybe looking for a consolation.
Special form में molly damage होगा हवा में होती है ना वो नहीं होएगा molly damage
pressure which
molly nade कुछ भी
and then this round
damage
they're kind of wary of the fact that
देखिए गेम बोलता है कि ज़्यादा हवा में नहीं रहना चाहिए.
Fnatic scared and then we're able to just stack towards middle or like have that mid fight quite nicely. So Navi reading the pace of the game, like reading it quite well.
For now, just going to let this one simmer on.
Reinstall किया but still is not working. एक ही बचा था uninstall.
And again, kind of rolling our minds back to expectation between these two. Once upon a time, this would be the marquee matchup, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very different time now looking at these two teams.
I think it's fair to say the expectation is still very high for both these teams, right? And it's again not necessarily a disaster, a kickoff, but definitely below where we'd expect.
Yes.
I think one of the again whether or not we're going to hit this again today, but for me one of the things is we've got to see the value of the crashes pickup. Right? I don't think we've actually had an opportunity to see many examples of.
भाई मस्त है भाई सेज की तरह काम करता है.
Big name.
A very big name and a very
सेज
capable
से
player.
बहुत अच्छा है.
बेटर है हाँ कि भाई वॉल तोड़ देते सेज का तो इसका तो तोड़ भी नहीं सकते हैं भाई.
Yeah,
Blind
there
भी
is
है,
always that
slow
window
भी है,
of just,
बहुत
okay,
insane
getting
है.
used to the team, getting used to the role, kind of playing again as well, playing actively in this sort of level. Hold on. Coming in too.
ये misclick हुआ है mostly.
Wallanude very early on this and smacks his head in. That
there might have been a misclick.
मैं बोला ना misclick. 100% misclick था वो.
I think so.
Maybe just a
Heavy
complete
misclick
miscom
था.
here and
see that back if we can from POV just to get a reminder. 'Cause you're looking at the purchase coming here for Fnatic. It's the 2 Vandals and any small reward is pretty nice for Fnatic. They'll be happy with that. The 3 Sheriffs here. There is some threat though. Again, Alpha's only 2 away from his ult. Chronicle instantly put low though. That's got to be a switch out of a weapon now.
yeah, it is. Fnatic just basically waiting for somebody on the side of Navi to overstep, find an opener here on the back of Alpha and Chronicle. Now looking to group outside B.
30 seconds left.
I think this strat is going to be a little fake towards B, and then we're going to see the Astra Viper maybe getting a
नहीं
lurk
B
into
का ही
middle
है
here
B का ही
behind.
है mid to B.
Works out, they are really pressuring through
सीधा
that
B
B
split
main.
है
You're
वो.
seeing the support smokes coming in from afar from Rooksik. Boast of
अरे इसको जिंदा रहना था इसका spike था.
10 seconds, they've got to still really make this work. Shao trying to be a thorn in their side, but it's Angel. Taking away Boaster and time is of the essence.
Whoa, क्या
क्यों?
टाइमिंग पे निकला crashes
अबे
यार.
लेकिन
That is
7
so close,
सेकंड
but I think they got
है.
this down. They do 2v2.
Chow's on 15 HP.
मर गया भाई वो भाई
Skip that
Chronicle
as well.
जोड़ भाई.
That's perfect. Quan was only on 10
भाई
HP
7
himself.
सेकंड का.
Easy एक बंदा एक HP यार
Early.
लेकिन.
Now might be feeling the pressure.
बनियन यार उसको
Caught.
पता है
Blue
लेकिन.
nade.
Aghast, unsure where
हटना
he
पड़ेगा.
was.
अरे टाइमिंग वो सैचल मार रहा था.
This round.
Booster है भाई आज एक
Beautiful
चालू है
recovery as
Booster
well,
का.
because it almost looks like a couple of members of
Arre.
Fnatic going to get isolated, caught ahead
Let's
of this.
go
But
FNC.
भाई
पर
फेड ने लेफ्ट राइट कर
from
दिया
Chronicle
रे.
onto Shao.
मैं यूटिल
FNC.
निकाल लिया हाथ में.
I mean, I don't know if
देख
the
ले सब
intention is
FNC
to
फैन
commit
मेरी
towards
chat में.
bottom
तू
mid
अकेला ही
here.
है.
Misclick the ult.
Misclick the ult, yeah. But just to notice again, Boaster looking
भाई ये
phenomenal to
टाइमिंग
kick
बहुत
things
मस्त
off
लगा
here on
इससे
the left.
निकलते हैं.
Player standing.
सेक्सी रीड था.
I love the strat for Fnatic too. I can't tell you the name of that
It's one of
strat.
yours.
It's one of Boaster's.
दोनों कोच.
And I'm not allowed to tell you the name because it's questionable for broadcast.
We're not that far down the coast street. Just yet.
Give it a couple more maps, you never know.
We're still censored.
Ruxic is under pressure.
सब डाल दिया भाई उसने अरे बाप रे बाप
Gonna have to try and get out.
मर गया
Straight into the trap, but sees the paint show
Anticipated
there.
the TP back.
कॉम्बो इतना लेट किया वो एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं
That's a
किया
5v4
वो कॉम्बो
above a
एक्चुअल में क्यों था मालूम है?
Yeah, gonna get.
इसके लिए था वो
ना फेड के लिए था
के लिए था
ताकि वो लोग स्विंग करके ओमेन को मार पाए
ओमन को मार पाए ओमन टीपी मारा
full tank. For Fnatic, should they choose to invest in it?
इसका सारा यूटिल गया
Again, still
भाई
got
यूटिल
high
वाला
on.
कॉम्बो
Product
मस्त
release
लगता
Size
का
to
है
make
रिकॉर्ड
moves,
डाला
actually
उसके लिए
stepping back
बचाने
into
के
sewers
लिए
now.
Angel.
फेनेटिक यूटिल वाला देखते ना मेरे को वही याद आता है
Angel.
फ्रैक्चर
है ना
Oh
4-11
my god, it was so close to nearly
फ्रैक्चर में
spot
जो
that.
नहीं, fracture
कॉम्बो
नहीं,
कॉम्बो
yeah.
किया था ना भाई
Kayak
ये
in the
लोग ने
meantime has popped the ult. He's having a look. He's seen pretty much everything. And you're going to hear the pop of the ult this time. This one's intentional, but it still doesn't find its span. Angel still alive. I don't know how. It feels like he's just ping-ponging around the site. Kayak finally removes him. Man advantage still to Fnatic. And then continue. Chow down. It's on
Hero
Hero and
bolte.
Kawalnu. Operator difficult as well. Divide adding on top.
2v3
Fnatic
भाई।
want this round. They've invested into it.
बहुत
Time for Hero
कसम भाई
having
हेड
to
दिख रहा था
face
सिर्फ उसको
तीन
the team he was once eyeing up.
1v3
Kayak
बोलते
gonna take him away, leaving just Kawhi.
अरे
Shots.
बाप रे
Shot over.
शॉट है
Does he expect the position here? He's playing it well.
नहीं दिखा
Crashes,
उसको
it's a
lol.
really complimentary angle, but it felt close.
नहीं
for
दिखा
him.
करवाई ना
रे।
मार
Yeah, it was
पोस्टर है
toying with the
भाई
idea of full
इस बार भी
clearing
होगा
that, but
फ्रैक्चर में कॉम्बो कॉम्बो
regardless, Fnatic find their fourth. Again, actually
बहुत से
finding some
बहुत डिफेंसिव
positives here
करता
in
था
the early
इससे अभी
round.
खेल रहा है ब्रो
Again,
थोड़ा सा
not
ज्यादा
overcooking
फाइट
it.
ले
They're
रहा है
not
नहीं
too
उसको
quick to
डिफेंसिव इसलिए
reposition
करते हैं
here.
आइजल है ना उसको सब
cautious in
देखते देखते
approach.
कॉल
I think
बहुत
this
देने
is
पड़ते
the
हैं
history
हाँ
of
लेकिन
these
अब
two teams. Like,
थोड़ा ज्यादा
Boaster
फाइट ले
knows
रहा है
that
ब्रो
Navi
ये
and
मैच में
Angel, these
बहुत
teams
फाइट
on the
लिया है
defense
पहले
in
फाइट
the
लिया है
mid-round, that he knows that they're going to do these repushes.
Yeah.
So freezing in these mid-rounds through this series is going to be big for Fnatic on the attack side.
क्या क्या दिस इज द क्या क्या
But it is a Navi timeout, and I think you're right. Is that
ग्रुप गेम्स
I don't
खेलोगे
wanna say
कल देखते हैं
confident
कल
in
का
reading
कल
your
देखेंगे
opponent,
मेरी
but
जान
understanding what they want to do, preparing for it, and playing very well. Fnatic showing that they've been able to fight back here, because I was a bit worried that round 3, round 4, looking like Navi's got a really solid grip on it. I was a bit
Love
worried
you,
they
Hachi,
actually got away with
bye.
it, but in reaction, we saw that beautiful conversion in that round 5 with the Sheriffs there, the 2 Vandals, even after such damage on Chronicle early on, still able to convert. We're seeing some lovely stuff from Fnatic, but the depth now gets tested for Navi here. What options are you seeing for them, either of you? Is there many open avenues here? Because I like what they were doing early, but it feels like that was adjusted to within a round.
Sure, yeah, I don't think you're really justifying some of these rounds. They're the same sort of thing to set up to deal with Chronicle. There's a big question mark now. This might be a round that's kind of indicative of how Fnatic have adjusted, because there's so many bodies elsewhere. If Navi can identify one of these avenues, one of these lanes to explore early on, I absolutely want to see them do it. Now we've got some ultimates to maybe complement that, but it's not really a composition you want to be pushing out too far on defense. Like I said, it's not necessarily suited to the retake, but
Yeah, it's weird. It's like they can't fight aggressive, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I don't think they win the.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's-
Fnatic are well equipped to deal with that sort of thing.
So far. Displaying that here, comfortable round.
एक राउंड जीत गया तो Fnatic जीत गया
Information
सीधा
found Koala Noob is going to be given away. Oh, it's clean work from Fnatic. Rusick, nice little pick up there, but there needs to
ये
be
भी
a lot
राउंड
more of
विनेबल तो
that
है
for them to
वैसे
actually find impact on the round.
Yeah, the exact same anti-eco
Sheriff
approach we
है
saw before. and
guns
it's-
होने के पास ही
you
है
could see all the
हाँ,
layers
फिर
in
खींच
there.
सकते हैं।
Every corner
टाइमिंग हो
checked.
सकता है भारी वाला
The freeze again on heaven.
यहाँ पे
Yeah,
पिटेगा ही
they're just
पिटेगा
waiting for
इससे
Navi
ऊपर
to
आएगा
try and come in and
रिमस
clear
भाई
the
थैंक्स
space
फॉर द
or get
89 मेरी
something
जान के टोटे
to work with. What's it going to be forced even further? Hero got to be careful, but able to
अल्टी
back
मारेगा
away.
क्या भाई अयो
Chow, not so much.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, really, isn't it? It's either Boaster or who knows who's going to find it, but smoke
अयो
doesn't seem
भाई
to work.
हेवी
So,
टाइमिंग हो रहा है भाई
clean
Fnatic
stuff, going down, not the end of the world. Happy with that one, Fnatic. Looking very composed here, and again.
Hey dudes, hello
how did we
बार
feel when we saw them at kickoff? Actually, I'm going to come back to that because we do.
क्या
have so
3000 लोग
many
देख रहे हैं फट से
positive
स्ट्रीम
hands
को
on
लाइक कर
Navi.
दो
The pendulum
बाद में
swings
फुल
that
स्क्रीन में देख
this
लेना
has to
ड्यूड
be the big round, right? If they've got a trump card to pull out, this is the one you do it for. Operator in play.
I was gonna-
4 ults there.
I was about to know that. It implies they're probably going to slow things down, but
सब मेरे
if Koala's going to start now actively looking for aggressive angles. Yeah, I was going to say, finally, we're back to, I think this might even be
ये अभी हेवी
almost a
फाइट
carbon copy of
हाँ।
previous, but difference being there are bodies for
ऑफ लगा
Fnatic on
रखा
the
है
other
एक्सपेक्ट
side of
करेंगे
this
क्या
time.
क्लियर तो होएगा
Just Chronicle.
प्रॉलर जल्दी तोड़ रहे हैं ना वो
Always
लोग
with him.
वे प्रॉलर करेगा वो जल्दी तोड़ेगा ना
See the concentration.
ना
Trying to Pick a choice.
Operator noted as well.
Very heads-up work for them doing that. Again, going through that protocol, and it does look exceptionally similar, doesn't it? Same sort of setup, that same spring towards site. Go and see if Alpha's going to go forward on this. No. They actually look to maybe pull something different here.
The eyes on Boaster as well. He's going to find anything towards Shout. He was considering a lurk out, but still actually get a little bit of contention here. Yep. Koala going to find Alpha.
Brilliance from him, sticking around after it felt so quiet on the map as well, rechecking towards Heaven, staying and finding the man, but they found a lot of space through vents here. Shout must have seen Boaster then. Calls coming in, they've got to prepare themselves for this pivot. And they've navigated past the wall. Unconsidered. A late look from Angel, maybe starting to put it together, but he turns away. And the timing is divine. Kayak slicing through them. And now
Binks by recorded the exam wish को लग. Best of luck मेरी जान graduation by all the very best.
Oh, Boaster has a look, but even he's a bit surprised. Chronicle.
That's
stunning. Spikes down. This could be done for. Kayak trying to find the man. Rookstick is not falling. Defending that spike with his life. And Crashy's now just too late to the party. It felt so perfect for a moment's time.
Pin absolutely keep up the good work, man. Thank you.
I was about to make the point that they had the Vice ult and the Astra ult, Fade ult ready for this retake, and then Rooksix decided to just use an Omen ult instead.
Yeah, and there's a moment's hesitation now. I'm not sure of what the pressure was on the front side because I was so focused on the TP behind. And Rooksix just gifted.
देख shot देखा क्या बे?
See here, yeah, it's supposed to come through.
It's so disjointed
to come back and deal with the TP. Chronicle's caught in a weird run and gun situation. Then I mean, Kayak's got not much else to do there. Some sort of desperation move to get the spike back, but.
I know that the Vice wall that false sense of security, but I do think Fnatic are going to have to deal with that wall. Like having that wall up for Navi the entire round gives them so much information to kind of move around and deal with wherever Fnatic is making noise.
Reply का Phoenix be like absolute cinema, मतलब?
Variety on approach, but we are seeing an answer back.
इसको support करो Fnatic का Navi, Fnatic, लेकिन Navi भी अच्छा team है.
Attack side.
Navi के कुछ players बहुत अच्छे हैं.
Challenge now.
Awareness from Koala as well.
Yeah, we did see the Fade Crashies there trying to crowd out in case.
Yo, give me that. Give me both POVs. Give me both POVs on that. Please. I blinked and missed it. That's. Does that give away much? What does that tell you here? Fnatic now find success on one side of the map, right? But they were kind of leaning towards this B site.
Navi reading it as well.
Oh! Nice from Hero, instantly stopping Alpha in his tracks. They still have util here. RV looking to work things back in, but the ult's starting to come into play.
Cut the sound here. Chronicle actually opting not to progress through mid. Trying to make his way back towards B main here. Fnatic gotta make use of this window.
What a strange divide of the site. The ult's layered now, gonna make this tricky. Boaster, the operator there, working so well. Rookstic was the hero they needed, and right now he's melting. It's down to just Angel, it's only for a moment. In these crunch scenarios, seems exceptional.
And it's so well coordinated. Actually, when this engagement finally comes through, Fnatic got a couple of really good answers in terms of that freeze. Oh, it's pixel perfect from Chronicle.
Clean.
Beautiful shot from Boaster as well.
Boaster ना मान रहा भाई आज.
Kayak as well, dealing with Shout. Really well rounded. I said composed once they get in.
lineup कैसे इस बार अच्छे है last same lineup पे है. Rooksix stack ही नहीं पता नहीं. लेकिन उसके अलावा सब याद तो है. Rooksix बोल रहा हूँ. Same ही है बे. Same ही lineup है Fnatic का. Navi का Rooksix मेरे को याद नहीं है. बाकी तो same ही था.
Considering how tense it felt, that Fnatic have looked quite comfortable in situations that traditionally probably wouldn't be.
Navi का मेरे को याद नहीं Rooksix था कि नहीं.
Always been right back at you. All right, what are you going to do that to my boy? I'm going to do it right back to you.
Same है ना, दोनों same ही है.
Alpha now down. We've got man up for Navi.
भाई क्या शॉट पड़ रहे हैं.
Hero बदला. Last time भी बदल गया था Hero.
I was going to say Boaster maybe.
इसके बाद ulti भी है.
Yeah.
लो बाय में मारा है bro.
Punished here.
निकाल सकते हैं लोग ग्राउंड.
In mid, still 3 alive for Fnatic though. Looking to make some
Hero
progress
पहले Fnatic में था
potentially
हाँ.
towards 8. Spike
तो
trailing
आएंगे
behind a
email
little
देखने,
bit.
जरा सा भी जिगल पिक देंगे, ये लोग वेट ही कर रहे दोनों।
एक साथ 1 2 3 करने का वो कर रहे हैं,
I mean,
Maybe question mark
लेकिन
at this
अगर वो
point, but,
स्पाइक खोल दिया ना,
maybe someone's still there a little bit
रेस
deeper, but they've got good
कबूम
info
कर
on this.
देगा।
Yeah, they will set up
ले
as well
भाई
towards
वहाँ से।
heaven.
I was going to say, it's heads up from Navi to just sit back here. They can wait on the util,
उनका स्पाइक दिखते नहीं है ना?
wait for an indication from Fnatic.
1 2
Again,
3
you isolate Kayak with this. You're going to use that Vice utility to just deny the support system, and he reads it. Hero reads it so well. Taking away Chronicle and Crashies. The timing, does he get it? No!
Oh
Shout
my
out!
क्या बैकअप दिया है।
Really getting into Fnatic's heads here. Kayak's
दोनों
going to
लाइन
be
में
the
होते
hero.
यार, वो मरता
More than
तो
the hour, it
दो
might be
मरते।
of the week,
रुक जा, निकाल
of
सकता
the
है।
year. A 1v5.
निकाल सकता है,
निकाल
Paranoia in.
सकता है भाई, काजक भाई ना मान रहे
Another
हैं।
one. Oh my god, Kayak.
7 बुलेट है ब्रो, ना ना ना
भाई
सात है ब्रो,
है,
बुलेट
जानता
ज़्यादा
नहीं है
होता
काजक भाई को।
I was ready, but Navi needed this.
नहीं जानता
रिप्ले
हूँ मैं,
दिखता है
अच्छा
तब एक
Yeah, the
फिनिश
pick this
आता
time
है,
around
उसको
going in
बोला
favour of
अच्छा अच्छा।
Navi. Again, not overstepping the mark too much. Confirmation of further presence behind the
ये किल तो
operator.
खतरनाक।
एडवांटेज
I
था
find it
लेकिन
funny that we used to have a rule that if we went down 4v5,
सीखा
we had
होगा
so
वाला
many good
इसमें,
players
जरा सा
who want to
दिखता है
then
इनका।
kind of bring back the round. The
ये
rule
गलत
was
स्मूथ था
that,
वो।
you know,
गलत स्मूथ
don't
तो
go
नहीं
for
होगा ना।
the solo. Like, don't go for that solo play, and it's Boaster who's breaking his own rules.
वो स्मोक पता है तो कभी कर सकता है
Fnatic getting absolutely rinsed.
जब तेरे
Fully
पास
inside
दूसरा
info
कंट्रोलर
comes
है,
out.
वरना नहीं कर
Snatch
सकता।
broke his own rule there, boys.
कैसे?
वो
I mean, it's good
जो
to see the
बी मेन वाला
confidence.
स्मोक दे रहा है ना वो,
Yeah.
हाँ।
A new
वो
look
जब
for
भी तेरे
Boaster.
पास डबल कंट्रोलर है तो ही वो सब कर सकता है।
Oh, guy, hold on. And Koala Noob, speaking of confidence, it's flying. Navi, kick it up
सब
again.
जगह
It's
से
not just
यार,
one, there's
उधर से।
several.
अयो
We call them
कैसे
crashes, and he's on a heater now.
और
दो
Sharp
मार
really
दिए
aggression.
क्रैशिस ने।
Taking back the space, the Horn gonna go in as
कजक
well.
भाई है, वही मैं बोला ना,
Teammates.
कजक
साजिद
भाई।
भाई इधर मारे,
For a
उधर
second
से वो
here.
मारा।
Man up
crashes।
this time.
Massive gap in the formation, so Navi.
अरे एक एचपी है, ये सिर्फ इनको निकाल सकता है और कुछ नहीं कर सकता अभी।
Kayak and
Ultimate
Crash.
निकाल के रिपोजिशन ब्लाइंड है, दो सब पूरा यूटिल है उसके पास।
Maybe some hesitation. Chronicle's still over towards A side, or down towards Sewers at least.
Fnatic again just expecting Navi to react. They know that every single time in these kind of mid-round
कजक
situations,
है वो, वही तो
Reclaim
बोला
this
यार
attack.
कजक भाई।
Which is coming.
आज भी ना मिले
Just
गिफ्टेड,
a
आज भी दिया हर्ष
second
भाई ने
away.
50 गिफ्टेड। घर जाएंगा।
It's an awkward situation though, because Crash is going to be left solo with the spike. If he's
2 दिन अभी बचे। क्या लगता है ये मेरा कितने
और
और
मेंबर
सब टाइमिंग टाइमिंग तो दिख रहा है मेरे को यहाँ
Seeing anyone
पे।
does
I
feel
think
a
अभी
little
तक
indicative.
ले-
The
15
damage, so
member तो
Crash
हो
is
गए
now
रहेंगे।
joining basically the infantry.
Oh,
but
yeah,
whoa!
अरे
Right.
शॉट
Takes
देख
away
लेकिन।
hero. That
भाई
paranoia was
लेकिन ये
right the
रीड
whole time
क्या
about it.
अपन पीक लेते नॉर्मल या फिर नॉर्मल पीक, ये पीक लेके क्राउच किया है एकदम से,
Gonna do that, yeah.
जैसे कि इसको पता था कि एक बंदा यहाँ पे आ ही रहा है।
1v3, Shao so capable in this. You got Kron,
He's
yeah,
looking
he's
for the
sitting
lurk,
pretty.
yeah.
It's the right call, it's just the wrong place. Oh, but that's a shot.
हाँ दोनों लो
Shao,
है।
look at the HP, it
तो
is
दोनों के पास
so
util
doable,
है।
but he's caught by the seas. Looks like there's a pop flash in hand, swing
Goal!
together.
अरे क्या ब्लाइंड दिया बे।
भाई है, भाई फैनेटिक है, भाई चैंपियंस लाइनअप है अभी भी ब्रो।
है।
Start of that aggression for Navi
Champions
couldn't have
lineup
gone
here,
better.
No.
Crashes,
single
it
fight.
was just crashes. The response from him was amazing. If Crashes and Boaster are looking
अभी
like this,
50 देख
scary prospect.
रहा है, ऊपर 15 बोल
Right
रहा
here,
है
again,
भाई।
there's straight down mid, but the perfect time for the pinch to come through. Kayak actually also finding a response.
ये वाला
टैक्स
Yeah,
भी लगा
heads
भाई।
up, play for Crashies.
He's in the block, bro.
it was full blind।
Nothing for Shao to
ये
do.
लाइनअप से क्या है ब्रो?
Yeah, so a really, really impressive
तो वो
roster
लोग
of
बनाते
Crashies
भी
so
है भाई
far.
lineup।
The whole of Fnatic, sure, but certainly on an individual level.
Okay, Kron wins those fights. Just maybe don't fight him towards Ram. Oh my god, but look at the C's here. Alpha trying to just keep himself safe. Nothing punished him in the end, so just slow down a little on the way
प्रॉब्लम
forward.
अटका था क्या उसके आगे?
ये डॉग से क्लियर होता है क्या? वॉल अप होता है क्या?
Daylight robbery, but
फेड क्या उससे?
बूमबॉट से?
no.
नहीं नहीं
This is
बूमबॉट
different.
से नहीं,
Going
नहीं,
forward.
फेड से?
But Fnatic
Nah.
have looked good in these scenarios, composed
clones से
under
होता है
Navi's
मतलब।
high levels of pressure
भाई,
here.
इनके
Again, a
साथ मेरे को
correct
analyst और इनको
read.
पता था
That's
कि
going
वो
to
लोग
catch
वो
just
खेलेंगे।
about everyone.
Especially
Send it
Euro
अजय
Alpha.
2 मारे
Send it
3 मारे
Kron.
भाई।
Fnatic in the
भाई
end zone
अटैक में
flawless.
स्प्लिट में
Look,
8-4 मतलब
stunning.
गया मैप
जीत
ब्रो।
गया,
Already in first half.
हाँ
and
अटैक में
again, I
स्प्लिट
think
में
it's
अगर
perfect. The kind of the
8
push
राउंड
and
कोई
pull
निकाल
we're seeing
सकता है ना
here.
भाई, सैल्यूट
Both
भाई।
teams
By
understanding
Fnatic
really,
looking
really well.
different
But
is what-
it's Fnatic to come out on top.
चैंपियंस लाइन
कौन टफ देगा फैनेटिक को? कैम थोड़ा नीचे कर रहा हूँ।
नावी का पिक है। नहीं आप बात नावी का
यार तुम लोग ने कभी ये खाया क्या? ये एक टाइप का काजू आता है जो
ना भाई वो देखने में मजा
बॉईल करके खाया जाता है।
डरके वर्सेस बोस्टर होगा एक तरह से।
कौन सा?
वाइटैलिटी वर्सेस फैनेटिक।
फैनेटिक जीतेगा।
एक्स टीम वर्सेस एक्स टीम पता है तो
अबे ये भी एक्स टीम है
ये भी है लेकिन
यस मस्त लगता ना।
डर के इतना खतरनाक मारता था ना उसके साथ मतलब लोगों को देखने में आई थिंक ज्यादा मजा आएगा इवन मेरे को भी इज लाइक जैसे वो छोड़ा था ना क्या नाम है लाउड से वो छोड़ा था आसपास
हाँ
लाउड वर्सेस आसपास का जो भी टीम रहता था 2-3 लाइनअप चेंज किया अभी तो शायद MIBR में हाँ वो देखने में ज्यादा मजा आता था।
रूट स्ट्रीमर मैंने क्या किया उसमें कोई मॉड एक्टिव नहीं है ना रोस्ट किया जाता है बॉयल
So 4 to 8, bit of a back and forth affair, but it looked like Fnatic were equipped with what Navi were trying to do there. Calmness under pressure, the pauses, the good reads, and also the individuals. Again, your boasters, your crashies, putting up numbers. Now for Navi though, we've got to flip the script and look towards them. Does this composition in any way, shape or form work in your mind on this attacking side? Where do we see this going, Mini?
This composition, you've got double smokes and a Vice. It's not got that explosive double duelist. It's not got the explosivity of a breach. I think it's a more defensive-sided composition. Even then, I think it struggles. So I don't have a
very important round for
explosivity.
Oh, yeah, we go. Okay, that's one way to do it. One of them was able to take the TP out of there and get to safety. The other's not so long. Like, whoa. And they just forgot
अगर हुआ तो
this is
याद
getting
रखना
completely messy. Koala Noob can't control it.
जीत गया भाई
Ends up in a different
जीत
dimension
गया
to the
भाई
rest of Navi,
मैं
but
फर्स्ट
the
पिक के बाद
response comes
हुआ क्या
immediately
लेकिन
from Alpha,
साइड पे जाते
and
होते
then
मेरे
the
अल्फा
second
ने
and
मारा
third
और
players
इसने
of
टाइमिंग
Navi
निकाला ना
completely dismantled. Again, the disrespect on the smokes fell apart.
They have explosivity on the raise, but you need the backing util or maybe a second person
मोरल
with
डाउन
you.
हो गया होगा पूरा
No one can really get
अच्छा
there.
इधर से मारा
And here it is. I think this was the walk on the smoke. Yeah, nothing can stop you.
You can see that on the X-ray as well. Dennis
वो
Chu
लोग
coming out,
टीम
being
के
ready
और
to shoot them
यूरो
as they're
टीम में
dropped
मारा
down.
पार
ये लोग भी बी हैवी खेल
Koala's all the
रहे
way behind Pillar onto default. A huge gap.
Something I did want to mention is that Fnatic, last time they played, they had struggles on the defense side. But I think that with this composition, I think the reason they had struggles was the lack of proactivity. But their composition now allows for a bit more practice. They can use those practice to get back into positions. And so I'm not as afraid about their defense this time around.
And that was against
क्या बोल रहा है?
It was against BBL, yes.
So
ये कौन सा
Then against this
स्कूल
exact
अटैकिंग
comp,
स्कूल
the Fnatic player.
मैं तुम्हें
clearly
काजू
a
बॉईल
little
करके
bit of
खाया क्या
adaptation,
बॉईल
clearly understanding that was simply not good enough.
बहुत बार खाया
And for Crashies,
अच्छी लगता है
should
ना?
be farming time, and it is. Comfort
नमक
for
वमक डाला
Crashies.
आपने
नमक
Two
कौन
players trying
डालता
to
है
work their
भाई
way up. You need
उससे
a little
नमक
bit of silver
डाल।
lining here. I want to see Navi with at least a bit of a fire starting to burn under them.
मिर्ची
Moster just
तो मिर्ची
soaking
नहीं
it
थोड़ा
up.
सा नमक डालेगा ना उसके
Angel
ऊपर
Wade
ऐसे
expected
सारे काजू पे थोड़ा सा
through
नमक
ropes.
डाल देता मस्त लगता है
Poster reading into
और
it
चाट
really well.
मसाला वो सब
Crashies will find a third as well.
15 and 3.
सिर्फ नमक
The Crashies.
15 and 3. I think so.
It wouldn't surprise me considering, but
बॉइल्ड काजू पे
That
नमक
would be
सेक्सी हो
genuinely a
जाएगा
big upswing in performance because it does feel
काजू
harsh
बॉईल
when
करके
we
अलग टाइप का काजू
go
होता
into
है
him a little bit too heavy, but
yeah.
Crashies comes with a lot of, caliber to him. He's a pedigreed player, historied player, and he wasn't quite up to the caliber we wanted. And yeah, he is absolutely at 15 kills and 3 deaths.
Quietly, I mean, the 3 deaths is the more surprising thing.
They have
that,
So-
but
Leo cosplay?
Leo cosplay.
मम्मी पापा स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं क्या इसमें नमक ज्यादा है क्या
Honestly.
मम्मी डैडी
Yeah, we'll see now. Navi can actually, Koala Noob with a judge coming into this.
Maybe the fast satchels again towards
Yeah.
middle.
That
Coming up
puts
from sewers.
yeah, Chronicle in the firing line. Paranoid's gone into it as well, so they've really gone for this one. But Chronicle,
Nah.
he didn't get hit
Nah,
by
GG, nah,
teams. He had
GG.
time to
Ah,
be ready
GG,
for it.
I mean, it's still rough that Koala doesn't get that with the
तीन
judge.
बंदे
on
यूरो
the
भी
first,
टिप्पी मार
but
सकता है भाई
Yeah, Chronicle
हाँ,
well
भाई।
handled
ये जा तुम भी जा
his
ज्यादा
path,
स्टैक ही
sure.
मिल रहा है तुम
and conceding that expected space up towards Vents. Big gap towards Mayo here, but seeing Chronicle now come to pick up the slack, which is the perfect read. He's going to be there potentially.
Euro का पता है counter क्या है? Last 30 second push.
I think
हाँ मतलब पूरा एकदम
उसका
सारा टीपी जाने
खत्म
B main as well.
बस मालूम है उसके पहले एग्रो आएगा तो पनिश भी कर सकता है.
Nice try, mate. Not gonna happen ever. Apparently, Navi trying to find ways in,
RCB
and all the doors
क्या
are
भाई
shutting.
इस बार
Thinking
RCB
maybe they
जीतेगा
slipped
भाई.
a net here or there. Absolutely not. Shao drifting away from middle, and Angel not really making much progress. This could be called off pretty quick.
I mean, at this point, hold on to the rifles. 40 seconds left. Don't expect Fnatic to really send anybody out on a fact finder here. It's rough because Fnatic going to find 11 and not really. I mean, other than the judge coming in, Koala's
I think
650, so a chance to maybe invest something back into this.
Most experienced player.
All those awkward rounds where it basically leads Fnatic to 12 in terms of expected outcomes, at least.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Navi. Their main two approaches so far have been the explosive satchels, and they both kind of fell a bit flat.
Fizzled out.
एज के हिसाब से बोलेगा तो फिर
Yeah, this
like सारे VCT खेला वो experience
और दोस्ती क्यों CS के टाइम से खेल रहे हो?
अरे वो दूसरा गेम मत बोल सारे VCT खेला नहीं खेला
मेरे को नहीं मालूम क्वालिफाई हुआ कि नहीं लेकिन सारा
I think देख एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर वो होगा मेरे हिसाब से तो वो होगा भाई जितने ज्यादा VCT जिसने खेले
तो गया बे तो गया एक रेस्पेक्टफुल तरीका रहता है कि वो एज में खेल रहे बताने को रेस्पेक्टफुल तरीका
भाई एक मेरे को 35 से ऊपर वाला भी VCT में कोई ना कोई तो होगा ही
नहीं है रे बाबा इसके बाद जैसी वैसे शायद 34
That's pretty close, right, Minnie?
That's good.
No, it's your turn.
चेक करना पड़ेगा
No.
Oh, he's still pretending to be
I can
serious.
pretend.
Anybody watching the vertical feed right now? It's just
Three of them are absolutely loving it. Do you miss being there, Minnie?
No, not really.
मेरे सब बबलू गांडू ने गांडे से
Oh, right, okay.
Okay. What was the hand squeeze thing? What did I ask you that?
बबलू is a गांडेस kind of a
Anybody's
person.
still on the vertical feed? It's gonna be asking questions.
I think I like to.
बबलू जैसा मैं गोटेश हूँ
You know when you got like a
वैसा मेरे
stressful.
हिसाब से तू गांडेश है.
Like that was
Any
just like a
comments?
stressful kind of moment, but for some reason my eyes.
देखो अभी भी तू ये वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है नहीं तो मैं तेरे को
I
एक
need one
मस्त
of those
लाइन
mosh
बोलता
pit.
नहीं WhatsApp करे
I look less ridiculous. I think slightly less.
ग्राफ में हाथी का
अरे मत कर
Fair enough.
Champs was stressful.
I'm sorry, bro. I put you in a bad mindset going forward, haven't we?
भाई रूट क्या भाई रूट नहीं भाई एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर तुम नाम एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर का दे रहे हो तो भाई VCT में जितने ज्यादा खेला होगा जिसने वो ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस हुआ ना
but no one's bailing him out. Koala Noob's had a couple big rounds here and there, but again, Angel's quiet, Hero's quiet, Rooksik's barely there, Shao's barely there. You know what I mean? It just feels like they're being outdone here.
Watch out for this.
ये कौन सी स्किन है बे
Two players with
टॉप
full
लग रहा है पूरा
There's a perfect seize as well. That's going to catch at least two.
पटा 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 यही है कॉम्बो
GG भाई GG
He's a little tucked on the side. Does he get time to back away now with the wall up?
And with a lot of success in these early rounds, Crashes actually has his ultimate already. Kayak greeted on the other side, but not rewarded.
Navi, these steps, even just to get towards heaven, seem really hard. Taking it over as best they can. Kayak is feeling a lot of this pressure coming his way. Now, deep smoke comes in. He's going to commit towards that CT side, but still bodies here. They should know about maybe Alpha because of that pain shell coming in, but they've got a lot to undo on A.
Alpha Crash is actually tucked into a crossfire here.
Alpha's got to run the gauntlet.
Walking into the blender almost.
Here we go. The Paranoid should remove one. Koala removes the other. Crash is back out of it. He can't deal with Shao. This Kayak still there on the side. He just slips forward. There's so many bodies here. Expecting the push up. No. Shao slips into the smoke and he controls the site. Spike not in hand. Need to wait a moment here to get some of this simmering down, and the plant should be up next.
Boaster trying to get something done here. Shao's got to be
Eco versus
careful.
Boaster, let's go.
56 HP playing just outside this smoke.
Boaster likes
Eco नहीं है वो
He loves a bit. Oh, it's
Hero
Chronicle
जो
this
भी है
time.
हीरो है Eco अलग प्लेयर है
Trying to play
पता है
a little kind of
मुझे इको रिटायर हो गया
together, but now Shao not finding a target
बोला ना
yet.
गांडेश
Reading it right for Kron. Spots him out. Waiting on the rest now.
Concealment. One enemy.
Boaster! Beautiful from him, takes
Slips
away
away
Hero.
as well.
And they know it was Shao. Still
Igel
on the side, they're
bhai
going to
on
notice by Pillow. He's
top.
playing Ring a Rosie. They might not be up for these sort of games, but he's going to try and play to the timing. Play to this, see if he can do the blast.
Arre
Try to
अरे
hold him down. It was a nice
वहाँ
try,
हो जाता है
but
उसमें
ice ain't good
कभी-कभार।
enough. Kron can clear, but the time is gone.
गन्स गिरा दिए भाई, नेक्स्ट राउंड तो मिलना ही
Navi
है।
will cling to life here.
बहुत round है
कर
बे, कर सकते हैं
12
mistake.
on the board with the red ball clutch here.
गन्स भी नहीं, ये राउंड तो मिलेगा ही।
Fnatic had the perfect setup really to deal with that, but
Adil
somehow the
bhai
crossfire's not.
Yeah.
हाँ, Adil
But
भी
again,
मस्त
that's the
मार रहा था।
paranoia lands. Crashes is kind of he's forced to just wait it out, and that's when Alpha, I believe, on site is isolated. Again, that's when you kind of want another body.
बस
somewhere.
पड़ो!
एक मार
They just
देता ना
saw it
तो
on the
क्या
first
कौन
round,
है?
tucked inside the smoke, not able
अच्छा।
to get out quick enough.
The one thing I would say is that in the 5v4, I'm fine with what they did, but I want to see that reactivity the proactivity in the mid round. They just sat still, no Fade Prowlers out to see anything. They made the right gamble, but I want to see if Fnatic got those layers in these other rounds.
Oh, yeah.
नल्ले।
A little bit of a
Email going
main
full.
sees nothing but Navi
I think अब नावी वो
Focusing
पकड़
towards
लिया
middle, or at
सेम
least-
चीज जो तू बोला ना।
showing presence here.
मतलब अब स्लो खेल रहे हैं।
वही खेलेंगे, लड़ेंगे बीच-बीच
On
में।
guard here. Whether or not Navi are just going to drive
ये राउंड
walk
का
up
तो
here
फैनेटिक का ही कोई भी।
in classic Navi style, but
God.
of the steps here, you can see him relaying that information as well.
Yeah, you can already see the
वो
turn
लोग
as
को
well
पता है
from
event आ
Alpha.
गए हैं।
Yeah.
Now,
तीन
mostly
क्रॉस
focused
किए
towards that
बे,
vent push up.
क्रॉनिकल का तो लग
Same to
गए।
be said with Crashies, maybe trying to
This is gonna be
create that
sad.
nice little crossfire here. So far for now, they've mostly managed to get, I think it's Rooksik tucked towards those vents. Still maybe looking towards that mail room push up. It's Hero trying to lead the way. Flashes there, denied, and they go back.
I think, yeah, if you look at what's
और
happening
Fade ने
outside
पहला
A
kill
right
मारा
now,
ना।
they look as if they want to end
It's
towards
over.
it.
Oh, this is
Alpha's in a
timing.
really tricky position.
What a conundrum for him. Alpha trying to look one way, trying to deal with the other. You're going to see the ult
Oh,
coming into effect here,
bye.
but Crashies now has to try and pick up the pieces. They're already
Hey.
trying to cross towards the side. Crashies, he sees another. Does he get another? He goes down. Shao now
3v3.
finds a way forward. A 3v3. Kayak can't go on your own now.
भाई ये
Slow
कौन
the
सा फ्लैश है?
tempo.
जादूगरी
Plot
दोनों
is
फ्लैश
in
होते हैं।
play.
मतलब इधर स्टेयर्स भी और वो भी। वो
Go
देखो
up and
यार
seal
कितना डीप था वो
the
फ्लैश।
deal for Fnatic, sorry, for Navi for the time
ये
being.
इधर भी कुछ तो वन में होता है
No big
हेवन में।
util here for Fnatic to retake with.
सिर्फ टांग
इधर।
दिखता
They're
है
going to have to
हेवन
win
में।
some jewels.
ऊपर।
हाँ,
See Shao's.
तो एक बहुत गंदा
Still
स्मोक
looking
होता
up
है।
towards that ramp, but it's a flood back through from CT. Rooksik respects it, slips back a little deeper. Tag towards Poster, but it's answered back.
पोस्टर ना मान रहा भाई।
Rooksik with a 1v2.
आज आईजीएल साहब फॉर्म में बोल ही रहा हूँ पहले राउंड में देखा भाई
हाँ?
ये इतना फाइट
फिर
अग्रेसिव
क्या
लेता ही
दौड़
नहीं
से
है
बैटमैन खेलेगा खेलेगा खेलेगा।
Smoke, but able to win
TRX
those
is
first
the
two
most
kills.
loved team यार।
Beautifully done. They said Rooksik actually coming out worse off with that
आईजीएल
kind of
साहब
weird
सेंसी बड़ा क्या है
engagement between Boaster down to what 30 HP or something.
And I like that start. It looked like Navi had got that timing
आईजीएल
right
साहब
on that
सेंसी बड़ा
crunch.
क्या है होंगे?
Clearing up ramp, you saw how uncomfortable it was with Crashies
है
and
भाई।
Alpha there.
I think the entire round Navi were like one step ahead. Fnatic early, they were using the fade. I don't know.
क्या
if you guys
बोलता
noticed
रहता
it, but they
गया
were
है
using
बे
the fade
गया
to
कहाँ
re-clear
गया
the
ब्रो
A.
मैं इधर ही हूँ
By the
गेमिंग
time
हाउस में
they
कहीं नहीं
did,
जा रहा मैं
Navi crossed middle, and it was like Navi were just one step ahead the entire time, and it came down to Fnatic running through smokes and hitting shots.
गांडेज भाई ना मान रहे।
No, it's really not, but look at what Navi are left with. And they're just going
टीरस
into it. It looks
बोलते
like, you know, head first for Halos as Boaster looks
Oy
oh
hoy.
God. Maybe
फिर भी
unexpected.
निकाल सकते हैं ये लोग। सब लोग इधर ही है।
Pressure coming in. Quanloop's going to clear him.
Plus
So
race
got
के
a
util
corner
से।
on the side, but it ain't much. It ain't
बड़ी
pretty.
नेड।
Pack with an outlaw trying to
boy,
what are we up to?
oh,
Oh, it's
oh.
working. That shouldn't be working.
निकाल लेंगे,
Chronicle
2v2,
and Crashies. The last
बोला,
two against
निकालेंगे।
Angel and Hero. No plant yet. Above a minute. Prowler's caught. I think he's given away maybe both of them. Sees them.
Oh,
His
win
future just
there.
miss. And
One-sided,
neither
bro.
does
GG.
One-sided.
with a
खत्म नहीं करना था क्या?
brilliant first half
पागल
here.
इंसान
13 to 5. That
राजू
was
है वो।
quick as anything.
Putting on a clear neck,
गरम
looking
नहीं
much
था
more
वो।
comfortable in terms of
मैं तो
the
पूरा
overall
खाता था।
approach, in terms of the confidence levels, and also the composure from Fnatic. Definitely a big positive here on map 1.
Compositionally, I wasn't too impressed with Navi this map, but
जिंदगी में
Crashies is
सिर्फ
the
तीन
pair
टीम
we
को
have to
सपोर्ट
talk
करना है
about
इस
here.
टीम में।
Beautiful performance from him.
जिंदगी में।
Spot on, I'm sure the desk will do exactly
कौन
that.
सा,
We've
कौन
got
सा?
Fracture coming up next, which will be
FNC,
Navi's
NRG और
choice.
SFT.
We've got to see them bounce back, or this will be over.
और सेंटिनल्स और PRX
ठीक है ठीक है
I want to bounce in
मतलब
it.
सपोर्ट
It's
मतलब
so
ठीक
good.
है
I
अच्छा
want to
टीम
slide in it. This is so good. I'm a drown in it.
You want to slide in it? I'm gonna bounce in it.
मतलब इंडिविजुअल फैन हूँ जैसे कि इसका हो गया फोर्सिकन का हो गया
ज्ञान लेते ज्ञान
टेंस
लेते।
का हो गया
हाँ।
लेकिन टीम वाइज भाई ये तीनों
टीम वाइज तेरे को पीआरएक्स नहीं पसंद थी?
अब वो मतलब हमेशा ओवर पुश करते हैं यार, वो मार देते हैं लेकिन ओवर पुश बहुत करते हैं यार वो।
और जेनजी
ओके ओके,
जेनजी ओके ओके, ट्रॉफी जीती है पैसिफिक के लिए है,
बट स्टिल यार
जेनजी ओके ओके
भाई, ये टीम से अलग ही मेरा दिल से लगाव है।
और जी
देख, इंडिया से टीम गई तो ऑफ कोर्स जी सपोर्ट है।
एक्सक्यूज
इंडिया से कोई भी
में
टीम जाए, इंडिया से इंटरनेशनल कोई जा करके फाड़ रहा है तो भाई ऑफ कोर्स है।
तो जी है, इंटरनेशनल में है,
पता है मुझे है।
हाँ
मतलब अच्छा खासा मतलब परफॉर्म कर रही है तो फिर
नहीं, मतलब इंडिया से अगर टीम जाए और परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही है तो तू सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा। हाँ
दिल में रहेगा, लेकिन यार
दिल
perform
में
करना पड़ेगा
रहेगा,
यार।
वाह, मतलब तू सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा, मतलब तू वैसा वाला बंदा है। देख रहे ना, देख रहे ना चैट,
वो है यार अपना ऐसा
हाँ?
टीयर, और ये दोनों तो है यार, वो उसके लिए तो मतलब टॉप लेवल वाला है, ऐसा समझ
ये होता है भाई, गांडेश भाई, देख रहे ना।
फिर ऐसे ग्राफ आता है ब्रो, ऐसे ग्राफ आता है, समझ रहा है, वो ग्राफ पे रहता है ब्रो। ऐसा नहीं मैं हेटर हूँ, लेकिन ग्राफ है गाइस, ऐसा बना हुआ है ब्रो, शुरुआत से बना हुआ है मेरा ऐसा।
तेरा पर्सनल
इज लाइक देखो, जैसे कि स्नैक्स आरसीबी को सपोर्ट करता है, ठीक है, भले ट्रॉफी नहीं जीते लेकिन सपोर्ट करता है।
तो तू कैसे सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है? अगर वहां पे टीम गई तो जीतना क्यों है? ये गया है, जी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा,
जीतना होता है ब्रो, जीतने की जो फीलिंग होती है ना वो अलग होती है यार।
तो स्नैक्स को आरसीबी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, हार रहे तो भी उससे कहते हैं सपोर्ट।
उसको जीतना है ना ब्रो, जीतना है ना, उसको जज्बा है उसका वो।
अबे गांडेश भाई, आरसीबी हार रहे तो भी सपोर्ट कर रहा है ना।
हाँ,
इतने साल से
उसको आरसीबी को सपोर्ट करना है उस हिसाब
तो
से।
मतलब तू शुरुआत से जी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है।
एनआरजी जीती है, एनआरजी जीती है,
तू बोलना चाहता है
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं ना मैं,
शुरुआत से सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है जी को, तू ये बोलना चाहता है।
देख तू अगर ना से लूप होल ढूंढेगा ना, मैं तेरी गांड वॉच पार्टी चल रही है,
वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, लैंग्वेज
सॉरी लूप होल मत ढूंढ, ठीक है, ऐसे तो सारी टीम का नाम बोल देगा, इसको कर रहा है, इसको नहीं कर रहा है, इसको नहीं कर रहा है,
यही होता है भाई, यही होता है। अब मैं तेरे को एक पूछता हूँ क्वेश्चन, एसएटोएल में एक सबसे टॉप मोस्ट फेवरेट कौन है तेरा?
टेक्नो।
ये गया बे, गोल्डी बैग का नाम नहीं लिया इसने।
ये देखो भाई,
ये गया। अबे गांडेश भाई, लाइनअप तो बात किया ही नहीं मैंने पूछा एसएटोएल में कौन है,
बंदा कौन सा है एसएटोएल में, लाइनअप की बात चल रही है,
मैं लाइनअप बोला ही नहीं किधर,
वीसीटी की बात चल रही है भाई,
में तो है ही नहीं अभी हम लोग
चल रहे। अरे भाई बात चल रही है लाइनअप्स की, तो उसके बीच में तू सारे मेंबर्स को लेके आएगा,
नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन अभी, ठीक है, नॉर्मल। अपना एसएटोएल में तेरे को एक नाम लेना है।
नहीं लूंगा।
हाँ, तो वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, नहीं ले सकता है ना, वैसे ही है। इसमें कोई लूपहोल था नहीं ना, तू नहीं दिया ना आंसर, क्योंकि
लेकिन
तीन
भाई नहीं है, देख मेरा जो दिल है ये तीन टीम में है तो है बस।
एक सेकंड, कौन तीन है? कौन तीन है एसएटोएल में? कौन तीन है फेवरेट?
एसएटोएल की टीम
नहीं, तू एसएटोएल तीन टॉप फेवरेट कौन है वो बता।
भाई क्रिएटर का नाम, भाई इसमें नाम नहीं ले सकते भाई।
क्यों नहीं ले सकते? मैं तो सीधा लेता हूँ, गोल्ड बैग, अकबर, मॉर्टल।
हाँ, बाकी का क्रिएटर्स का नाम नहीं लेगा तू? कोई ऐसा क्रिएटर
लोग तीन फेवरेट है मेरे।
हाँ, बाकी तीन नहीं, बाकी सारे लोग नहीं है तेरे
फेवरेट नहीं है, ये तीन है फेवरेट एकदम।
हाँ तो ठीक है, गया तू फिर।
मैं
देख लो सारे बाकी क्रिएट इसके हाईलाइट बना, और
गांडेश भाई तू गया, मैं नहीं गया
भाई, ठीक है ना भाई, अगर तेरे यही तीन फेवरेट है तो भाई देख लो भाई, बिंक्स देख लो ये कर रहा है, बाकी क्रिएटर्स को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए।
बाकी
फेवरेट नहीं है इसका
मतलब, बाकी क्रिएटर्स ये तीन से ऊपर है फेवरेटिज्म में?
ऊपर की बात ही नहीं, सब होने चाहिए ना, फिर सब होने चाहिए ना,
सब फेवरेट नहीं हो सकते?
क्यों नहीं हो सकते?
पूछा मैंने।
अच्छा, अभी तीन बोल रहा है, पहले बोला एक फेवरेट,
अभी तीन बोला,
क्या
क्योंकि तू एक का नाम नहीं ले सकता ना, मैं इसलिए तीन बोला। तीन बोल।
हाँ, अभी देख अब तीन बोल रहा है, मेरे को
एक का नाम बोल रहा था। क्वेश्चन तीन, चल तीन
मैं लूंगा ही नहीं, मेरे को नाम लेना ही नहीं है ना तीन का। बाकी क्रिएटर्स के साथ
नाम भी नहीं ले रहा है, नाम भी नहीं ले रहा है भाई,
सब फेवरेट है,
नाम भी नहीं ले रहा है,
मेरे लिए सब फेवरेट है फॉर श्योर। सारे क्रिएटर्स फेवरेट है, एंड सब समझा, साला फंसा रहा हरामी।
talk about Crashies.
We do because
कि वह
तो नोटिस किया है
अमन
तो
दिल
जितनी
से
बार भी
एक्सक्लूसिव।
are we gonna get
तो
every
जितनी बार भी
Crashies?
वॉच पार्टी करता है 90% में एफएनसी एनआरजी और एसोटेल का मैच होता तो ही आता है।
Crashies, though. He's finally here. I'm such a Crashies
क्या
defender
90%?
to the end of my life because
90% वॉच पार्टी जब कर रहा होता है ना ऐसे तो सारी वॉच पार्टी करता है ना 90% में एफएनसी एनआरजी और एसोटेल का कोई मैच होता तो ही आता है।
Because of this high expectations and the team that he was slotting in.
तू तो अब भी आना चालू किया है।
नहीं पहले भी आया था ब्रो, तू नोटिस नहीं किया? चेक कर तेरा एनर्जी का मैच चेक कर पुराना वाला।
चेक करता हूँ, अगर तू नहीं रहेगा तो
हाँ देख ले भले, देख रात को 3 बजे हो रही थी, मुझको याद है।
तू सुबह भी आया था, तू सुबह भी आया था, लेकिन उसका और टीम का कुछ कनेक्शन नहीं था। तू जगह था करके आया था।
वो मैं बोला था जगह था, मैं जगह तो उसी लिए था ना।
एक टाइम पे बबलू भाई जी में था, जस्ट सेइंग। बबलू तो एक टाइम पे जी में था, लेकिन तू जी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है।
एक टाइम में जी में था मैं? हाँ मैं था 1 महीने के लिए।
ये गया बे।
वो तो सिर्फ एज ए ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के हिसाब से था ना।
हाँ तो
वो पीजे में ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के हिसाब से था भाई।
हाँ तो
उस टाइम पे मैं कर रहा था शायद सपोर्ट यार।
तो मतलब इस टाइम पे तो नहीं करेगा, तू नहीं है करके।
इट इज व्हाट इट इज।
ठीक है। ऋषि सर इफ यू आर वाचिंग फ्रॉम कोरिया।
ले जाओ ये ले जाओ। नहीं ये पानी नहीं दे जाते।
I absolutely think that Crashies can continue this performance onto Fracture. I think that that was something in kickoff that this map looked really comfortable for him. We've seen so much great supportive utility coming out from
At
the
least
solo,
मैं 2
which he
फेस तो
played
नहीं
last
रखता
time, and he was
हरामी।
top of the table against Foot in
दो
that
फेस
last
का
game
तू
that
तो
they played
फेवरेट का
for
नाम भी
Fracture.
नहीं ले
So
रहा है,
I think
3
he can
फेवरेट
continue
बोलता।
that momentum
हाँ
that
तो
seemed
मेरे
to be
लिए
a
सब
comfort
फेवरेट है
pick
तो
for
नाम
him.
क्यों लूंगा मैं?
Navi,
3 बोला
Lord
तो
knows
सब
what
बोल
they
रहा
picked
है।
for this one
सब
timetable
फेवरेट है
pick
मेरे
into
लिए
it.
सब तो ऐसे भी है, लेकिन 3 नाम लेने तो कौन चलेगा तू?
नहीं लूंगा मैं।
नहीं लूंगा
सबके
मतलब
नाम लूंगा। नहीं है मेरे लिए, नहीं ऑप्शन सब है।
अरे
नहीं है 3 फेवरेट, सारे फेवरेट है।
मेरे का एक बात बता, तेरा कल एग्जाम है, ठीक है? तेरे को क्वेश्चन पूछा है नेम 3 कलर्स, तो बहुत से सब कलर का नाम लिखेगा तू?
कलर्स की बात अलग है ना, कलर्स में फेवरेट हो सकता है, लेकिन इसमें कलर्स का फेवरेट
तो मैं पूछा ही नहीं, नेम 3 कलर्स पूछा तो कलर का नाम लिखेगा ना 3।
नेम 3 कलर्स बोला है तो अब तू देख क्वेश्चन क्या बोला है। तू बोला है नेम 3 फेवरेट कलर्स नहीं बोला है, तू बोला है नेम 3 कलर्स।
नेम 3 कलर्स में तो नाम लिख, अभी नेम 3 फेवरेट कलर्स बोला तो तू नाम नहीं लिख सकता।
As long as I see Alpha on Chamber, I
हाँ
think I'll be
नहीं लिख
happy.
सकता, क्वेश्चन छोड़ के आएगा।
Really? I don't want to see
भाई
Alpha.
मेरे फेवरेट उसमें है 3 कलर, मैं लिख भी दूंगा,
He was
चल
able
ठीक
to
है,
kind of
लेकिन
get those
यहाँ
first
पर नहीं हो
engagements
सकता है
and then
ये चीज।
escape out. I mean, maybe against Navi's composition it didn't work out in the way in which they intended, but I like Alpha on Chamber in general.
I think there are other things that are important. Not
अच्छा,
only the,
अगर तेरे को किसने पूछा नेम
Binks
3
तेरे को शायद
फेवरेट
बताओ।
मूवीज,
so far,
तेरे को किसमें होना चाहिए?
किधर?
तू गलती से स्ट्रीमर बन गया।
लॉयर ना, लॉयर ना।
हाँ इसको लॉयर में होना चाहिए, इसको लॉयर में होना चाहिए और इसको बनना चाहिए भाई डिफेंसिव, वो जो होता है ना, मतलब जो
क्रिमिनल लॉयर, क्रिमिनल सामने
वाले को फंसा के भाई वो रो देगा भाई। सच बता रहा हूँ, गलत कर दिया तेरे, गलत लाइन ले ली है, लॉयर में जा तू। बेचारा जज भी पागल हो जाएगा, क्या बोल रहा है?
Not seen him on Neon in so long. He was so great on this agent on Apex last year, at Ascension last year. He can absolutely dominate on that agent. So
देखा
I'm
लेकिन मैं एक
happy
भी
with
फंसा
this.
नहीं
I
इस
am
केस
very
में।
happy with
बाद में पूरा स्ट्रीम देखना, पूरा फंसा ही है तू।
मैं नहीं फंसा हूँ भाई, मैं स्ट्रीम देख लूंगा, लेकिन मैं नहीं फंसा, पता है मुझे।
This is what we wanted, right? We wanted someone like Crashies to be the one playing Techo. And also, like I said, just nick what EDG did. I assume they watched
Techo का कब excuse में है, Techo का कब बोल।
like you mentioned, Billy.
अब कौन सा मैप है? फ्रैक्चर?
But what about Navi's top?
I mean, it worked out for them in the past, so they're
Navi
obviously
का map
decided
है।
to stick with what they want, but it's easy counterable.
It's got to work here, and I can't wait to hear what Mini,
तो भाई मैं कौन सा वाला?
Pansy and Hyborg have to
What
say
back बोला?
about this.
बर्डल का आइडियल बोलता है, थर्ड
2-0 बोलते हैं।
थर्ड फेवरेट नहीं, 3 फेवरेट बोला है, थर्ड फेवरेट नहीं बोला, नुबड़े। 3 फेवरेट बोला मैंने, 3 फेवरेट और
I was going to say, this isn't
फर्स्ट
the
सेकंड
Fnatic
थर्ड
map.
फेवरेट में फर्क है।
This is literally a complete overhaul, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I love this composition from Fnatic. This is the first time we're seeing the Teo Breach combined from Fnatic, and for me, that's
Lower
like
को नहीं
Ghosts'
पहुंचा है
playground to me. Like I think if he was breach Teo.
Bruce, sorry, Sujan bhai, sorry.
I would have said that Fnatic would have done a lot better during kickoff.
I think as well that plays into kind of historically the choreography that we're used to seeing Fnatic, particularly Boaster, but Fnatic excel on.
That Coach Mini style.
Yeah. They had a
2-0,
coach you know, really dialed into that. And
My
I'll be
friends
honest.
yaar wahan pe.
That was
Fuck
Boaster.
साले ये
That
जो
was
देख
Boaster's
Excuse me?
Like,
Okay.
this
भाई,
kind
ये
of
देख लो,
micro
guys.
combo, big
क्या
flashy
देख
play
लो
style.
भाई?
पिंकी if you are
All
watching
the
देख लो
boring stuff was me. All
मैं
the
तो
nice
in
stuff
general
that you-
बोला मेरे
ना
कितने
ना
सारे
ना
फ्रेंड्स
तो
वहाँ पे प्रीमियस भाई है वहाँ पे भाई
जैसे ही कैमरा शिफ्ट हुआ तो
वो
उसी
timing
टाइम बोला है
वो टाइमिंग हो गया मेरे साथ
बहुत ज्यादा लॉयर बनना है ना तेरे को रुक पिंकी दे मैसेज कर
अबे टाइमिंग हुआ भाई
ना ना
but
मैं तो
he's-
मैसेज कर रहा हूँ
he's got
आज तो तू
the good,
100%
like,
होएगा
if we were ever doing an exec, I wouldn't pick where everything went.
Yeah.
He's
आज तो मैं डरने वाला भी नहीं हूँ सोने ही नहीं वाला हूँ मैं आज
There isn't.
That's all
There's
good,
no
all
way.
Can we just get the
There's
stage
no.
red?
This is
Please, production, I asked nothing of you. Can we just
this.
stage red for me?
This is rigged. This is actually
कर रहा है
rigged.
बे
First back on camera if you show me the stage and it's got
हाँ
technical.
बबलू मैं क्या बोल रहा था
It's definitely not red out.
हाँ
It's
वापस
not
बोलिए
red out
जरा
there.
सेम लाइन
Because it
इधर ही
hasn't
बोलिए
भाई
started.
मेरे
It's
बहुत
like a
सारे
3-minute
फ्रेंड्स
thing.
हैं यार वहाँ पे बहुत
We
सारे
can keep
हाँ
yapping.
Technically,
Production will hate me for this.
A pre-tech pause.
It is. I was making sure it didn't say anything rude. Pros.
Okay. We were on very different wavelengths.
उसको देख रहा है
भाई प्रीमियस भाई आप हो इधर
Weird stuff like that.
It's been a minute. All right, it's been a minute. Oh,
हाँ
hold on. I'm getting standby. What are we getting standby for?
अपने भिड़ू लोग हैं उधर से चैट
Camera. If you turn the stage red. Alberto. Nah, he doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust me with it. He's. You know what, guys? We could have had some fun.
Mine's a one friend,
Fun days
excuse
turned
me.
up. But some lovely people were waiting for you. What should be the analyst desk?
Sandak और
Gents,
Zekan
of
best
course.
duelist top 3 duelist
Be right back.
Zekan
Of course, if you put
Property
Pansy,
release
Hancock and Mini in a casting
Mortal,
booth, you thought we
Tugbai,
weren't going to get any tech
Goldie
pauses. Preposterous. But that gives us a little bit more time to yap, and I think...
मैं नहीं
before we
पसूंगा
you're making a very nice point about the bonus.
Yeah. We just got distracted with all the agent select. But yeah, I wanted to speak about during kickoff. Even though Fnatic
Bablu.
did not have the highest pistol
Bablu.
win percentage, it was on about 40%, right? Like a
Bablu.
8 to 12. If I don't remember, if I'm not mistaken. And then
SC12
in 7
में
of those rounds that they managed to win the pistol,
top 3
they
Valorant
managed to
players
convert
कौन
the
कौन
second
है
one and also the third one. They had 100%
इसमें
win
मैं बोल
rate on their
सकता हूँ
bonuses if they were
कोई
able
इशू
to
नहीं
convert the
है
first
बोल
two. So going into this one, it was
क्रिएटर्स में से
something
लाइनअप्स
that,
में से
of course, that needs to be
Creators में
mentioned
से।
that they're going to have the same kind of push that Navi actually had
टॉप
last
3
year
वैलोरेंट
with those
प्लेयर्स
bonuses.
एक तो
I
तू
think
हो
as
गया
well, when we look at Fracture
दूसरा,
specifically, they really, Fnatic really struggled on the attack last time, right? They only managed to get 2 rounds on the attack against Navi on this map, but I think with this composition that we've just seen, it's so much more explosive. So I'm looking forward to us getting stuck into that.
I think Mini kind of hit a nail on the head, right? If they had just done this back at kickoff, maybe things could have been different, but lack of time, preparation, nobody could
एक
predict
तो
where
मैं तभी
the
2
meta
slot
goes.
बचे
And you've always been a strong team.
दो
of
slot बचे
Esports,
ओनर
you know,
की
like
नहीं है
you
क्या
think you know this map to a T. There is
Rusher,
things that are
bro.
going to be
Rusher,
surprising to you.
दूसरा
And there
rusher.
is one thing that they can always
दूसरा
rely
बहुत
on
सही
if you're
खेलता है
Fnatic, and it's the retakes. And on Fracture, I think is the
दूसरा
perfect
rusher,
example of it.
I like the way that they've recognized, you know, the things
तीसरा
that could
mostly
work and they're
Sherlock.
implementing it. We're going to see it in just a second. But I want to have a conversation
जा
about
Sherlock.
Hero. Hero,
मतलब
he's
तेरे
played
हिसाब से
against
गोल्डू
Fnatic
भाई नहीं
already
खेलता
back
है
at kickoff. I think maybe the nerves, you know, it's not easy to go up against your former
पता था ये
team.
बोलेगा
It was a tiny bit shaky
Tugbai,
here and there,
Mortal,
but it's still
नहीं
a really
खेलता है।
good performance, nevertheless. And I want to see him regain
पता?
that confidence again, because Billy, there's a reason why people
यार रशर
kind
का
of
मैंने
raise their
गेम देखा
eyebrows
यार
at
वो
Fnatic
अच्छा
when they
खेलता
didn't get.
तो मतलब अभी भी तो बोलना चाहता है कि ये लोग अच्छा नहीं खेलते
Player, and I think that when we look at him coming up against his former team, of course there's going to
रैंक के
be
हिसाब से बोला
nerves
है
there.
रैंक
He's gonna
तू
be
अभी
anxious
इनका
about
रैंक
it, and I think
देखेगा
that
तू
the
गोल्डी भाई का रैंक
Valorant as well
देखेगा
that we
ब्रो
discussed, it wasn't something that he was super
यार
comfortable
रैंक रेडिएंट
in
है
kickoff when
गोल्डी
we
भाई
were
इतने
out.
खेलते नहीं है वरना रेडिएंट है गोल्डी भाई
Fracture, of course, we see him
तू रैंक
overall
देखेगा
safer, which I think is a comfort pick. Yes, so I would expect
तीसरा
him to be able
इसका
to
भी
perform a
रैंक
bit better
शार्लॉक
this
भी
time
बहुत
round.
Yeah, absolutely,
इमॉर्टल
especially
2
अभी भी नाम नहीं ले रहा है गोल्डी भाई देख रहे हो ना हेलो
Of transfers and
अभी
everything.
भी
I forgot that.
3 महीना हो गया बात करके अभी भी नाम नहीं ले रहा है.
Names that was the most disputed for, I think,
Yeah.
in the trial for a bunch of teams. He ended up settling for Navi, and actually Angel really wanted to have Hero on his team. I agree with him being on
मेरा
the side
mic
for now,
आपके मुंह में है.
especially now that we're seeing
आखिरी Watchparty stream में आने के लिए
tested,
कुछ
and
शब्द.
he's going to be put in a situation where he's not comfortable, but that's how legends are made.
I just want to see him relax a bit more, you know, because the way that he played on Fnatic was so chill, relaxed. You know, there was 50,000 things going on his side. He's just sitting on a cam, you know, doing his thing. So hopefully we get to see that. But we do have the Asian select. We're going to bring that up again, so you guys remember what comps both teams have selected. Let's talk about Navi's real quick, because we didn't really get that much time to, because we do have a Koala moving over to the Rays here once again. We've got Angel on the Fade, which on Split there was unfortunate timings.
Yeah, unfortunate timings, and I am a Shadow defender, and you know that I think that
मैं तेरे को
Fade in maps
expose करूँगा कि तू hippopotamus कैसा करके.
like Ascent could be the difference maker. Not up to me.
Sherlock के वीडियो के बाद.
Navi, obviously, to pick up the roles. I want to see how they interact with each other. Also, speaking about the nerves and that fat finger that we saw from Koala.
Bablu is a
those kind of things
hippopotamus
are very
chat.
unlucky, especially when you go up
अपन
against
explode
an
करेंगे.
opponent the size of Fnatic. So it's going to be on everybody.
I think as well,
कर
like
दे, leak
maybe
कर दे, bro.
the nerves are coming through from
कर दे.
Navi because they got knocked out in that lower round.
अगले भाई.
एक्साइटमेंट जगती है उससे. थोड़े से लीक से हाइप बनती है. ओ माय गॉड, ऐसा क्या है जो लीक हो गया है, समझ रहा है?
I was promised the
Watchparty करो
name.
चुपचाप.
I think you might get it now. You know, it's not easy to lose that split in the fashion, because again, the scoreline doesn't seem that way. But Billy, they did not play that bad on split at all. I really don't think Navi played bad.
I don't think that they played terribly. I think that there was just things that they could have found more value from, like the Vice, like I say. I want to see Koala Noob on the op during this map. I think that he didn't really get to play it on on the op. So I want to see more of that from him. I don't want to see Navi wasting utility in the way that they were doing on split. Those Euro clones, like we say, were able to bait out so much. I want them to be a bit more methodical with that and actually figure out what spaces of the map they're looking to take instead of just throwing everything towards Fnatic.
I think that the calmness that we expect from Navi has to do with that utility dump that we're expecting, and actually getting the wrong read on some of the things. I think that reacting to the Euro and whatnot, and
तो Watchparty के highlights क्यों नहीं डालता बे?
with the stage
क्योंकि वो लेट होएगा तो मजा नहीं है, और on time कोई कर नहीं सकता है अभी.
तो एक एडिटर रख लेना, ऑन स्ट्रीम देखता रहेगा और उसके बाद इंस्टेंट बना देगा.
नहीं कर सकता.
एक चैनल बना दे.
नहीं कर सकता.
सेकंड चैनल पे डाल दे.
अरे नहीं कर सकता. किसका पीसी और इंटरनेट वैसा है ही नहीं, कोई एडिटर की ऑन टाइम एडिट रिकॉर्ड करके डाले और उसको मालूम है कि क्या एडिट करना है.
I agree. I completely agree. And yeah, you gotta wonder, you know, for Angel, this is the 12th time he's faced Boaster on the server. It gets to a point where you just know each other so well, you know the tendencies, maybe you overthink a little bit.
And we're just like, this is
Nice दिखा टीवी पे बोल रहे हैं, बॉडी दिखा है उसने.
Honestly, fair play if they're both still here.
भाई मेरे तो बॉडी दिखा था भाई, इतना
maybe
मेहनत
there's
करता.
kind of an environment where you overthink a little bit, you know.
दिखा क्या
God
वो?
knows how many times they played against each other on Split and Fracture as well. This is just a simulator at this point. But I do want to see Angel maybe bring out something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned the word different. We speak about Fnatic changing the composition. We also speak about Navi peeking onto this map. Yes, they did win it against Fnatic during that kickoff. That composition was different. What changes are they going to implement? Because things change a lot between having a breach and a deco or having a Soba and a chamber. Like hunting Alpha is going to be literally out of the question.
I would love to know as well from Scott that's just come across, right? Because we saw BBL's Icebox comp. I want to know if that was Scott before he left. So yeah, I want to know like, what's going on in the coach and staff's mind and why they decided to put this together.
Well, I can't give you Scott, but I can give you some answers from Mini. So why don't you take that question, Mini?
उसका एडिटर एक्चुअल में बाप.
I'll be honest, Yinzu, I wasn't listening.
I was listening.
You were.
मतलब आपके हर क्वेश्चन का जवाब 3 विनर होंगे. Obviously भाई, टॉप क्वेश्चंस का.
Take it away.
Top questions का. That's why we are the toppest of tops.
It's obvious that like Breach and Tear are the best on Fracture right now. I think it's just the best two to have. The Neon I'm interested by. I think Neon's a little bit underrated right now. I think like Miniboo, etc. Really good Neon players should still play Neon if you're not comfortable in other things.
That's some
slightly
put
prefer
right
the Raze
there.
generally, but I think it's absolutely fine here.
Okay.
So yeah.
How do you feel about it, Mike? An idea from Scott?
Probably, yeah. Agreed. But pace here.
तीन नहीं चार है sorry मैं फंसा चार अभी चार
Hero's got to be careful because he's going to have his hands full. Crashies.
भाई चक्कर आ रहा है.
Pretty swift here. Plan's going to be in. That was a crystal clear plan, really. Navi, once again, going to be having to be forced to play this back through, but players working back in from Dish could cause difference.
team है what the fuck.
5 for retake possible?
Pressure point though for Navi.
I don't think so.
Post plant position.
Teo molly है, brim molly है.
Post plant position retake है बहुत है.
Plant's extremely good for them in the post here.
Teo molly, brim molly से but.
Oh, okay, he gets removed by Rooksik. This is still game on here. Nayak trying to toy.
भाई उसने सिर्फ डराया पे.
But the smoke's in play here. They're going to be a little bit careful with this one. Navi have got their foot certainly in on the door, but the time is running exceptionally low. I think this is too late in the day. Fnatic simply just listening to the clock tick away. Crash is farming it up. Beautiful for him, and they'll be happy with that start.
Top/worst player in S12 Valorant. अब worst player कोई है नहीं भाई. Worst player कोई है नहीं. Top player का आंसर मैंने दे दिया.
Pressure that utility out, draw something out because Fnatic are just comfortable. Is it Chronicle and Crashies disconnect so far from that?
Pablo worst player कौन है S12 में?
We've just stopped muting them.
Yeah,
now.
we've just stopped. Lyrically, anybody EBS knew what we were listening to earlier, but
I'm telling you
all
now.
I'm saying is I'm going back to clip it.
Yeah, can we get that on the replay at the end of the day, please, guys?
That one's going on the soundboard.
It's going to be.
इसके ऊपर से भी ड्रोन जाता है.
हाँ, walk भी करता है वो ड्रोन.
Beyond that, though. Again, this round should be pretty much formality, looking at being clean and maximizing potential again. All to plenty.
Yeah, Navi stacked
First
up
player मेरे हिसाब से
towards B, but doesn't come through. Again, fortunately, it's going to be
Mouse Hilo player award.
Have his hands full.
Potted.
क्या बोला Potted को तूने?
Good shot, but yeah, dealt with swiftly.
Navi are here in time though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here. Shouts got a kill. Okay.
कितना धीरे से बोला है.
Got two back.
और बोलता तो गया ये गया.
Potted बोला मैंने. The problem is that now they're held back by smokes in very traditional positions. They've kind of lost that possibility of causing problems.
हम भी उतने हरामी हैं.
Against 3 vandals, they really shouldn't be able to do too much.
Potted return में कुछ बोलेगा भी नहीं. वो भी humble bench. क्या ही बोलूँ गया करके.
See Angel actually lurking all the way behind.
वो तो बकचोदी भी नहीं करता.
20 HP though. Well, to even really pin anybody down, do some damage. So it looks like they might just give this up.
और गोल्डी भाई एंड होता है और नहीं होता उनके बीच में और
that's the other thing to consider. Back into a brimstone composition as well with Teo and Breach.
इसकी गन गिरा देगा वो.
They're game changing.
भाई वैंडल मिलेगी इसको.
Free kill.
अरे नहीं
थोड़ा रुकता तो मिल जाता.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think Boaster can pick up a lot, some of the slack there, but they will lose out, I think, on 1 in the end. But
yeah, I mean, if Crashes is over that side, you can obviously upgrade. But yeah,
the end of the world. Clean enough though.
I think I want to add on to what Mike was saying about the ults. I think that this map is probably the map where you're going to have the most amount of ult theory.
Yes, even
anti-ults and all that stuff. And I'm really excited to see what Fnatic have cooked. We know that they're kind of capable of bringing in those innovative ults.
The perfect storm sort of rounds where it's like 3 or 4.
You can't play anywhere on
exactly,
site.
Through this comp now.
I mean,
it's just so oppressive. Like it's when those ultimates are up, it's
and
like
best player Baba.
But even then, that doesn't even feel comfortable because there's only ultimates on that first wave. Then you've got the util to deal with. On top of that,
all the fakes so far, but he was very committed to. Already rewarded playing on top there. Going to take away.
भाई off angle दर्द है वो लेकिन मैं खुद खेलता हूँ.
मैं चेंबर लगा के बैठता हूँ उस पे टीवी नीचे रखता हूँ मैं का बच भी जाता हूँ अगर नहीं मार पाया.
एक किल मिलता ही
मिलता है वहाँ पे हाँ. मेन का मिलेगा या तो डैश करते हुए क्या फिर उधर आर्केड का
Rooksik is also very conscious. Somebody could have lurked in. There's a big gap, obviously, towards drop. Smoke going down.
Same plant.
It's this open plant.
It's
Even though it's 4v5, if he gets this down, it's very winnable.
And I want to see when Crash's util comes back around. It shouldn't be far off, I can imagine. That should be in play by the time they're under threat. Yeah, 2 seconds away. Love you, observers. So
still got the molly as well, though.
How do you move these players? They've got to deal so much damage and so quickly.
Crash is
and these players are very passive positions. Boaster
still got the molly, though.
First, there it is.
पहले Molly, फिर nade,
Buys
फिर
him a
fight.
good chunk of time. Kron now, and again, his position is absolutely divine. And a real insurance policy. Crashy will be under pressure now. But this man looks like he thrives in it. Now, Chronicle!
Oh, नहीं यार.
Oh, लेकिन फिर भी time था. काफी
I thought he
time
was
था.
on for an
काफी time.
absolutely rip-roaring round. Not to be. Diffuse in. Well handled by Navi, actually. It felt like Fnatic had the checkmate there.
Yeah, definitely. When we were crediting kind of the comfort and how safe that disconnected position was for Fnatic, but
Dear chat,
kind of just comes
आपके
apart.
पास
at the
जितने भी
seams,
TBI
really.
first
One of the
type
key
question
things
है
there
ना
to
जिसमें
know is
मेरे को
obviously how
फंसाना
late in the
चाहते
day
हो
this has come across. So
तो
saying the
ऊपर
window
chat
of
करो ऐसे
opportunity
नहीं फंसने
comes
वाला
in
मैं
that first
free
kind
में
of
ठीक
10
है
to 15 seconds, right? Either in the retake or as the spike is being planted.
I think the
अरे
side
ये
killing
हगा
from the first
bro.
pump was
इसके
slightly
बाद
off. I
बाद
think
में
both
last
should
one
have
पे
Whip
stun
किया
करो.
भाई
right?
whip
Didn't have to
किया
use the
whip
molly so
किया
early.
हगा
Save
और
that
whip
for
किया एक ही
later.
बार.
Let the salvos go in first, and I think the layering would have been better then.
Excellent. Yeah, the window after the fuse actually comes through is 4 seconds, right? So
Huh?
they can stall out a little longer. Bit of pace change here, though, Lauren.
Yeah, they've just shifted up the gear. Straight away, can use the tail to clear out the site and then just probably take sight off the back.
अरे फिर को जला
Again,
दो
they still won't have sand. They're not going to have anything else here. A lot of the setup's still in play. But tap on the spike, no reaction yet. Boaster.
Smokes are going to drop. They've got to make use of it.
Yeah, they kind of got to get this done now. Maybe pausing for a fight.
Boaster
They want
भी
it.
मान रहा है.
Okay, Rooksik falls. Hero, though, going to pick up the battle. Takes it towards
Crashes
sand.
मार
And now
सकता है.
we're all
ओ
out brawl. This feels a little bit out of sorts. A different plant this
भाई
time.
पोजीशनिंग इतना अच्छा नहीं है Fnatic का
Actually,
अच्छा
crashes
है
though,
भाई
to find a crucial kill onto Hero.
जैसे ही मरा वैसे ही बोला हुआ क्या
Chronicle,
पलटू
that's
इंसान
just
है.
19 HP. Fault line will come through. A reposition, yes, but no semblance of safety just
मुझे
yet.
कहिए तो पीछे का वर्ल्ड वाइड शिपिंग करता हूँ देवबा सच्ची गिफ्ट दे रहे हो
Precious seconds on the site. Alpha to
6
catch
लाख
cross,
का पीसी आप
cross
गिफ्ट
up
कर रहे
by
हो मेरे को
Dish.
लव यू
Taken away, though.
यार देवबा ओपी करो
Salvos online.
मैं बताता हूँ
It's all about time now. Shao gonna get past the first step. They're gonna know about Crashies, but he's got the util. Can he play it perfectly? 11 HP. He can't make mistakes. Oh,
भाई एक
just
चांस
not
था
being
उसके पास
enough.
एक चांस
Koala
था
on the case.
वापस
Close,
मिस किया.
but no cigar.
And the timing as well. Crashes
क्या हो रहा है
really
भाई?
catching.
जो भी ड्रॉप पे खेल रहा है वो
Just
whiff क्यों कर रहा है
the
इतना?
perfect moment to swing onto this.
बाहर
But it
डाल दिया
seems
कि
that
डालने
this
का
is the pace change
या
round
तो
for
whiff कर
Fnatic,
रहा
and
है या तुम
they
मर जा
can't
रहा है.
pin down the plant in the window you expect them to. On those first smokes going down, when they have a little bit of leeway towards site, it seemed a little strange. The
वो
pause
नीचे क्यों
seemed a
देखा
little
वो?
strange. The tap on the spike, they were
उसको भी
expecting
टैप
util to
दोनों
come
में
through,
से
or
एक
somebody
टैप
to
का कुछ तो
burst
कॉम्स
from the
का वो
smoke
हुआ
potentially. I'm not sure.
I think they were trying to pinch Sands early, and kind of that kind of got a bit labored. But I think the big deal for me there was that post plant. I don't think they should be losing that post plant.
Well, I am a little surprised in how quickly Navi have been dismantling these post plants. That's 2 rounds now. And this round should be pretty well handled. The equipment diff is in play. Rooksik actually only 1 away from ult. We're going to start seeing that cycle hit for Navi now. Very close by to some big boy ults.
Almost a moment here for Alpha to creep up.
बे नावी में जो मूवी बना था
Kayak on
वो
the other
देखा क्या
side,
तू
though.
ना.
Going to be a massive swing, but we'll find a freebie onto Rooksik.
For being a little slippery, Hero's probably pretty uncomfortable now.
मेरे को कैसे पता चला पता है उन पे मूवी बना है उनमें हीरो है ना
The ult's going in. Hero's trying to just dip around this. As Koala popped his ult again pretty early here. This feels like it wasn't necessary, but we are getting down to the
W
thick of things. This is a 2v3. It's certainly not impossible as Crashy
Doable है भाई, doable है.
out of nowhere,
Why?
putting Angel on notice. A dip up towards tower.
Rolling Thunder available here as well. Plenty
Experience.
of utility for Chronicle to work with, but
ये बनी बन जाएगा एक
No idea
मरेगा.
where he is at the moment. This could be a free first kill, and then Kron's HP gets brought into question. Can he play it ice cold? Can he
अल्ट है अल्ट है इसके पास वो भी है
Gonna go in.
टन भी
He
है
knows nothing so
टन भी
far.
आएगा
Oh, takes
Right,
a little
मारे
bit
गए.
of Kron. He's going to invest it. There's nowhere to get away from this one. Angel has to suffer
got the
through it.
aftershock as well, though, so he can burn the clock down here.
और उसके
Chronicle
बाद
doesn't
में
even
आकर
look
के
at the
स्टन
spike so
है.
far. Listens for the tap. Util.
Half करेगा वो.
Is it good? It
Oh, मरी गया.
Angel gets
इको
punished.
राउंड बोलते.
हेलो
Doesn't even need to look at the spike.
I know it's like a really micro thing, but Chronicle just peeking before he
Excuse
uses
me?
it util wins him that. Like, if he used the aftershock or the ult before he peaks, he
Bingo.
doesn't win that.
Because it's another 1.5, 2 seconds that Angel has to second
भाई
guess
ये
himself.
जो kill
The free shot as well, just a bit of damage.
Beautifully done. all the tools
आप
they
करके
needed.
निकलने का सोच रहा था वो ये हम ना दिस
Did you take a beer?
आप निकला तो राउंड हार ही जाता है ब्रो
Who made?
I made
Classic Fnatic reaction of the coaching camp. That's a mini special.
Void of emotion.
That was a pay save card thrifty though. One that they probably shouldn't have had. I feel like we were kind of seeing Navi building right back into this, dealing with those post plants well, trying to find solutions. And right now they're only finding problems. And Rooksik's got to fight forward. There's no way back from that. She's on the punish. They roll out the red card.
भाई ये जीत सकते हैं लोग round.
A bit questionable. Guanu trying to gap close, but he's been seen.
करो बेरे.
You've got to be really careful here. Crashy's actually find the first, but second. Not just yet, Alpha on the cleanup.
एक बंदा
Angel
एको के
left
लिए
standing
मारा.
once again. Revealed here, and actually might be caught on the backside, but Chronicle unable to pin him down before escaping.
You like this one better or pehle wala better?
Spike planted.
All right, Angel. 1v3 this time. The odds are getting worse. And not much to be done there for him. Fnatic starting to get a lot of space now.
I think playing with that space really well. Again, another that's almost indicative of a pace change. Beautiful placement here on the fault line and the orbital strike. It's just there's no escape from that, forcing out the kill once again.
It's also Crashes again.
Nice shot,
like he's 10 to 4, he's having another good match.
Another Leo map. Doing really, really well. No surprises to see a Navi timeout here. Again, a couple, two back-to-back. Defuse is sure, but again, I think once Fnatic kind of got to that first ult cycle and having those tools available, which is, it's that precision, the value on investment. It's not necessarily a kill or something, but it's always space garnered.
What is the only ice cream?
Here, because it felt like they got an answer to those post plants, right? They were digging out those positions.
Imagine quite uncomfortable
even on that 10-4, but since then it's still falling away. Mini, where does your mind go? We do see a switch up with Gualanu at the very least. Is that enough of a solution?
Just the op? Potentially. I would like to see them a bit more aggressive. We've only seen them rotate, I call it like sideways. We haven't seen them explore like the north or south too much. Especially if those post-plants keep coming in. Like you need to kind of deal with them sometimes. So I think a bit of north side or south side exploration would be good. And I want to see from Crashes, do Fnatic have another layer to this tail? We've already seen it once with a fast A. Do they have multiple layers, multiple strats to
so I guess we kind of just find out the depth, right? How prepared a Fnatic here. They look good, they're coming in with the composition that we like the idea of. For now, this is the adaptation here, Gualanu with that operator in play, or at least part of it.
तेरे expertise से ये round कौन जीतेगा?
They do force their way through. Koala rewarded. Alpha on the other side of that.
That's dreamy, but this man's confident. Crashes on the swing and now
कोई भी
suddenly
बोले
Angel's
मैं बोलो Navi
uncomfortable.
जीतेगा.
You can see it. Oh! Crashes with
Next
the little
round,
1-2 step, making it look so smooth here. Navi already left in tatters. What are you meant to do in this? You can see a little bit of a play coming in
क्या
from
बोला था
Shao.
मैंने?
Slipping through early, but the trading
Next round बोला था कि
still
नहीं?
holding up close towards site. Maybe trying to get a little slippery in the smokes, but Navi down to just 2 players. Waiting for that plant now. Crashies.
4v3 कहाँ से दिख रहा है तेरे को?
Once again, we're in the post plant. Once again, you got that Teo utility. Once again, you've got Crashies on a heater. This is beautiful to watch.
भाई ऑफ होती है और कोई फास्ट कर रहा होता है ना ट्रेड हो ही जाता है bro.
Nothing to be seen on the camp. Promise you that.
मतलब अपने से नहीं होता है ये लोग कर लेते हैं.
Try and save, but
She's on a 4K as well.
This is good to see.
This is the Crashies of old. Almost the expectations of a player like this coming across to the region. He's delivering here today.
I want to see it from that POV the whole way through.
इसमें आया है. तो मतलब वो क्या फिर boot camp इसका इधर होगा क्या? Like इधर आया होगा पूरा?
Steady just faces it.
It's different.
Yeah.
As in,
No, it wins.
ये लोग पे और ही रहते
He
हो
used to
ना?
kind of have that brute force. It was always a clutch player, Crashies.
Oh God, yeah.
समझ रहा है?
Didn't need to use that tail.
जो बबलू तूने मेरे बीवी के
Actually, the other thing you were talking about was the adaptation from Navi. I'm not sure if the timeout really was just to address kind of a tilt loss in the anti-eco. Whether or not that was actually more of a standard look we can see, or something that they picked up on and wanted to address on the fly. So that's a real question going forward.
एने का प्लेयर है. अभी ये टीम में खेल रहा है.
Now,
तो boot camp किधर होएगा?
This may not be
अरे
awful.
पागल इंसान बूट कैम्प नहीं पूछा मैं
हाँ,
मैं पूछा कि वो इधर आया है कि नहीं आया है
तो इधर आया है कि नहीं आया
And he's still winning. How is
ये
Alpha
मेरे
still
रीजन
getting
में
away with
आया है
this? He's
कि
taken
नहीं
a
आया
hero.
करके
अरे ये मेरे रीजन नहीं
तो ये मैच में
Stop them. This is
अरे
just the freest round
रहने
so
दे
far.
भाई तू रहने दे
Got a guardian
तेरे
here.
को क्या लग रहा है वो मैच ये घर से खेल रहा है
Hands of shout.
अरे नहीं भाई तू
Much
रहने
else, to be
अरे
honest with you. I
अरे
mean,
पागल है ये
ultimate,
कुछ भी
sure,
बोल
as
रहा है
well,
इसको कुछ
well
समझ नहीं आया मैं
you
क्या
wanna
पूछ
invest
रहा है
it.
तेरा क्वेश्चन ही इतना
This all
संडास था
क्वेश्चन
दिनेश
संडास नहीं था तू
Go,
समझ
their
नहीं
boast is
पाया
gonna be
मैं
फिर
पूछ
से
रहा
पूछ,
हूँ
हाँ।
Place, but the
कि
molly then
क्रैशीज
denies
जो
any
है
push up
जैसे कि
coming out
ये
from
लोग
the canteen.
एफएनसी वालों का जो
Fact,
बूट
this
कैंप
time gonna be
है
noted.
वो नॉर्थ
Don't know if
अमेरिका
he
में
gets
तो
dealt
नहीं
with
होगा
though. And now they gotta go.
Right.
Oh,
ये
Navi,
आई
where's
थिंक
this
जहाँ
come
कहाँ
from?
पे होगा इनका
Running
इटली
back
वगैरह
on
कहीं पे
in.
होगा उस
The
यूरोप में
Tron,
होगा ना
the
कहीं पे
guardian of the cross,
तो
denies
वहाँ
the
पे
next
आया
step
है कि नहीं
forward.
आया है
And Shao
ऐसा
trying to find his
अभी तो
man,
लैंड
he
इवेंट पे आया है ये तो
can't.
पता है
It got close, but again, just slipping away.
मेरे को लग रहा है
I mean, Navi have done
प्रैक्टिस में
fantastically well to find
4 बंदे
three
खेल
there
रहे
with the
थे और
inventory
एक
they had
बंदा
at their
ये घर से
disposal.
खेल रहा था तेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है
Stand strong on the
बहुत
site,
पूछ रहा हूँ मैं
able to clean things
कि
up.
आया है कि नहीं
Yeah, I
आया
think
है
Fnatic went to go for a triple swing to
पता
save
होगा
one
ना
of the
भाई, तू
players
knowledge
getting
रखता है ना?
aftershocked or something, and it looked good and
जैसे
coordinated.
हमारे
but
बीजेएमआई में तो
Navi
खेल
did
लेते हैं
everything.
इसमें पूछ रहा हूँ मैं
That from Crom was beautiful though.
तेरे को अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और
Yeah,
उनका
curious,
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
really,
में तेरे को पता है डिफरेंस
Get off my lawn!
हाँ? इंडिया का
We're being blessed with
स्पोर्ट्स
the player attacks
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
today.
और वहाँ का
Honestly. We can just get that
That
यहाँ
is
पे भी
always,
खेलते हैं
always
ना
the
कुछ
case with
जैसे
both
कि
stuff.
जी के प्लेयर
true.
जैसे खेल लेते हैं
Showman.
बाहर होते हैं वो
I mean,
खेलते हैं
with
वैसा।
जिधर अपनी इधर और नहीं वहाँ पे एकेडमी टीम से
Yeah,
बीन्स
definitely. The energy feels
Huh?
much better
Whenever
today.
I talk to them, they all seem just happy. And I
I never do them like that.
I don't remember them being like that. Not in my time.
yeah.
Oh,
Was that because you were on the other end of the mic?
It was me, yeah. I just
गुड
caused
क्वेश्चन था
depression.
लेकिन बबलू गुड क्वेश्चन मैं सोच के
You'll
बताता
feel
हूँ
it soon, man.
Oh, well, yeah, you're in the greatest company. Yeah.
ये राउंड नावी का है ब्रो रिजल्ट है
well, good luck, Navi. Held on these 2 rounds here, and it feels like we're kind of looking a bit like split, isn't it? I need to see more here. That's not bad,
Yeah.
though. Catching Kron's pretty solid. Koala
Upper
Noob's
chair.
been probably the one to keep my eyes on so far. He's been the one posting the numbers.
Oh, yeah, definitely was the case on map 1 as well.
Yeah.
पहला तो है
For looking for opportunities, though, here. And he's got friends on the way.
See now, I think actually,
30 seconds left.
I'm not sure if Angel would have been close enough, but the confirmation will come through. I imagine there with the smoke coming down from Rucksack. Cut out here, but they force their way through. I was going to say, not checking sight fully.
This is going to be
Bro,
punished, Crashies. You're
निकाल
not going to
सकता है
go
अभी भी
nuclear again.
इसको
Still
ग्लीन
got
मारा
10
तो
seconds. Ruxic plays this so well,
Yeah.
not overstepping, holding that really precious area on the
पता
side.
ना,
And it felt a little
ये
short-sighted
नावी का
there
यार,
from
वो
Fnatic.
आइडिया
I don't know what
बेटी
the
दे
plan
दे और
was.
Like I said,
दो
I
मंगाओ,
think
तीन
Angel's
मंगाओ।
probably caught a footstep or something which draws out the smoke from
दो
Rucksack.
मंगाओ,
It makes
तीन
it
मंगाओ।
way harder to commit to the towards drop.
उससे मर
एक
जाएगा वो
एक्स्ट्रा गुड लक
Alpha
के
was
लिए
probably calling across some support. Like he could sniff out there, felt very weak on that side of the map. But X-hacking from Dish has never been... That you had to see, they had a neon wall and a Cypher case
Yeah,
just to
yeah.
get out. Like that level, you took just to get out of that tiny choke. And still, it's difficult. Nice shot trap at the start.
In certain situations, it almost plays against them as well. They're
Yeah.
cutting their own sight lines to clear these deep angles on site.
It's not a good place to X-hack.
I'm gonna buy.
He's going to buy an orb.
He's going to buy an orb.
Got you. Come on, Noob. 10 kills. He is leading the way for Navi.
Boaster's bought one too, though.
Now look, the thing is, I keep... If I flame...
सही नाम लिया कर यार love you यार I got it
Stop doing it, but right now... Oh, Koala Noob's the one to be on it. Quick draw of blood, an assassination.
क्या लगता
Certainly
है
no
4
attempt.
6
It was
या 3
job
7
done. But Fnatic creeping
5-7 लग रहा है मुझे पता
I'm surprised they get caught off by that. We've seen the up being used
क्वेश्चन क्या
before.
पूछा आंसर
Attack
क्या
in the
दे
middle
रहा
of
है
nothing.
4-6 ही होगा मतलब उसके बाद वाला
They were ready,
जीतेंगे
but...
Angel's rewalking this.
Now-
I was going to say, yeah, he's tucking in, sure, but still doesn't feel comfortable.
Don't like it. Don't like... Angel, please. Boaster's looking for a pick here, but no one's really giving him much of a fair fight, right? You look at these positions, they're pretty tucked in. Maybe Shao would swing or something, but these... Oh my god, Angel. God.
I mean, Chronicles won it, sure, but the crunch comes through.
Down
Navi
गया
come out on top here, finding 3 kills, yeah.
कमबैक लग रहा है रे बिडू
Gives his life for the cause, I guess.
एक और जीत गया नावी तो गुड ऑफ है
I can't reach the mute button.
मंगा रहा
नहीं ये राउंड जीतेगा फैनेटिक
Yeah. I don't know really what to make that round. It felt weird.
I think again, it's Fnatic are losing opening picks. When they're not losing opening picks and get
I need buy hey. Thoda thank you for the 200 hey. I need buy hey. Thank you for the 200 and the 200 मेरी जान के शुरू बोलना क्या चाहते हो?
Stack up ahead of this execute. There's almost no reason to give away an opener like that. I mean, you've got 3 people there holding the walk up potentially.
Again, my eyes turn towards Koala Noob. This guy has been pivotal for them, but I'm seeing Hulk in hand here. Joel.
Lemon juice पिया है उसने.
Orbital strike and the fault line.
team कितने import player कर सकते हैं दो?
Actually, Kayak's ult going to go through first. Trying to lead the way towards the A side. Koala Noob is still around, holding the space up towards Dish. There's no late presence yet. I'm unsure, then got the plan.
I नहीं buy.
Spam डाल दिया. It's a bit obvious at this point. This spam.
Yeah.
Buy sexy spam मारा था.
Now they've got a paint shot to come through to deny
3,
further
2,
potentially, but
1, done, go.
Spike will finally go down.
Again, those sort of moments, it is credit towards Angel for that heads-up work that they've been going for that plant when they can. Kaya can't escape the site. Navi keeping him locked in. And Crashes, you've been good, but I don't think you've been this good. You're going to bank on both. Okay, he does go down, but the molly just too wide in the end. Navi, gotta say it. Reading this well, starting to find a road to recovery now. The scoreline looking far more reasonable.
Yeah, I do have to point that plan out again, though. I think you're in the middle.
Yeah, again, and especially here because you have the rolling thunder.
उसका भी था ना, Theo का नेट भी था.
Invest a little more utility ahead of the plant, right, to force off some of these positions. I mean, just so the C's comes through, so it's a squishy target regardless. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Fnatic can probably dig a little deeper, maybe invest a little more to rely on the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike in the post-barn. So
I think I would just plant in the corner.
Come back to Mara bhi acha.
Yeah, the safer plant towards backside, sure.
One was going well. How about we get two?
Reach and Brim up for this last round.
How do you feel about double ops? How do you feel about the word op, Mini?
दोनों ऑपरेटर वाले एंगल पे डाला है मॉली
bring it up.
कैमरा किधर है?
I don't know why.
वो रहा उधर है
I don't know
कैमरा.
why either. What's that?
No idea.
That Cypher का कैमरा
Koala on the hunt again.
He's got a man on the other side. He's been good at the... Oh, Alpha. It feels like a little cerebral battle of some brilliant players.
Up and up.
I feel like he might even...
He's gonna tuck. He's gonna tuck.
Rebel round हारा लग रहा है.
All of his strength to not peek that one.
Fighting his inner demons.
बस दूसरा वाला पिट न जाए इसके चक्कर में.
It's great out here. Crashes.
Oh,
he can't get away. Oh, he's just trying to...
Hello.
Alt मारेगा.
It was so good. And then it wasn't. Hero just in no man's land, plays it forward.
भाई क्या stun दिया उसने?
Now we're into a 4v3. This has gone
भाई बाप stun दिया बे शाव ने.
Most is having a go and spawn.
Spike.
भाई ये होती है backup भाई.
Looking for it. No comfort just yet for Fnatic. Can't really set
ये है देरी यार्ड की round.
Yeah, there it is. Going to send that flying. Going to try and buy him a couple of seconds. And a couple of seconds they should have, but Hero, the slow approach through the underpass.
Still have the molly, still have some utility here for Chronicle as well.
Now we've got to look at the timing, the layering. We were talking about this before, but it's Hero, it's Ruxic just walking it. Those chance on that util.
Boaster gives up that position just to come through and try and put the molly down.
वो उसने spam मार दिया smoke.
It's just a split second.
भाई वो molly डाल देता तो round निकल जाता.
It's their demise. But the 6-6 half
बहुत
here
कुछ
feels
था बेटी ले
almost Navi to come out and recover this.
Yeah, I like that Navi. This looked like Navi should have taken his half big, but Navi finds the momentum at the end.
They certainly do. Koala Noob lighting it on fire. Beautiful from him, but we're not done yet.
10 बार.
कहाँ से 10 बच्चा?
भाई molly डालता तो round निकल जाता है bro.
हाँ, actually. Six ये लग रहा है नावी जीतेगा. हाँ? अच्छा वो लोग ने वो रखा है पुटिंग. सोफा तो आज नहीं डरते सोफे से. भाई मेरे सारे फ्रेंड्स लग रहा है ये में ही है यार।
जाना तू जा।
भेज दो इसको, पिंकी दी भेज दो।
यार मैं सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ यार।
गया भी है कभी?
मैं वहाँ पे था स्कूल में ना इसलिए।
हाँ इधर 7th स्टैंडर्ड में सब तेरी इधर क्यूटीज थी चैट में, 4th स्टैंडर्ड में दूसरी क्यूटीज थी।
मैं वर्ल्ड टूर में घूमते स्कूल चेंज कर रहा था, मैं टेस्ट कर रहा था कौन सा स्कूल अच्छा है मेरे लिए।
दुनिया की सारी स्कूल्स तेरी ही थी। कोरिया में भी गया था तू स्कूल में।
आप लोग बहुत प्यारे कपल हो, एक बार पिंकी मैम के लिए प्यार से लव यू बोलो। चल हट। 100 रुपए में इसको लव यू बोलो, मैं दे ही नहीं रहा।
Well,
मैं
on
बोल
one
ही
side
नहीं
of
रहा,
things here, Koala
बोल
Noob
ही
doing
नहीं रहा मैं।
fantastically, 14 to
नहीं चाहिए
7,
मतलब
bringing
क्या?
Navi really with a new
मैं
lease
बोल
of
ही
life.
नहीं
But
रहा,
चाहिए ही
you were
दे
loving
ही
the
नहीं रहा,
neons.
Love it.
Oh,
ही नहीं
love it when a
दे
player
ही
gets
नहीं रहा,
very
नहीं
underrated.
रहा।
नहीं
got the
मेरे को
clip.
एक बात
ABS,
बता, अगर मैं तुमको 5 रुपए नहीं दे रहा हूँ तो सुनेगी कैसे?
मेरे को चाहिए ही नहीं।
अरे कर ही नहीं सकता अगर मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ
I
ना।
think this is the unfortunate reality of Neon sometimes.
What do you think of this?
बात समझ रही है बेला?
तू जा रही।
That's mean. That's why.
Well, why are you doing that on the telestrator? Why would you highlight it?
मेरे लाइफ में दो बेल है, एक
This is
भैला
what
और एक
happens on Neon attack.
पहिला।
If you have a bad game, it snowballs hard. So hopefully Kai can bring it
गुड गुड
Okay. Well, I can just sniff him out of the corner.
Koala seems to,
No,
yeah.
he's actually on one. Like, we saw glimmers of really good looks from Koala Noob, but it didn't.
Angels in the rat spot. This could go horribly wrong.
Oh, lol.
No.
So,
It's
Oh,
good.
it's good.
हेलो श्रमिका,
Oh, it's always God knows what with Angel.
Not even close.
ये
The
भाई
gods just
एक्सपीरियंस है
flip a
भाई।
coin and it's either beautiful or an absolute tragedy. That time, stunning.
देखा मैं बोला ना एक्सपीरियंस है।
तेरा नाम आया बोर्ड पर, किधर?
मेरा नाम किधर है? मेरा नाम आया बोर्ड पर, बोल रहा है मेरा नाम किधर है? फोटो भेजो, ग्रुप में भेजो।
You love to see.
Clean.
मुझे रिफाइंड करना
लाइफ एक बार आगे चलती है ना,
Okay.
रिवाइंड नहीं
I
करती।
did
I
like
mean,
याद है।
he's halfway there already, yeah.
Absolutely cooking.
And I think that's reflective in the way that he approaches that towards Dish. As soon as he gets the opener, he's charging up towar's Boaster. Again, if the rest
अरे
of
तो जब
Navi
भी
can
ऑफ है
kind
तभी
of get
कुछ करते हैं
behind
ना,
that sort of
मतलब जो
energy,
अवेलेबल रहेगा उनके साथ, समझ रहे हो?
brilliant way to stretch their legs here in the early rounds of the second half.
किधर है?
किधर है?
There's a bit
Half
of dip
time.
between kind of Koala Noob and the rest of the side as well.
Hey, I'm
Numbers
fine.
group में
Yeah,
भेजो ना,
absolutely fine
गंड
if-
मरो।
if it's going to mean round wins, and they've clawed back from what
Sure.
was it?
Good shot.
Was it a 6-2 lead?
I think it might have been.
प्रीमियस भाई का, प्रीमियस भाई 4 तारीख को जा रहे।
And if he is being supported and set up to succeed, then brilliant.
That's not great.
That's not what
हेलो
we
बंस,
like to
हेलो।
see. You're going to get these from Navi, right?
Yeah.
It won't happen to Koala Noob.
हेलो रिपीट में।
Cracks only got two.
I mean, Kai
इतना
has to
बड़ा
find
लिखा
something
है
here.
उसने।
बंक्स लिखा हराम ज्यादा।
हेलो रिपीट
बाप
बॉल।
रे,
Bit of
तो
big
बिंक्स
kill, though, to
लिखता।
find that with the classic up close and
आई
personal.
लव यू यार, EME में भी आ चुके भाई।
Relax, relax.
भाई
there you
EME में एक बंदे ने लिखा है हेलो 8-bit बंक्स करके।
You know,
I
look
mean, that's how you get to the 30 ball.
Huh?
You've got to
Yeah.
take
No.
it from the Eco Cobra, yeah.
that's
Stop
dope.
it.
अबे बंदे लोग EME में भी पहुंच गए भाई।
hello?
That is
कहाँ पे लिखा है?
डब्लू ऑडियंस में लिखेगा, कहाँ पे गाफ पे थोड़ी लिखेगा भाई, ऑडियंस में बंदा है।
That's a. Look at this here, bold.
डब्लू बेबी, डब्लू हाफ टाइम में, हाफ टाइम में, हाफ टाइम में,
That's even worse than what she said.
इंटरनेशनल।
हाँ?
Right here.
हाफ टाइम में बेबी, EME में भी पहुंच गए
क्या
बे।
बात है,
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। डब्लू डब्लू डब्लू, मेरे को भेजना फोटो।
At some point soon, I will be asking the observers for the Koala Noob.
Don't do it. It did not
ये
pay
रहा।
off.
ले सकती हूँ मैं, पर मेरा स्क्रीनशॉट बहुत बकवास है उसका।
भाई इसने भी जो भेजा बहुत ही बकवास क्वालिटी है।
Anyone but Koala Noob there currently
Le.
observing. Fair play to
Ye
you.
le. Look.
I'll accept that.
रुक, मैं दे रही हूँ।
Now, will be leading the way. No challenge to be had on site.
But Fnatic pushing out of
And
A.
the Mario.
यार
You
मेरे
can
को
see them
क्रॉस
start
कर
trying to do
देना।
some chip damage, and they've got us killed through the smoke. Watch out for the Neon on the flank here. Also gets 2.
ये ले, ये ले, ये वाला ले।
भाई वो स्पैम में दो
स्पैम में मारा, स्पैम में मारा।
ये वाला
दो
ले।
बंदे
Angel's
मारे।
tacked up
ये
as well. Now
बता ना।
HP.
This gets difficult. They've got to find someone else to step up and find the.
हाँ हेलो हेलो हेलो
That's
3v3।
what you needed. Angel and Hero in unison. Send off the ult as well. Boaster now put to the test. Brutal.
Hello, तीसरा spam में.
Through smoke. I thought it's just Stewie 2K who could do these sort of things through smokes, but apparently it's Boaster as well with the 3K himself. He's just in this. No one's stopping him right now. Nothing is denying him.
और भाई Boaster भाई नहीं मान रहे.
Against the odds.
आज सिर्फ आइडियल साहब ही कैरी करेंगे.
Common sense. They pull it off.
हाँ जी. Nikhil bhai, thank you for the moment मेरी जान के today.
But this is exactly what we saw from the last
बाजू
Navi. Navi got
लड़की को क्यों देख रहा है तू?
But this time around, Fnatic
Sorry, गलती से
offside.
Those two kills.
Sorry, गलती से.
Absolutely. The third was criminal.
यार उससे मुंह छुपाया यार. कौन है यार?
What was it on split? He was getting ghost headshots through the smoke.
ये देख इसमें थोड़ा सा कोई का टीचर
W
So I'm happy for Fnatic that they're identifying.
से हुआ था
I
यार.
feel really sad for you. I don't know which.
That sitting on sites is not a good plan. Sitting off sites, I know it looks stupid that he just got 2 or 3 through smoke, but that's kind of...
Yeah.
Doing that damage through smokes is very common.
Nayak, he's having an absolute rock.
भाई Navi जीत गया ये game.
Navi gonna just double down on this, right? Big punish.
Navi जीत गया. 100 तक का. बबलू तेरे छाती पे लिख सकता हूँ मैं.
But this
मैं free
commitment's
direct.
so deep. I mean, the first couple of bits of, first few corners, sorry, they get
कुछ
cleared.
feel हुआ?
Hold on to the space. That's fine. You don't have to convert that into anything.
छाती पे कुछ
Especially
और
so early
सकता
on
है.
with no contact elsewhere. Hero.
Still doable. Still doable.
Same agenda now as
हुआ
well.
तेरे बाप.
But a 2v4
इतना बड़ा पोस्टर लेके इससे खड़ा है वो उसके बाजू में डार्कनेस में जूम
Quality
करना
on
है
the
इसको.
showstopper.
गलती से.
Doable.
If Navi do want to
In
throw
darkness, I was
this,
trying to find light. समझ रहे हो?
Do you watch chess?
तुम नहीं समझोगे पाजी.
No.
बंद कर दो लाइट कर दो.
Sorry.
As I say, was there
This is really not appropriate.
No, You're not going there, you?
9-7 जीत गए बे Navi.
This becomes a bit like a coast.
Next round last round है. अगर next round
this is
हार गया ना
No,
तो
I was just
no coming
alluding
back.
to it because you knew what it was very
Yeah.
quickly. Because these shots through smoke have been
Top
happening a lot.
लगाना चाहिए रे बाप.
चलो भाई 50 गिफ्टेड आने वाले.
And he
बोला था
knows
Navi
will,
जीतेगा तो
stand
कपिश
the
भाई
man
बाहर आओ.
strong.
चलो.
Well, I'm just saying there seems to be some consistency.
कपिश
here.
भाई come on. आपने ये नहीं बोला था कि
Might
मैच
do a little cough check later,
एक
we'll
मैच
see.
जीत गया Navi
As
बस
it
हो गया.
stands 9-7.
Let's
That's
go.
the second time. No, don't worry, observers. I see.
Guys ready
You've
रखना
shown us
कपिश
that
भाई
several
OP in
times
the
now.
chat ठीक है.
It's not gone well.
I saw it. I deliberately didn't
Kab
say
bhi.
anything when we saw each other
ये
around.
होती है भाई प्यार ये
A
होती
little
है
bit of kindness.
ये होती है प्यार.
Bro भाई.
Well, they don't actually, to be honest with you. As
Kayak could do with a little bit of kindness.
पुराना शर्मा thank you for the 1 month. बस भाई talent scout कर रहे हैं.
it's really rough because the situations in which we're seeing him
I'm
getting.
still stunned about this chess reference. To be honest. Mike doesn't get it, but this is criminal.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to elaborate, here's the
जो
time.
3-4 घंटे की नींद मिलने वाली थी ना तुझे वो
I'd
भी
moved on.
प्यार से नहीं
You know, we were
मिलने
talking about the game, Minnie. So,
That's not.
I don't know why you're dwelling on that, to be honest.
हंस मत.
I'm trying to counter the neon thing. I'm trying to. There's a war. Neon versus chess.
oh, you can go ahead and.
Yeah, the stage is yours.
We should start this. Stop.
He wants to leave to the desk again.
Yeah. Yinsu, will you take me back, please?
Hey,
अरे कुछ
तू आज सोफे
Telestrator, it's
पे
fine.
without AC fan
yeah,
सोएगा.
Just to come back to that same point, this
Without
composition,
AC or fan?
again, it's to put
तो क्या बाहर लेके जाने वाले तो
right
घर
in the
के.
action, in the thick of it, but
ऐसे तो
I
उधर
mean,
ही
we're
without
seeing a
AC
number of
कैसे
times. I know
जाएगा?
you can't
अब
even
तो सो भी
really
नहीं
say
सकते,
that
तो है
he's
ही
losing
उधर.
out on gunfights, but the commitments are
But
coming
तो
through.
उठेगा,
Like
चालू
this
कर.
example, it's
फिर
so
मैं वापस
equal.
बंद कर
It's
दूंगी.
necessary
ऐसे
in
बंद
that
चालू
sort of
करके
situation.
तेरे को
बात
सोने की
बता
space
मैं
नहीं.
चालू नहीं करूंगा तो
At
AC
the
उधर
start
ही
of the
रहेगा
round
कि
outside
किधर और
Emea,
जाएगा.
you get the confirmation that Novi's holding up close
उधर रहेगा ना तो without
but
AC कैसे?
then to go and give
अब
away the
AC
kill to
उधर ही है.
hero so
एक पे
deep
Cypher
next to
को खिला रहे.
ropes,
अरे भाई
it's a little strange for me. I
Lol,
think that's
क्या
probably an
करते हैं?
indication,
You think
an indication of
You
a desperate attempt to get Kayak online, to find
From
the value
कैसे
from the
कैसे
neon,
to
but
QQ we came a long
if
way.
he's just not getting, okay,
What's
I'll
this?
stop talking.
What's this?
A little more tempered.
Litmus?
But it's hero again.
देख रही हूँ मैं तेरे को.
There's no help.
ये लिटमस
Just on
पहले
his
जाएगा.
own.
तेरे चार्ट में अलग
And he
दिखता
just
है,
gets
मेरे चार्ट में
absolutely
मेरी
sat
साइड में.
down by Hero.
पार्टी बदलू है.
Minnie, do you like
कपड़ा
that?
बदल ले.
I quite enjoy the confidence to be that far behind and still.
I mean, hey, if you're 2-15 and you're still committed to this stuff, yeah.
I
But
respect it.
Attacking map बोलते.
like we were just saying previously, though, Fnatic, how good they look. Yes, Bosa's getting 3 through smoke, but how comfortable it looks sitting off site,
एक किल मार दे
conceding,
वे कांटेक्ट पे
kind of
बस.
just taking a pause.
Because overall, right now, Navi are
कान
at the
के
helm of
बाजू
this
से
ship,
गया
running it back well. Boastercore trying to drip through the smoke.
लग रहा है
Navi
बहुत
completely
लग रहा है
catches them
अभी ना।
unawares. Yeah, your big
नहीं
damage
भाई,
dealer
सब ट्रैक है
Crashes
भाई।
is here, but it feels too late anyway. A 2v5 post plan like this, no shot. So we've got to kind of come back into this with
यार ऑफ
fresh
लगाना
eyes, right? Meaning 'cause they're
के
hitting
लिए
a brick
पैसा
wall
था
here.
क्या यार?
And we'd complimented a lot
लेकिन
about
किधर
Fnatic,
लगाएगा
and we
भाई?
can't
चार
just put it
साइड
on
है
the fact that
भाई।
Kayak is not having much working for him, but the approach, if anything.
ये
just
क्या आई
like
लव
to
यू
see
बोलेगा
it
जो
get
दूसरी
out.
लड़की को
Right
देख
round,
रहा
back
है
to back delivery.
Excuse
चार
me?
round
I
back
don't
to back
think
beat
that's. I think there's a few opportunities.
I
he
love
could
you,
have
chat.
done more and hasn't. But I don't think that's why we've seen Navi able to claw back to a 9-7.
Come out of a timeout call with a fairly aggressive approach, I quite like, but you know the Brim ult and Tail are online. So like, these are things that can be used in these pushes or are saved for like a retake situation.
क्या बेड बना बे रेस?
It felt a bit dry.
And again, the spacing between what
वैसे
if
वो उधर से भी
Kayak's
आता तो भी ये
positioned
दोनों को
inside
मार
there.
देता।
What's happening? Are we just riding on some? And again,
दोनों को नहीं
I hate
मारते।
saying the numbers out loud, but are we
भाई
riding on
क्रैशिस
somebody
ने
who's
20
2
किल
15
मारा
now
है।
and win a 1v2 or something there?
हेलो?
अटैक में मारा था भाई वो।
ये कब हुआ?
अटैक में
So,
मारे थे
yeah,
भाई।
Excuse
it
me,
feels a
production
little-
गया
whether or
बे।
not that's something that was just discussed
Zoom
in the
क्या
timeout
उसने
that you said,
216 पे?
Yeah, it's a
कितना
little
बड़ा हो गया
bizarre to me.
प्रोडक्शन?
And again,
मेरा
credit for this
favorite सजग
resilience
भाई।
from Navi and Koalanu continuing his warpath towards
फिर
that
से zoom
30 he
करना
wanted,
पड़ेगा।
but as it stands, he
इतना
might
भी
have
प्यारा
a
नहीं
I was going to
खेल।
say, the game might be over before he gets a chance. Already up at 20 and 8. The
होल्ड
opener
कर
here
भाई
in
बबलू
round
उसका जाके कम ऑन
18 as well.
तू क्यों हंसी बेशरम?
बेचारा इमॉर्टल बन
Further
गया
aggression here
बिल्कुल।
from
क्या
Fnatic, but we know
टॉक्सिसिटी
the
है?
equipment not really
है
suiting
कुछ
it
शर्म
too
बरम है?
much.
कि बेची
But
गई
still,
उसू?
Key ultimates available here,
नुबड़ूसू?
but unlikely to
आज
see it here
डर
unless
नहीं।
Fnatic can find a kill or something to cling on to.
I think my worry is that as soon as Fnatic if they are going to get back into this game, that the ults will be coming online for Navi too.
slam dunk round isn't a
बहुत
million
बात
miles
तो
away.
हो बे।
If they do have to go to that length. B, take the tour. No hurry on this, but
Rude
back
husband,
towards
bro.
that A side.
मौलिए के
Yeah,
बेटे
that's
देसी
just
नाच
a-
चलाने
that's
दे
a-
तो
already
मेरे
gonna
घर
have
आ जाना।
bodies in rotation.
लेकिन अभी
Bosa's already back here to get inside the smoke.
अभी
So that was
Nice
Angel
try.
to deal with.
give away.
Yeah, Angel really heads up about that. He's playing on the
Excuse
edge of
me?
the smoke,
Give
maybe
me
expecting
बोलती
someone to
है
play
भाई।
through. There are still players. Ah, that's unclean enough, really, but how is there no help there coming out for Crashes? I'm surprised he's still
Oh,
alive.
Good भाई
Banging
good.
shot, but the
Good shot.
numbers
तो
still
Crashy-
sitting in the hands of
Crashy
Navi
मार।
in the post plant now. Trying to get disruptive. Alpha with a classic.
Yeah, now
भाई गिव अवे ही करना है तो
Navi
ई
find
नहीं
the
में
kill on the
करो
other
गिव
side of
अवे।
things.
बराबर है।
It'd be difficult for Alpha here to even find a
वो give away का
consolation.
form
The
किसी ने
account
नहीं
just
लिया।
gets shut
Lang-
there, right? I don't think there's much more
What
to
is
it.
this
Navi.
language you're
And
talking?
I'm very impressed with Navi because again, Fnatic looked quite tricky, right? They were you know,
अबे
coming
क्या
into
हो
this
रहा है रे
quite
बेल को
good.
बबलू?
You know, as said, Crashes on
Yeah,
that heater
but
looking
किसी और
fantastic.
क्या वजह से जीत रहा है तो
Also,
ज्यादा
just to
हाइपर
come
होता
back
हो।
there, this is also Fnatic on a composition that kind of echoes what historically they've been very good at. So further credit to Navi.
क्या ये
in that
नोटिस
regard.
किया क्या तूने कभी?
Closer and closer to the previous
Basically,
scoreline of when they met
क्या
last.
है ये?
13-8, which did go Navi's way. For now, 11-7. 3 maintaining themselves standing alive here.
देखा,
and
मर
building
गया वो।
towards those ults.
I think it's also
लेकिन
that,
round
that
जीता।
13-8 score. It was a lot
अभी
about that
डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि मरा किसके वजह से?
struggling
खुद के
there.
वजह से नहीं मरता हूँ।
From what I remember. And again, not looking too hot here.
And the one player who really stood out to us in that series at the time was Chronicle. He was the one who made it even look as close as it did.
भाई रिप्ले में फिनिश का फोटो क्यों आता
I
है?
was going to say, just to
अरे
say,
वो
Crash is
production
actually
ने बनाया
sat
वैसा।
at 21 and 14. Maybe else some double digits yet from
हाँ,
Fnatic.
कुछ
बाकी
से
एजेंट्स का भी
भाई।
डालो यार।
Coming in. Operator is in
कुछ
play.
इस
Got
बार
one on the
नया
other side
चीज
as well,
किया वो
looks a
लोग
bit
ने।
lethal with it. Crashy's ult ready. Is this a little set piece?
फिनिक्स का क्योंकि
They-
वो है
oh
ना
my
रन
God,
इट
they're
बैक।
going in on this.
समझ रहा है?
Is there anywhere to hide from it? Chronicle's already going to find Angel. I mean, the layering there with the
UC हो
Teo.
गया।
भाई
Sabo
अच्छा था
coming
लेकिन
could have
वो
been a bit more,
alternate।
But honestly, Navi making it through
Idea
that
अच्छा
round,
था
one loss
भाई।
and one casualty feels fortunate.
Chronicles still start with a rolling
बहुत दूर
thunder
से
as
डाल
well.
दिया
though.
उसने आगे।
I love that Fnatic didn't have to
मस्त था
risk
भाई।
anyone there. Like
थोड़ा
everything
पास
was
से डालता
util.
तो जल्दी चालू
The
होता,
aftershock
मर
at the end through
एक मिल
sewers.
गया ना बस हो गया।
Beautiful. The meta haters will not enjoy that. But I do see what you mean. It was
मैं बोला ना, ये लोग के पास combos
it feels
रहते
like
हैं
one of those
हमेशा.
cards you can pull out once. Don't get to probably run it too many times, but
देखा मर गया वो.
toy with the expectation of where Navi
किसी और
ends.
के
I was going to say, yeah,
वजह से.
Koala has just picked up on that sound cue, so he's already rotating on the north side of the map. We're here to complement the backside of this Navi execute.
Still
अभी round
without
जीतेगा
fight.
उसके
It's
बिना
not a
वापस
fair
चिल्लाएगा
fight, but
देखना.
Hero on the run-up does better.
Few situations where Heroes looked really good as well.
Ooh, big ult though should slow things
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
down.
मतलब वो हार गया, समझ रहा है? तो अभी वो एकदम क्या गलत हुआ करके एनालिसिस.
Yeah, they're going in on this one. Just about everything
Bhai,
board
wo
up.
bhai,
Surely
yaar.
Rook's extend.
बाप रे, floor is lava.
Kayak's gonna find that one. Fnatic fighting
Bhai,
back.
दो-दो
15
वाली है,
seconds
तेहो
now.
वाली भी उधर.
Not much to play with, but Koala Noob still breathing. There's a threat, but I don't
10
think
second,
they
हार
can
गया
change
round.
the outcome now.
हाँ?
Shao still giving it a go, but Kaya finally hitting a couple shots
बहुत
here.
important round ये था भाई.
Operator suiting
काहे पिक कर रही है?
already
बोलो
here.
भाई.
Maybe an indication of slowing
Save.
things down on the side of Fnatic, not going to invest too much in putting him
Risk
in
तो
the
big.
thick of it. The tip of the spear, so to say.
It was a costly round from Fnatic though, using
Yeah, a lot
three
of
ults,
ultimates, yeah.
3 big power ults there. Something as well that we've not really talked about is Alpha on this Cypher. So like Chamber last
Oh,
time, I
what
know
na
he was
bhai,
super
hey
cool,
be,
but Cypher, he hasn't
Brinton
played
on
Cypher in a long
top.
time, and I know it's not his favorite agent to play.
आगे थे और नीचे after
He doesn't
shot
mind
back इधर
Killjoy, but Cypher is never his favorite.
Done दिए
And in
साथ.
this round, he went for the
भाई
Cypher by
अभी
himself.
तक 10 पे कोई ने 22
Alpha,
मारा है
you might see a
क्रैशिस
couple
ने.
of kills
हेलो?
there, not getting one there, so something to keep my eye on.
While Noob pacey. How far does he take this? He's been confident the whole game, and rightly so. Big boy impact and a quick take towards Sand.
Back to that already. Getting ahead of the curve.
Out of charges.
Here to potentially stop anybody slip in the net. On the other side of things, Hero, which I was going to say last round, in a couple of situations that looked really good here on map 2.
कर सकते हैं क्या comeback
Drone
Fnatic?
gone as well. Crashies on the A side trying to re-clear through A main just to double check what this is.
नहीं हार गया
They've had
Fnatic.
contact now on kind of
Ult
polarizing
rotation
sides
जरा
of
भी
this
नहीं
map.
है. Navi जीत गया
Yeah, on
bro.
the flip side, I think
Three.
Hero on the Cypher, very cerebral.
Huh?
He's been able to draw rotations
Binks, एक
across.
question
He's
answer
comfortable
कर.
by himself.
हाँ.
Having a good
8-bit
game
या
as well.
Soul.
ऐसे 12.
Planting the seed of doubt for Navi.
नहीं नहीं दोनों में से एक चूज करना है.
ऐसे 12 पे भी.
Yeah,
नहीं, अलग
impressive
आंसर, option में
impact
नहीं है.
previous to now.
Option में नहीं है मतलब.
Option में दो ही है.
मैंने
Option में
बोला
एक भी
आंसर.
answer.
By a couple of seconds, Roster on the backup takes away
तेरे को
Angel,
क्या लगता
just
है मैं बेला हूँ?
overwhelmed in the end.
हाँ?
Kayak does fall, but it's still a crush. Hero comes in from Dish, gets what he needs done, a 3v2. Crashy still holding on here. Pivotal in his
फिर भी Navi
positioning.
जीता next
And
round.
Fnatic making it up to 9, breaking the trend now from Navi.
तू बता 8-bit या Soul?
Rhythm that Navi have
दोनों
established.
भाई दोनों.
They said ever
मेरे लिए
since
option है तेरे लिए
first
नहीं
half.
है. तेरे लिए एक अलग option नहीं है.
एक सेकंड तेरे लिए ऑप्शन है 8-bit या Soul ऑप्शन है ब्रो. दोनों एक
मेरे
नहीं
लिए
है तेरे
दोनों
लिए.
मेरे लिए multiple choices. तेरे लिए
नहीं
single है.
मल्टीपल तू बोला दोनों ऑप्शन है करके तेरे लिए. दोनों एक नहीं है तेरे लिए.
Ahead of the site execute, they actually
Huh?
have a fighting chance. at
ऑप्शन है
something.
तेरे लिए दोनों.
Question की बात हो रही है यहाँ पे.
ये क्या यार?
At least it's not too phased by it, right? It's
Yeah,
exactly.
Which actually does make a big difference because it's very easy to get kind of down on yourself and it almost then makes the problem bigger than it is. But him
Rebel
feeling
हार रहा
he's
लगता है,
comfortable
चुप
enough to
बैठा
make a
देख.
nice little bit of light of it. And again, he is doing better.
हंस रहा है round
Reverse
जीता.
And I think that it also ties into that point we were saying earlier that everyone on the team seems
और what
like
क्या
spirits,
लिखा था
you
उधर
know.
कुछ लिखा था
Previously, if I was coaching, maybe not
Comeback
so
or
high
what?
spirits about
Huh?
this.
No, misery
Comeback
was
और
the way
what
forward.
लिखा था
Common denominator.
कमबैक और वोट लगा था. अरे मेरे को दिखाई कैसे नहीं दे रहा है मेरे को बताओ.
But
अब क्या बनता कमबैक और वोट लिखा था बे.
it hindered a couple of times.
बताओ
The big
फोटो
adjustment is
फोटो
that
भेजो ना
Kayak is
यार.
starting to find impact.
आज के टाइम पे
His
बराबर ट्वीट
operating
होता है
is
भेज.
in
इतना
the
बड़ा फोटो आया
This feels
स्क्रीन में क्या
like it
वॉच
shouldn't
पार्टी
be
कर
a
रहा है
problem they can't
तू
solve.
यार मैं बात कर रहा
It is
था.
I don't want to say a blunt object, but it's an obvious way to adjust. What do they have to try and
Go
clear this
Navi
through?
पे.
What do they have as ways to try and facilitate towards the site?
Like, will Navi have that camera
Fake,
and
yeah.
Fade Prowler to make sure that they don't get picked off early? And as long as they
Wait,
they
wait,
hear
wait.
one shot,
What?
they need to just accelerate quickly. Don't
अपना
let
बंदा,
Kayak
अपना
get more than one
बंदा.
shot off, or at the
Smother him basically. Don't give him a
Basically,
chance to reset and take another open angle. See if
Guys, Binks Soul को
does
प्यार नहीं
continue
करता है.
for him.
Not spotted by that cam yet.
Yeah, immediately on the X-ray, noob.
Prowler did just go in, and I'm pretty sure that just got cleared. So they know where he is. Now we got to look at the pace. Do they pick it up? Do they still try and smother on the side? They do! But still silenced, but still answering the question. Kwalnoob going down. Who was your big man?
Oh, hey, bhai, gajab.
Warm into it.
Arey, maar hi deta yaar.
Down, but he's got them a man advantage.
Huh?
Exactly the sort of situation we were talking about as well. Able to reset comfortably.
That 5,000 log dekhkar hell like kar do.
Coming through, yeah. Crashes, wow. Rips the head off Hero. Angel finds one, but crashes again.
Shao, hold on. Sky, he's on 15 to 15 kills here. He's quietly been working away, giving himself a little bit of time to play with to get the plant.
He came off it.
He's got to go back. Gut-wrenching now. He's got to go against the odds. Uphill. Nearly feels
try tha yaar. मेरे को बराबर देखा था स्टिटिंग का था एक्सक्यूज मी
really rough
इधर था
situation.
देखा
Actually,
अच्छे मत करो ऐसा प्लीज
to make him second guess, but I mean, Kayak said it himself, I'm doubling my kills every round, guys. There's another 2 kills for him.
Yeah, I thought that, to be honest with you, the past 2 rounds, I thought that Kayak was in very uncomfortable positions.
Well, yeah, not necessarily bad spots, but positions
वहीं का ऐसे दिल में दिल से भाई जब से
like he's on site on this map, especially with an operator as a neon.
Hard break हो गया
Not that common.
इधर आ
So 11 to 10 now, Navi in the lead, but the gap has started to close. The answers have not been as forthcoming as maybe expected. Kwalnoob trying to indicate presence.
गोल्डी भाई को फोन कर रही हूँ मैं.
Excuse me, वेट डिमांड ना थे. ये गई.
Once again, up towards tower, he's gifted one. Koala slipping ahead of the smoke.
They don't have the cure to this poison. They can't get around it. They can't figure it out.
भूल गए बे अंदर को देख रहे
था. They're going the other way. Maybe the classic CNED answer of just avoid is all they got really to play.
नहीं है वो नहीं है बाबा.
They're almost second
200 पेंडिंग है already. 150 मिलके 50 बचा है. रुचि भाई
मेन पे लगा दिया.
Slow, steady.
भाई कजक भाई नहीं मान रहे भाई. चीटियां निकल रही है भाई. कम बैक है.
Now and again numerically it doesn't look
actually वो लोग पास पैसे नहीं है अभी.
Total swing in performance.
Hello.
Crazy.
I have to say it about Kayak as
एक
well.
और कम बैक.
In zone flawless here, and the least
किधर है बोर्ड किधर है.
Fast dwindling as well.
बोर्ड नीचे रखा हराम जाते थे.
I would say a broken purchase, but definitely cracks in the purchase.
I love you. इस बार ट्रॉफी कंफर्म है.
To Folk Koala in that situation.
इस साल कप नमदे वाला सीन है. टेंशन मत.
Yeah, course correction here from Fnatic.
I don't know if you can take it.
No.
I don't know, I'm not going to
25 kill मारा क्रैश ने.
He's just completely ignored. He's ghosted me. I've been ghosted on the caster booth. Absolute monster. Thank you.
आप किधर गए?
Vertical thing is just looking at Mini, literally.
Oh my god. Angel, where were we? They're flying to the site. Alpha's just like, no, I'm going to dip away. I'm off ski. They can have the site. I'll wait for you guys. Hero's getting curious though. Wants to try and secure some space. But they're not planting yet.
खाली करने का देख रहे हो लोग.
It looks like
Oh भाई.
from the first, but Shao with the trade. Trying to dig their heels in here.
Match point.
From CT for a moment now. He's fallen. Fnatic taking the lead.
भाई अभी पैसे नहीं है. पैसा है सर.
Navi got to dig deep
to
find a response to this.
पैसा है सर.
Beautiful crunch here on
नहीं
the back
है.
of the spy cam.
है सर.
नहीं है.
Monaco with 2 beautiful kills.
Okay, it was 1, not good enough.
But yeah, I mean, still, you look at it, he's 11 and 19, but the last, 5 or 6 rounds has
OT
been
or no
a
T?
huge effort from him.
और लेंगे रिजल्ट करेगा.
OT या no T? तेरे को क्या लगता है?
Sorry, I think Crash is still at 25.
Yes, but can Navi get the critical?
क्या गया?
Get into OT.
पड़ा उसको
कोई ना कपिश बाइक का गया ना आपको भरोसा है टेंशन मत लो भाई ना मान रहा भाई ना मान रहा कहाँ पे घुस के मारा है भाई गजब ने तो fuck
Navi down to 4 players. They got the plant, they got the site, but they
अरे,
got
अरे।
blinded. What?
तो fuck
Never
वो
seen anything
बहुत
like
whiff किया
that.
वो
Oh, the new blinking
Chronicle.
away the blind gets
या
two,
फिर कोई
bringing
एक
it
फर्स्ट वाला जो
back
था वो
within touching distance.
3v2 now for Fnatic, still with the
OT,
operator
OT.
in hand for Kayak.
कैसे अर्ज भाई बॉट भाई
Do
इसका
some
नाम लिख
damage,
दिया मैंने
gripping
just
here, but only 20 HP.
Step by step, they
नहीं,
get
नहीं,
closer. Angel cleared,
नहीं
no
OT
chance.
नोटी नोटी
Now
फॉर
on
यू
the
बता बॉट कौन है
Has to face the music. Face
GG.
the magic. Came alive in the end for Fnatic.
क्या बोला था 2-0 रे
What a turn
बबलू की गांड मर
Kayak, honestly. Again, he said
बबलू जो 50 गिफ्टेड दे रहे हैं बॉट कौन है
हर्ष भाई
ये गया बे हर्ष को बॉट बोला तू गया ये गया
वो मेरे साथ व्हाट्सएप पे कनेक्टेड है
ये गया भाई ये गया
Yeah, and I think respect to him.
Nice.
even after
Key
time,
and
he got
देख रहे हैं ना
he
हर्ष
was
भाई?
sent by himself in some
भाई अच्छा
situations,
कमबैक
and
किया ना
he
लेकिन
was all for it. But buying that
Crazy
ult
comeback
seemed to
किया
be
बे।
the
भाई मेरे को पहले से ही पता
I
था
think
भाई
initially the
11-6
ethos
या
felt like
11-7
we're
था
gonna
ना
put
जब ये लोग
Kayak
के
in
पास
a
अल्टी और
position
पैसा
to
था
really excel.
ये लोग को
Some
close out कर
situations
देना
it
चाहिए।
looked like
पता
lamb to the
था।
slaughter, but again, I don't think a
ये
lot of
Fnatic
these struggles here on
जीतेगी।
Fracture,
नहीं भाई
they
ये
see
मैप
through the
नावी का
middle
था
of that
भाई
map.
ऑल द वे
Right
नावी
side
का
of
था ये
Kayak.
So again, I do want to note Crashies here.
जैसे
not
ऑफ निकाली
just
वैसे
in
ही
this
समझ
map,
गया था मैं
but
पहले
the
ही बोल रहा
second
था
as
ऑफ
well,
निकाल दो
whole
ऑफ
side.
ये
It's
मैप
night
नावी का
and
था
day.
This,
Excuse me?
this was a
Fnatic
Crashies-esque
का ही था।
performance, which I
अरे,
think is one of the ones that we've
दोस्त है।
seen. Well, I think we wanted to see him establish here.
भाई मेरे को मैप तेरी
And the
देखने का
general
था
look of
यार
Fnatic looks like they're revitalized. Back to a team that's explosive.
सेम मेरे जैसा डांस करता ना
The energy felt much better down on the stage today.
तब
Yeah,
औरा
that's beautiful.
करके
Also the
बता
Teo
वैसा,
bridge.
करके बता।
First time we see
Yeah.
it.
नहीं
पोस्ट कर पोस्ट कर
ना
Big fan? Would you keep the neon? They can hear you right now, by the way. We're going out to the studio.
पोस्टर
No,
का
I
हेयर
think,
स्टाइल
I
अच्छा
think it's
लग रहा
fine. I
है
think
ना
they just need to work
पोस्टर
on
स्मार्ट
where
लग रहा है
it's working, where it's not working.
Yeah, definitely you go back and look at some of the rounds where it was difficult for Kayak to
गुड
really find
गुड
value.
बिग फैन
I'm
बोला
going to
उसने
flip
100
the script a
टका
little bit here because Koala Noob to me, if we're going to talk about Crashies or your
Oh, for
Kayak
sure.
मैं कर रहा हूँ डांस विशाल
Koala
भाई
Noob had a
मेरा
brilliant performance,
private jet
stand out for the side, and he got
मेरा
them to
shit
ये
it.
अभी नहीं सुनेगा
Yeah, he did. And
मेरा
also just to
15
credit on that one,
shoes,
maybe didn't feel like
20
that because of the
perfumes,
scoreline, but Koala Noob was
एक
putting
हेलीपैड
work today.
Oh,
एक
He
2
almost created
BHK
the maths on this map.
ये
BHK
सारे
क्यों बोला
पेंडिंग
5 बोल देता
5 BHK ये सारे पेंडिंग
so
गिफ्ट
we do have a bit of treat.
और
Thank you.
आपका
by the way,
रिन्यूअल
for the
मेंबरशिप
first
ये सारे
official
पेंडिंग है
TriCast. I think went all right.
Yeah,
उसके
not too
बाद
far
होगी
off, right?
डांस
It's all right.
इतना
I mean,
बड़ा माउस
Bullied a little bit,
a
but
little bit, but
ये
that's
mouse
fine. All right,
pad
ignore it.
cover
Anyway,
नहीं
we have a
है
treat for you lined up. It's
मेरे
the
को हाय
man
बोला
who
देख रहे हो
looks
भाई मेरे को
nice
हाय
and
बोला
taking
देखा
off
तुमने
his
बबलू
Crashies. Joined by Yinzig.
मुझे माउस पैड
मेरे को बोला ना
cover है।
स्पेशल
Thank you very much. That is right. I'm now joined by Crashies
ये
from
तो बोलते
Fnatic now. Crashies, what did you eat this morning? What's the routine? What's been going on? This form is, you know, peak Crashies. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, obviously. I worked really hard just after kickoff just because I wasn't satisfied at all with how I performed. I had to really, like, just grind really hard. I got my routine down, and I just do the same thing every day. I'm glad it's paid off.
Dunking your face in a bowl of ice water?
With the Saratoga water?
तूने पूछा ना
How would you compare this Crashies we see right now in Emea to, you know, some of the ones that people remember more fondly of, the Optic,
इतना बड़ा हो गया हेलीपैड की भाई माथे पे रखने भाई
I think my skill level is definitely like it's up there right now for sure. I think my routine has just been the main like culprit for that. I've been just really working on myself as an individual and how to help this team succeed. So yeah, I'm just super happy that
the comms look good. You look really comfortable on the fade on the Tejo. So what was the reason for these changes?
We talked
पहला
about
मैच
it a lot.
बचा था
We have two
दूसरा
great
मैच भाई
initiator
नावी
players
का
in me
था
and Chronicles, so it makes sense that we both play initiator.
-1
and we can let Alpha do
excuse
his thing at Sentinel. He was a world-class Sentinel when he played it.
क्या
So,
इससे
yeah,
क्या
it was
गिव
pretty
अवे किया था
simple
तूने
conversation,
मेरा
honestly.
What was
जाओ,
the
मैं अभी
reaction when he was told? He doesn't have to
मैं
go
अभी
Sentinel
इमी
anymore?
में हूँ भाई
He was a
इमी
little
में हूँ
sad that he was going on Sentinel. He gets bored on Sentinel, he says. as you know. But yeah, I mean, he's insane, and the whole team's insane.
There's something about you guys, you know, it's never a loss until the game is over, right? And poor Navi, they have to be on the receiving end of these 2 comebacks. And I think the attitude from Kayak, we saw a lot of the comms, even when he just had 2 kills, the vibes were good. So tell me how you guys maybe helped Kayak a little bit to make sure you all stayed in the game. And honestly, the last 5 rounds was incredible for him.
Yeah, he kept joking every time that he was doubling his kills. He was getting 2 kills, and his attitude the whole game was honestly really good. We didn't really have to do too much.
Let's not go there.
And he just honestly rode the wave.
So,
yeah, shout out to Kayak.
And last question, Mini was casting obviously your game. Only, yeah, he was doing a little bit of bullying, but all things nice things. And one thing he kept reiterating was when he was on Fnatic, the boys never seemed this happy, and the vibes didn't seem positive. Now you've joined this team. Where does this happiness come from? Do you feel the same? Like everything is just great?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same. Everything is just great. Like, they're like brothers.
Bablu.
Wow. इधर ही
1 सेकंड तूने मान लिया
बबलू चलेगा
पीछे तूने मान लिया हेलो
क्या
तू क्या बोला अभी गांडेश कौन है नाम बोल
मेरा नाम बोल
हाँ
ये बोला
गांडेश कौन है नाम बोल बोला ना तूने
मैंने बोला मेरा नाम बोल तो मैं आंसर दूंगा
नहीं तू पीछे स्ट्रीम करके देख तूने क्या बोला गांडेश कौन है नाम बोल
हाँ मैंने ये नहीं बोला
Oh my God! Congratulations on the new name, यार मेरा माइक तेरे मुँह में any comment? गांडेश कौन है नाम बोलता है
जान तुझे
अभी
देंगे
नहीं अभी लिक्विड है
तो नाट्स ना
तो लिक्विड है ना पूरा है ना लेकिन तू देख रहा है लिक्विड नाट्स का गेम या नहीं
देखूंगा नाट्स भाई का फैन हूं मैं
तो गोल घूम
ना
तू तेरा गोल नहीं घूमता कितना परेशान होता तू मेरे वॉच पार्टी में अगर स्केल ऑफ 1 to 10 क्या दरवाजे पे आए अच्छा दरवाजे पे तो मेरा है मेरे को लगा इसी का बोला लोग मैं जा रहा हूं
Red Bull gives you wings
I'll play that match until second match
I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm going with
no stream. Stream हो गई भाई आज दिन को. I'm just reading chat. Chat पढ़ रहे हैं. चलो चैट में सब अपना फेवरेट एजेंट लिखो. फेवरेट एजेंट लिखना है सिर्फ. जल्दी जल्दी लिखो यार, मेरे को पता तो चले कितने लोगों का ज्यादा फेवरेट एजेंट कौन सा वाला है.
नहीं, तेरा फोन तो लेके
बहुत
गया.
कम लोग हैं.
तेरा आइसक्रीम नहीं है मेरे पास, ठीक है? मेरा आइसक्रीम यार मजा आएगा अभी नैट्स को देखने में. पहले पोस्टर crashes अपना
Welcome back, everybody, once again to VCT Emea. I am your host, so I've got Kukuka Billy here back with me and joined.
यार मेरे को लगा कि 90% लोग जेट या रेना बोलेंगे, बहुत कम लोग लिख रहे जेट और रेना। रेना तो साला 2-3 लोग लिखे थे।
It was never like that when he was there. So can you confirm or deny that it was Mini was the reason that the vibes are now better?
I mean, you know Mini, he's like a ray of sunshine. Every day he skips into the office. But no, the vibes are really good. And the vibes were good last year, just not as good. I think this year, I don't know, we're just in a good space.
Okay, we'd love to see that. It's also, you know, finally good to see you in the Breach Tejo synergy that we've been seeing a lot. Is that something that we are going to see much of, or are you being tamed? Like, on a scale from 1 to 100, like in percentage
Are you fully in the meta?
Are you fully in the meta, or are you being tamed?
No, we're pretty tame right now. Yeah, we could be though, but we have tried it on maps, but on some maps, like Split for instance, we tried it, and it just didn't feel right. I just love double dive too much, and like send Alfia and Kayak in. So
sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I think the nice change is that Crashy's being on the Tejo, you know, instead of Alfia. We all wanted to see that, and Crashy's it's just rolling back the years. What happened? How has he come out the door swinging, and he's got more kills than Alpha, more kills than Kayak? He's out here looking like envy Crashies.
Yeah, that frag right there, actually, I thought that was Alpha.
You didn't realise it was Crashies?
I didn't realise it was Crashies getting those kills. And then Crashy was like, I owned it that round. I was like, what did you do? And I was like, oh, that was Crashies. But yeah, he's been playing phenomenal. Even in scrims, actually, he's starting to pop off, which is always a good sign. I think when it came to before kickoff, we didn't see crazy pop-offs from him. But since then, we've seen a lot of pop-offs. I think he's found his kind of structure, and he's got a good routine right now, and good habits. And it seems to be working.
And Kayak as well.
Why
that was quite our last map from him. What was the decision behind the neon?
Kayak is like, okay, ignore the first half, but Kayak is really good on neon.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what happened on the attack side, but I think potentially it could be the strategy's not fully helping him out. Is that what I look like? Damn! Like, shit! No, I was joking. But, no,
You're on
Kayak.
your own there, mate.
Yeah,
You're on your own.
Yeah.
You're on your own. Well, we're going to put a pin in that real quick because we have a podcast, if you guys didn't know. So make sure you check that out on YouTube. But for now, this is what Lohan had to say about their new addition to the roster.
I need to just address, I think, the biggest piece of news that's come out of all of this, which is you will be making a bit of a roster change going into stage 1. So, Lohan, I'm just going to come to you for this. What was the reason behind this? And of course, who is the new player joining you guys?
Yeah, so the new player joining will be Serial. It's from Tier 2, from the Spanish League. The reason for the change, I mean, it was mostly due to what we were looking for as a team. It felt like we're missing something special, like in terms of utility usage. At times, it felt like we didn't have the correct options there, and we were looking. We did trials. We're not 100% sure if it was a change that we wanted to go with. But then we tried Serial, and it felt like it just clicked overall with the team.
कौन सा वो हाथ देखो ना ये हाथ बाहर निकल रहे हैं.
How many options did you have? Who did you look at? Because there's not many, right, at this point of the season.
Yeah, at this part of the season, it was actually hard to find options. We trialed Ninja from the academy. He did well, to be honest, but I think it was still a bit too early for him. And we trialed Scream as well.
That's a throwback.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a throwback. So you had all the 3 players, right? You just tried 3.
Yeah, we tried those 3 players. Obviously, Scream, it was a different profile. We're just testing a different type of playstyle there to see if there was any potential. And in the end of the day, we just decided to go with Serial, which we felt it was the better option. Yeah.
I am so excited to welcome yet another new face to VCT Emea. Serial, welcome.
Thank you, I'm glad
how long have you been in Berlin for? When did you actually join Liquid to come and script together and everything?
I think I've been in Berlin since the 17th now. So it's quite recent actually.
Yeah, it's very, very recent. Now, for people that
बोल
don't
रहे
know,
बस सुनाई नहीं दे रहा तेरा भाई ने तेरा बोल रहे बस सुनाई नहीं दे रहा तेरा भाई ने तेरा
kind of decide to compete in Valorant.
My name is Serial. I'm the new 5th player for Liquid, and honestly,
क्या नाम है?
Valorant's always been a hobby of mine, and I've
सुई
played it a lot. I've tried competing, It's been up and down.
भाई क्या deep आवाज है भाई हेलो
To be here.
This is the ultimate up though, right? The
This
ultimate
is
up.
a big jump from my past, yeah.
How big of a jump do you think this will be? Have you been watching, Tier 1, EMEA? How are you feeling now you've had a few days with your teammates and practicing together?
I'm feeling really good. I couldn't have asked for a better team to mentor me and gain experience from. And it's definitely going to be a big jump, and it just depends how I'm going to be able to handle it. But I'm confident. I'm excited.
Your face and body doesn't match, Bunks.
What do you think
Excuse
you
me?
bring to a team like Team Liquid?
पेट दुखेगा रात को कोई problem नहीं है.
On the server, off the server, everything?
Everywhere. Consistency.
Okay.
Like an anchor.
Oh, that's a great
Hold
answer.
the team down.
That's a great answer. Now, I'm glad you used the word anchor because obviously you and Nats play very similar role, very similar agents. So how are you guys maneuvering around this? Are you expected to role swap?
I am going to be swapping roles, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
learning new agents. I'm learning new things
Bablu?
about the game, and it's been going really good so far. I'm excited.
Site anchor करना क्या होता है?
With this decision?
I've had great coaches, great people helping me, and I'm
Site
as
anchor करना क्या
comfortable
होता
as I
है?
could be.
I'm getting like a you're really happy vibe of you're just happy to be here. Is that fair
I
to
think
say?
defensive खेलना right side
Have you
पे
ever
like
played
CT
on
side
a
से
stage before?
maybe
front of an
मेरे को idea नहीं
No,
इतना.
this is going to be the first time for everything.
Site anchor मतलब site hold करना.
First time on stage.
Oh wow.
अच्छा.
In boot camp.
कब आ पाएगी यार? Time लगेगा आ जाएगी लेकिन.
Obviously, a lot of great players have been
Time
on that
लगेगा.
stage, and you're going to be facing them today. So,
हाँ?
what are the expectations?
For myself, I'm trying to keep them
वो
normal.
पूछ रहा
I'm
था
not trying to
EMEA में
put
कब
myself
है?
up too high
EMEA में
or
क्यों
down.
आएगी
I'm
Indian
just
वो
gonna play
time
my
लगेगा
game,
वही मैं
how
बोल
my
रहा
team
हूँ.
wants
वहाँ
me
पे
to
जब
play, how
जाएगी
I
तब
want
आएगी.
myself to play,
और नहीं तो.
and then I'm just gonna
Specific
You're
with
gonna own. You're just gonna own. You're gonna pop off. I
Exactly,
love
yeah.
that. And last question: are there any players or teams you would like to have a chance to face up against on this stage?
That is a good question. Honestly, I'm happy against the matchup we have today.
Yeah?
There's a little bit of stirring around it from the past, so
Yeah. Tiny
I
bit of a
think
gotcha.
today's
मुझे
gonna
end
be
कर रही है मेरी बीवी.
Okay, I
Excuse
can't wait
me.
to see it. Thank you so much for joining me.
Right it off.
तो कल
Such mature answers coming from
Excuse
Serial, but he's
me?
under a lot of pressure because Kakuka, first time on stage,
So
first time in
cute
front of
यार.
the audience. and
So
he's got
cute
different
यार,
role.
so
It's not
cute.
easy.
Yeah,
घर
exactly.
पे
I'm
है.
excited to see what that different role is going to be. I assume taking a little bit of
Poster
responsibility.
बोलते.
We had some surprises.
भाई कौन सा
all the
जूता है
changes
वो?
that we've seen so far. We saw early
Jordan's
this week how
orange.
Steve, how was debuting there on
मैंने कुछ और
Vitality.
सुना.
So I
लोगों को
wonder if
poster
we're going to
जैसा
see a mix
hairstyle
and
था.
match also in the side of Team Liquid.
Already
Yeah,
hair
he was
नहीं
hitting a
style
little bit
करवा
of
के.
history just then as well, and I think that's perhaps because he
तो
has
बोला
played
कौन सा
against Mini
जूता है
on
वो
the
ना?
other side in the past, so it's nice to see him kind of bring that up, and I'm glad
हाँ,
it's
हाँ.
not Nats that's having to move off of role because we saw the amount of value that he's been able to bring, especially at the recent Masters. Like, he
बस
was
कितना
performing
smart
incredibly, but
दिखता है
I just
बे.
think
हाँ यार.
how is
कितना
Serial
smart
gonna
भाई
actually
मैं
be able
अगर
to
ये
jump
रहता था
from
ना.
Tier 2 to Tier 1?
Nuts.
मेरे को आई
The
बोला.
part there, I think what he
मैं
was
अगर
most
नाच
alluding
होता
to is Kamek leaving, you know, going instantly to Gentlemates.
सच्ची बोलो 99% मेरा वो रहता था.
Expected this straight from a
Cuties.
team straight out of
YouTube पे.
Bangkok, and
सिर्फ
you know, we've heard a
1%
lot
लड़का
of
लोग.
discourse. Some people
सच्ची
think
बोलो.
it's not a great idea to make roster changes here. Some people do. Where do you sit on this topic?
I think if
तो
there
क्या
is a
जरूरत है
problem
तेरे
within
को?
the team and you want to get it solved, swapping out one player
That's a
isn't
good
the end
question.
of the world. It's quite easy to introduce that new player to a roster and get him comfortable in time. Obviously, they just came back from Bangkok, so they didn't have a lot of time. 2 new maps. 2 new maps? Yeah, 2 new maps.
Two new maps, yeah. You didn't play them today, but it's all good. Yeah,
I
we're
think
sad.
अगर एक बंदा
Yeah,
टीम
I think
लीव
they'll be
कर
fine.
रहा है तो वो बंदा
Yeah,
दूसरी
and
टीम
also,
को सब
the highlights you're
स्ट्रेटेजी
seeing
बता
here is
देगा
probably
ना.
not going to be the
फिर
agents.
Yeah.
He's
पहली
gonna
टीम
play
का
a lot
लॉस
because
होगा ना
let's be
वैसे.
honest, why
गौरव
would you
भाई
make Nats of all
इतना
people,
चेंजेस होता है ना
role
हर
swap when you
टूर्नामेंट के
sign
पहले.
somebody, but the
तू
help
कितना
that he
भी
spoke
कुछ
about,
बता.
you know, from the
काउंटर
coaching
करना
staff, from
इतना
the team,
easy
भाई
नहीं है.
this is
अकुल
gonna
को
be something that's
बोल
very,
दे
very
बेचारा एक
important.
महीने से स्पैम कर रहा है.
Absolutely, and he was
क्या?
frying out in
What
the
if
देख ले
send
भाई
sends you
कब
an
से स्पैम कर रहा है बे
invitation
देख के मेरे को
to
डर लग रहा
join their franchisee?
We get very excited
हेलो
for
भाई
this,
ऐसे
and I
टोल
think
पहले.
that
नॉट
I'm
अकुल
seeing
करके
a
एक
lot
अकाउंट
of
है
हाँ.
कब से स्पैम
earlier
कर
मैं
रहा है.
बोला भाई ऐसे टोल
Seems
पहले
pretty
कौन सेंड
comfortable,
भाई.
pretty tame, pretty
Huh?
calm for what everything that is.
नहीं
at
कौन
stake. It's
सेंड
not that
नो.
you're slotting it into any roster. It's a roster that has
That's
already been
married,
in
eh?
Bangkok this year with very high expectations for themselves.
Obviously.
Well, let's talk about Kamek because you've played with Kamek.
Yeah.
So tell me, you know, what he brings to a roster and how could he maybe make Gentlemates a little bit better?
ऐसा क्या शौक करे भाई लोगों को देख के ये भी नहीं लगता मैं मैरिड हूँ लेकिन हूँ ना.
When
यही
we
होता है
played
भाई
with him
good
on
looking
stage,
people
played that
के साथ.
तो बच्चों का बाप
he had to
दिखता है
like swap roles essentially to play with us, and he was able to
uncle
shoot
दिखता है
when he was
uncle
actually anchoring this B site on split, which is crazy. And I think yeah, he brings a lot of hype to a team as well. But that's all I know. He plays Osu, but I don't like that. So like we move on from there. It's too noisy.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for that.
You know what? I think Kamek had an okay performance at kickoff. I think one of his tails was probably one of the best that we had got to see, right? He was doing a lot of set things. He had said, oh, I like playing it in ranked, so that was kind of understandable. But I think for me, him being the replacement of Robbie BK is a big question mark. And, you know, Robbie BK didn't always have the most consistent performances in kickoff, and I can also kind of say the same for Kamek, so I'm a little bit concerned there.
I mean, I think that this is probably the first time that we have this happening. A player going into a different roster in between the kickoff and split one, and the first match that they play is against their team. Definitely the stakes are super high because of what it could mean to win this game. But for him personally, it's kind of a slap in the face of you let me go, and if there is a team that I want to win against, it's definitely you.
And if it's the Kamek that I know, he's gonna be fine.
There's no
way that he's gonna sit there being like, oh, you know,
Tara planning ek ded saal baad.
But I'm glad you mentioned that he's replacing Robbie BK.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think Robbie was the issue. You know, it's the IGL, and you never want to kind of see that, you know, kind of change coming through after just one split. As an IGL yourself, Bosa, because Mini, not Coach Mini from Gentlemates Mini, will be taking over that IGL duty. How big of a task do you think this will be for Mini?
I think it's a big task. I think most people don't understand how
Beast Bhai, thank you for the membership!
And that's out of the server as well.
EDG and all on top.
Atmosphere and stuff. And so
Bhai, EDG mein game dekhne batao yaar.
On a basis with the coach. Now Minis has to take over, but it's going to be a completely different style. Is the team, and also Mini's going to be overwhelmed when he's playing the games now. And from what I've seen in scrims from them, they're not looking like amazing, but they're definitely looking like they can win today. But from what I've seen of Liquid, they look different gravy.
In scrims?
Yeah, they're looking a bit juicy actually. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
good.
Yeah, that cereal guy is actually looking juicy. I saw him sheriff us. He got a 3k sheriff. I was like, I'm out of here, mate.
Damn.
Got egoed.
Yeah, but the scrim cut.
तो वोटे बेंका BGMI का 14 था, but अब casually देखा only 8-bit just 9 की stream देखा where is why I just hello bugs for go track. I love you यार जेरी भाई.
Because we also had
nice MTR. Love you
Apex
यार.
and them not having a lot of time
भाई
to
तुम लोग का ही प्यार है भाई और कुछ नहीं.
even before they
मैं पहले से
decided
वैसे
to
तुम लोग का ही प्यार बढ़ रहा है.
already starting to IGL for a couple of weeks, so this was a decision that was made on the stance of first we
नाम
move
लेके भी गाली
Mini
नहीं दे
into the
सकती,
IGL
नाम
and then
लेके
we
गाली.
replace the IGL.
Yeah, and I mean, Mini, a very capable player too. I want to see him IGL on that
Absolutely.
Yoru. I think that will be
Abyss is not here anymore though.
Baba
He
language.
could play Yoru anywhere else. But the problem is, this change, maybe they're doing this because the stakes, Billy, is
Paid
just
to budget
so
क्या तो भाई बराबर
high. They
बोला
are
हो.
one of the teams that could, they are definitely in risk of potential relegation.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to raise. When we think about Mini moving on to that IGL role, they need to
Huh?
be making changes. They need to be kind of figuring out their identity for this year. And they need to do it early on because, as you say, they could be facing relegation.
Especially with the team that they have a very good chance to accumulate a lot of points
Chup
to
raho.
win this split. And if you're a Gentlemates, you have to set the stakes of not even like having a good performance throughout the split. You want to go to those tournaments. I think that you can aim to make those breakthroughs.
And in terms of you know, what we see behind us, because if they just make champs, you know, just make champs, as if that's an easy thing, everything will be Gucci. How hard is it to make champs? You made everyone. You made everyone.
No, I mean, we made one because
Which one was the
Gambit
hardest?
decided to win against Crashies actually in the final. So hallelujah, Berlin. But no, I think it's very difficult to make champs, especially now as well. Every team has like got these players that are so hungry, and it's the individual firepower is crazy. Alfie is saying he's old, yet he's the youngest player in our team. It's
He's
like kind
19,
of that.
though.
Yeah, it's that level of like the players here that they're bringing in. I'm like, where's this cereal kid come from? Why can't I eat him like I do in breakfast? You know, like what's going on? But
हाँ भी कितने young players का debates हो रहा है ना?
Patty Tack with a mustache.
Patty Tech with a mustache. Okay, he's just cosplaying. He's cosplaying. We got 2 Patties on stage today. You guys have cereal for breakfast? How much?
Because we love you, man. We love you.
Yeah, I never have.
I don't remember the last time I had cereal.
Probably breakfast. I don't have breakfast.
No, probably when we were in Bangkok, or like traveling somewhere, and in the morning I was like, what do I want? This and tea, probably.
Yeah.
I think as well, though, he has to be great for Team Liquid to have made a change, right? Because they just got back from a Masters event, so he's obviously a great addition.
Thanks for bringing this back down to earth, Billy.
Yeah,
Honestly, I was like racking my brain thinking, how do I make this relevant? But here's the thing, with the recent roster moves, we could potentially have a grudge match on our hands. Returning from Masters Bangkok, here is Team Liquid taking on Gentlemates.
नया पोल डाले सॉरी क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा
पैराडिक सॉरी आपने क्या कहते हैं लिक्विड 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 फॉर द विन
एक चीज बोलूं मेरे को लग रहा है ये अपसेट होने वाला है
कौन
नहीं
मेरे को लग रहा है अपसेट
Anyone else that's wondering, that is not Patatek with a mustache. That is their new player, Stereo. And of course, Kamek no longer in a Team Liquid jersey, despite wearing it in Bangkok on stage. This is definitely going to be a grudge match.
थोड़ा सेंस वाला बात करो भाई
Oh, yeah, so Team Liquid
थोड़ा सेंस वाला थोड़ा मतलब
it was either
सारे इधर हरामी और भोसड़ी वाले हैं लेकिन with maturity
for the ascent. I thought that either way we were going to have Split or Haven, but really looking forward to see if we get to that icebox. For Team Liquid, it makes a lot of sense. Gentleman still has not played the Split, and for Maze, it was one of their best maps.
I think as well, we have to consider the amount of time that both of these teams have had to prepare, right? Mates got knocked out of kickoff fairly early, and Team Liquid just getting back from Masters Bangkok.
So I'm not surprised to see them get rid of Towers,
and that wasn't a great map for them during kickoff.
Yeah, and in terms of these three maps, bro, so you got any scrim?
Any lists?
Yeah, any, have you scrimmed them on these maps?
They can't hear it now, can they?
No, they can't.
They can technically hear
Liquid on Icebox. Yeah. They were looking kind of juicy there. I can't remember if I screamed Gentlemates on Split or not. But I know that Gentlemates do like a Haven. I think Haven's probably one of the better choices to play against Liquid.
Every team है Liquid का लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है आज upset है.
You know, they're fresh team. They got those individual prowess players. Maybe Mini can set up some lurks and stuff, and he can really.
मैंने देखा है पूरा ये last वाला arc में देखा.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
आज भी ignore हुआ मैं रूट में
We're going to see the agents in just a moment, but for now, this Split, we saw Liquid play it at Bangkok already. Do you guys think they've had enough time to change anything?
I wouldn't change anything, and I think they have Boaster here after the Split that they just played. Them running that double duelist, seeing Kamo when you have Kiko. Yes, he's great in the controller, but seeing him on a duelist is always a treat.
Let's take a look at the agent select and see what we are going to get here. If we're going to see some changes, we will from Gentlemates at least. They're bringing the Tejo. Boaster, what do you make of that?
But double duelist?
The Tejo comp, you know, you've got a lot of power to take middle and also power to retake that middle on defense. They're starting attack, so they need to be quite explosive and catch Nats off in vents. But Nats, knowing that, should probably maybe play
double duelist bolte.
यार split यार ये सब लोग split if they decide to use it.
क्या मैप पे
we actually tried this comp on Split.
क्या कर रहा है देखते हैं मजा नहीं था पाल वाल लिखा रहा है पाल वाल कोई कर रहा
था नहीं. The rockets really have a lot of value.
मैं बोलता हूँ next
with the Ray solo diving in.
हाँ यार.
I think for me, the thing that I'm most excited about is this Mini and Nats head-to-head of those IGLs
मजा आता है bro
Viper,
पाल के
right? Can we
clutches
expect to see that lurking IGL against
For
one another?
viewers'
yeah,
perspective, they should pick Pearl.
Yeah, absolutely, and to see how the two new
ऐसा होना चाहिए कि decider map audience pick करे.
One new serial.
Yeah.
Also, his debut on the Astra. I do not see any officials with him playing on this. I want to see how he merges into an already established plan.
Voting होनी चाहिए भाई decider map
Speaking about
के
the
लिए.
Astra, solo Rays entering in. That Astra one, all it takes is one Astra suck and the XX over. So
जो
it's going to be
तेरे मन में question आ रहा है ना
kind
गलती
of
में
make
मत.
space onto those A sites, hitting those sites straight on. So I think they will have to start opening up with B splits. You know, a little bit of ping ponging left, right.
Decider map
not
is the
knowing,
one that's left.
for Serial to use his side, you know?
Yeah, and it's not an easy agent to roll swap to, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think that on the other side, we're looking at this combo with the Breach and the Dejo to see if they're going to be able to spot him. They're going to be able to put him in a difficult position, so Click does not struggle a lot getting into the side.
I feel confident seeing Serial on the Astra. I know that we're yet to see it, but I think he spoke so confidently in that interview where he said he's worked with a lot of coaches and developed as a player. So who knows? Maybe we've just got to see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes indeed. For now, thank you very much Melissa, for joining me. It's time to jump into game and throw this over to your casters. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
कल तो Watchparty में नहीं आ रहा है.
Thank you so much, Jinsu.
Mini's here again as well.
Oh, there was no need for that, especially on a day like today. I did my hair up, so I'd have that. Time to get into the game. Yes, indeed. I'm very excited what Gentlemates have been cooking throughout that offseason, but realistically, when we look over at the other side for Liquid coming in with a new player as well,
तो वही रहता ना जो last में बचा रहता है उसमें option किधर होता है?
Yeah, it's always interesting when you bring in a new player if you're going to reinvent yourself to sort of make them fit into the team, or if you're just going to plug and play. And in this map, at least it looks like a plug and play. As I said by the desk, not something that we particularly see Serial play, especially recently. He's been on the Sentinel, but I assume that is he was brought in as a flexible player.
अरे भाई मैंने agree नहीं किया है.
Also, interestingly, Teo brought in a not Kamic.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them. We've already seen barriers go up and an early flash in with a lot of presence from Gentlemates towards this B site. Salvo's gone in, not finding the value they needed, and the nade does for Kiko. It's Team Liquid with a double opening and an immediate stagger of this push from Gentlemates. They'll now have to wait this one out. Still a paranoia, and the stun will come back online, but with the Viper wall already placed, feels like they're kind of pigeonholed into this take.
It's definitely a rough position. If you go forward, you're going to be struggling to find too much, although saying that, they have managed to get at least a little bit of extra ground, the flash through, along with the paranoia, but no one's actually capitalized off it. Mini, though, there he is.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ upset होने वाला दोस्त.
Not quite the one I was thinking of, but that's a huge couple of kills to get them back into the round.
Yeah, this one's definitely standing tall with those picks and a third under his belt. Gentlemates have recovered beautifully, and now the push down below, they are revealed, so a good idea and a stun followed through. Slow down that peak from up top. The star doesn't catch. Kamic does, and Mini picks up his 4K. What a way back in for Maze. They started this one out losing the initial push, but they made the best of a bad situation with the breach flash and the paranoia from Kadavra.
But the fact is, I feel like after both of those abilities had stopped having any effect, it was kind of just Mini being crazy. And this thing, you go back to the matches that they won. I'll say it was versus Apex and Koya. You can take that how you like. He was incredible.
Like clean mara hai
I came into today.
Clean mara hai.
Can this guy IGL and still put up those numbers? Question answered in round number 1.
Well, this game is on him. At least so far it is. That was his round. Mini with a 4-piece. Gentlemates with a round as a result. And Team Liquid on this defense left with nothing. The bank's being broken into. And as we can see for Team Liquid, they've managed to scrounge together a couple of pieces that were left behind. No gold bars, but a few coins spent still. I'll try to take advantage of this with a stack up on A and a Viper wall to cover them. It seems like Gentlemates are walking into it, and with this aggression that's already come down mid, they fully cleared it, and we'll soon see B main is open. So a utility on the A side, ready and waiting. Gentlemates about to run into it.
They can look to bolster this up. Try and get that 4th player into position. Oh, it's definitely a bit awkward. They've gone exactly to plan. In fact, they've lost the 2nd already. I think that is at least one of the rifles down on the deck. Luckily, Kamic is there with the 2nd. This battle versus Padatek could make the round interesting. But Mini's won that one. Eventually ends up clean enough.
Yeah, Mini even makes back to side in time if they picked him off. Would have been at least another weapon on the floor. Damage, though, decent. Round like this, the snake bite that was thrown out was very nice, too. Zipan running in just as the star had faded. The grab wall no longer online. He thought he had free space, but once you run through a wall into a snake bite, you're not going to have a good time when the pistols get eyes on. A 2-0 start still for Gentlemates. Recovered before this got too dire. Team Liquid with a full investment after playing that eco previously. A couple light shields bouncing around, but full utility for the most part. Early push by Click, and he'll pay for that.
And it seems like his plan on a lot of these rounds is to just have no fear. Like, just go diving into positions. In the last round, obviously, you have a huge weaponry advantage, but in this round, not so much the case. I think we've seen that Click is a confident player both within and out of the server. The question is, though, can they find anything more? That was one of the rifles, by the way. I think that might even be both of them now. The Bulldog's still in hand, but at least that Phantom is still dropped in bottom mid, so that there's not really anywhere near as much to play with as they had at the beginning of this round.
क्यों feel आ रहा है मेरे को upset होने वाला है?
Coming in the forms of picks, a bit of map control that's
being
being
conceded
as we can see.
comeback होगा.
Team Liquid with a very passive approach, and a lot of this comes down to knowing that utility is likely to be fired in if they were on site. Stone will buy some time, it will isolate Camo on the site, and they'll find the pick as a result.
Oh, headshot मारा था.
Headshot, but not the kill on the walkout. With Kiko taking Kata, this one looks very difficult indeed. Kamek finds the one finishing Patatek's low HP off. And Team Liquid get themselves around 2-1.
I think there's quite clear talking points when it comes to this series, and one of them, more interestingly for me, is going to be when we do finally head into that second map. Kamek was the guy who was basically picking up that Teo all the way through, and I'll say across that map he was their best player. So I now want to witness what's going to happen for Mates. Like, how are they going to switch things up? Are they going to give him that control, give him that position? And then for Serial, is it going to continue to be the plug and play? Are they going to try and put him into that role? Because I feel like the way Kamek played it was both very good with the utility, but also aggressive around it. And I feel like that's where a lot of people have struggled a little bit more, especially when you go back to kickoff. And well, someone that hasn't had heaps of time to work things out with the team is going to be Serial, because the team was at Masters.
मतलब ये राउंड आ रहा तो भी वो लोग बाय कर सकते हैं.
Gentlemates really salvos put into B. That's not where they're looking to take it. It's a slow approach, maybe hoping that would find them an early pick. I see they used their stun as well, presumably on that same spot. Like Boaster said on the desk, it can be hard to find the value with those rockets. So far, that's certainly been true for Gentlemates. The salvos don't run for those early kills, but we'll see about the later round. Of course, they're going to come back up online alongside the stun. Still the nade for Click as well. Paranoia for Kata. A lot of good initiation utility for this side. A creep up by Mini on the other side of the map, using his wall to cross. He'll try to be a menace in the late round, I thought, but the fact that he's showing here, maybe he wants them to rotate in. He wants to sell that A-fake.
30 seconds left.
Zero actually isn't the best. We'll peek back out, look to delay. Salvos to the back of sight, and a lurk coming through from Mini, maybe trying to catch players out. Zipan those done well, playing that entry role, but Kiko still sits within this site. 14 seconds left, they have to try and get that planted, and now the full force of this Liquid roster into position, trying to basically swarm out exactly what they've done, leaving just one standing. It is the match of Vipers, but Nats will take control.
भाई सबसे ज़्यादा consistent यही है भाई.
In favor of Team Liquid.
दुनिया में भी.
On the way through, you see these problems, right? When that utility doesn't connect, and when it's fired in the right direction, a Paranoia and salvos on this player, he has to run in the open. He's blind. Well, Serial just popped the smoke, and that's going to cancel out. Even though they get the kill, following up on that space, you're running through a smoke on both in the main choke, and then you're inside it. You got to pick an angle to emerge from. It's not an easy scenario, and it slowed them down enough that, well, there were plenty of bodies on that site ready for the push to come through. For Gentlemates, a very weak investment this time. A single upgrade from a pistol, and even then it's only the stinger in the hands of Click. Ultimates, I mean, there is a Rolling Thunder, one away from Armageddon, but really, we need to see a post plant before they'll think about putting those through. And picks unlikely to be given again. The respect the Team Liquid are giving them on the side is clear.
That's immediate. Using a couple of ults, maybe they expected a bit more to be invested into this round. The third ult. Okay, although this round is almost definitely going the way of Liquid, I'm surprised how much has actually been invested into this round. Oh, not the prettiest of sprays, and well, the defusal has come in under their nose. They've managed to wipe out the entirety of the Liquid squad. It's a very peculiar round. But it has gone the way of Team Liquid.
Yeah, you could run that one another 2 times. I don't think I'd understand
Next,
fully what was going on.
Next,
Rolling Thunder catching so many of, I think, their own players. Showstopper invested, big investment, but then the picks start going the other direction. Mini is just popping off. He said it was his game, and certainly there was an opportunity for him to have another screamer of a moment. But instead, it's again stolen out from under them by the stick. Team Liquid, 3-2. You got to commend them for being able to take that across the line. Now, in on middle. That's the Viper's pit that's being put into question, and Nats dropped. The pit is gone, and the reward for the side of Gentlemates is huge. That's an opening pick. And they've got a pit of their own if they get to a site, which now should be a little bit easier.
If anything, though, I feel like
the
ults have somewhat been the undoing of these squads. Almost caught out, but Serial hasn't found the damage he was hoping for. No Lucky Charms to be found this time, and unfortunately that means that they're now going to have to fall back out of the site. You mentioned that Viper's pit, and honestly, from this stage, I think Liquid safe.
I mean, just look at the credits. 500 between the 3 players that currently have rifles.
I think something else is actually fairly important to mention about
how
this is going. Like, obviously, 3-3, you might be thinking for Liquid, it's okay. Like, it's middling. But I want to talk about the fact that they're incredibly good when it comes to their attack side. Like, that's what this map really looked at. And you kind of expected with this double duelist what they'll be able to do. So I would say if you talk about maybe 5 rounds for Liquid in this half, I think they'll be quite happy. And like to back that up, they even had a 9-3 attack side help versus Vitality. So you look at this now and you go, okay, level. That's absolutely fine. Like, I don't think Gentlemates will be too worried about
depends on what
I want to see at least a victory in this half.
You see for a second when the stun comes in, he's thinking, okay, yeah, stun me. What are you going to do? Blast pack in? Come right on in. Armageddon. Oh, no. There's no way out. You're locked in. Beautiful utility usage. And well, the salvos might be hard to use. That ult a little bit easier. Good connection from Gentlemates, and now we start out round number 7. Investment from Team Liquid, but a lot of low buy. Yeah. They decided to sell a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're going to keep just the 2 sheriffs, so the saved weapons, no big investments to back them up. Of course, Nats had used his ult previous round, so it's not there anymore, and Serial's not going to be winning them around with a Cosmic Divide. At least I don't imagine he will. Gentlemates, it should be a much easier round. Already, though, the rotations are in.
There haven't been any real easy rounds so far, though. A lot of it seemingly has come down to big plays from the likes of Mini. Kamik is on 1 health, so yeah, there is absolutely no surviving that one. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, the way that this has started out is they've lost their breach player. And okay, sure, there's 2 weapons missing, but I think they'll take that over a player missing.
That's a worthwhile trade, especially if they do decide to give up that space. You know, Gentlemates have a decision to make here. Zipan, he's a bit isolated. Imagine a player walks up ramp. It's a free kill. For now, he's selling that false information as the drone goes up into heaven. Team Liquid concede that space. Still 4 players around this A side, including the vent position being held by Kiko, and it looks like he has got some enemies at the gates. A big kill to start, but can't correct for the second. 3v4. But moving back to the A site, Team Liquid are still very much here.
That's the problem. They didn't pull any rotations with even their fake. And while Paditek has done well from the site, again, we get down to the last few seconds, 12, to try and make their move. It's left all on Takada. A player coming in from behind, and that will be enough. Serial there to close it. A little bit hesitant, a little bit slow. And even just that opening pick.
Really nice for Paditek as well. He's down on the side. The idea of those salvos was, hey, let's force him out into the open. Goes out into the open, kills 2 people. So, yeah, you know, you got what you wanted, but not really the way that you wanted it to go down. The trade onto Camo as well kept that backside control and meant that they were focused on him while Serial came up behind in heaven. Clean play, and he did very well to survive there. If he goes down, this round's in a lot of trouble. That was him also coming into that round on 1 kill. So a little bit of activation for Paditek to build up that confidence. Now we come into this one, though. Team Liquid in with the full buy. Pretty comfortable. And on their opponent's side, after the loss, they're in a similar state.
I think. Surprised that she's not going to take the orb. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, that's a free showstopper. Maybe they wanted to try and activate a little bit earlier, but it would have been peculiar not to get one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, unless you're unlucky, which we have very much seen over the last couple of days. Drone going to be utilized. Again, it seems like Mate's idea is this slow default. Play as a group, wait for aggression. But then the defensive side, even though they've got this double duelist comp, they're quite happy to sit passive.
So far, it's resulted in a close game, but for Mates, attack side split. They just want to keep on that slow grind, keep the numbers close. Right away, that showstopper's used up, and it's Serial that finds the rocket heading his way. Straight onto that as well. Backside fight goes Kiko's way. He picks up the first, but the stun is good. Teammates come rushing in from heaven, though. The cover is here, and there's nowhere to go, surely. But Kata, he slips out, manages to come from the shadows, out on the A side, and find himself a plant. From here, though, 3 players he's facing off against. They could group up, and that's exactly what they'll do. Approach this one together. Down towards the screens already. He's hearing one, but they're making it towards the site. They'll see it's a plant for heaven. Before that, they'll see Kata up there.
It's funny. This felt like the exact scenario Like, they went the same way, they went the same angle, he takes the same fight, he just doesn't hit the shot. Like, it does feel so fickle with how these rounds can go, but yeah, I think at the moment, obviously one of the talking points is Mini as an IGL. And I would say it does seem like Nax's read and the overall just like communication between Liquid at the moment seems better. Like they have had, every time there's been a site take, I feel like there's been 2 or 3 players and another player already getting into position to try and help them out. And even if they're able to like, okay, we're going to use the salvos to clear this position, we're going to use like the showstopper.
Yeah, 4,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. This is the stream. Like me, like करो. This is subscribe me, subscribe करो. मैं जान के ठोक.
You know backside is clear. You know close is clear from the showstopper. Where's the second layer? It just didn't feel like it was there.
Well, maybe that's going to be where Gentlemates are taking things in the discussions they're having right now with the coaching staff. They called a timeout. They look to touch base 3-5. Not a bad scoreline. And I guess the problem, though, is Team Liquid have really been heating up. They're putting together rounds with limited resistance.
And they're better on attack.
And exactly.
A lot better on attack. Like, that's the major thing. Is like, okay, sure, you've lost a player, but that player, for the most part, was playing your controller. I don't think Siri is going to have too much problems, like, placing down the smokes for a double dive of Camo Kiko. I think he should be able to do that. But, yeah, realistically, I think Liquid are already in a fairly happy place. Obviously, they're going to look to get a lot more. It's their map choice, and coming up next is Haven, where we know that Kamik should be a threat to them, but I do think Gentlemates are going to need to throw in a decent half here. It looks like they're going for a much more direct approach. They are all setting up outside A.
Well, maybe that's the solution, right? The slow defaults led to Team Liquid always having the rotations, having the bodies on the site before the push comes in. So this time they want a more direct approach. Still, there's a bit of a stagger and a rotation as a result. Kiko's going to be here, but it's Patatek as the front line of defense, and he is shut down. The 1 kill, though. Kiko slips back onto the site. Mini is eagerly awaiting his arrival. Camo shuts down one, and it's the spike. A small delay that's put into play. It'll be retrieved now by Kata. The ult is seeking and finding all that info.
Still, it's a little bit awkward for the rest of the players to make sure every single angle is clear. Spike's still not down. They are within the site, all stuck behind. They have to try and keep together. With a swift double. Will execute the remaining players, and yeah, although it started fairly decently for the side of Gentlemates, just that little bit of trickery from Camo, buying them that extra time, and then I think it might have even been the realization of, okay, I've got my ult now. Now we have so much ready for that retake, I'm just going to play it safe. I think, again, you look back to his time on Boy, I think that's him leveling up, because I think in the past he would have tried to put the world on his back and win them the game. Instead he's like, I've got some banging teammates, I don't need to do that.
That's it, him leveling up, and also just the team, the environment that he's in as well. That trust comes from seeing that you can trust your teammates again and again. Belief in the system that you're applying so far for Team Liquid.
And then he got the kills anyway.
Exactly, but you know, that's the lesson really. patience, slow and steady wins the race. For Team Liquid, 6-3. Building up a lot of rounds here on the defensive side, and mostly in a row. I think there's one round from Mates interrupting the streak from Liquid, so this attack side really starting to forget the taste of victory. This round is not likely to see much of a change. It is a very light investment. They're caught in the open. Those are some clean shots from Kiko. And Mates left in a 2v5. Blinking, you missed the action in this round.
Still as sharp as ever. Thinking back to kickoff, I know it was a while ago, but we were talking about this guy as basically MVP. Like, the way he played on control, it was one of the reasons that Liquid got as far as they did. Also just leveling up as the tournament went along. I think them wiping the floor with Heretics was still a mass surprise, but you can tell that, again, a level up, because I think when we first saw him in the league, was very strong. But what he's currently doing right now is, yeah, it puts him with the best of them.
Well, some dangers coming into this round as well for Mates. They are investing. They're putting the credits on the line, but Kiko, after a couple of kills, has got a showstopper online, ready to roll.
I feel like it's a hindrance if he's shooting like that.
Yeah. You just connect on the heads. I mean, it depends. If they're all grouped up, it could be a different story. Armageddon is the signal that the push is coming in. He's safe, but Salvos are going to fire that way. Nade is in as well. Showstopper fired just to delay. He's trying to buy time, using this for crowd control as rotations can come in. Camo playing towards the screens, and players out on Raptors. It's Natsu's gone to help out with that side hold on the choke point. The problem is, it does leave Heaven a little undefended, a little open. Mates are walking right into that empty space. Big pick from Mini.
It seems like he's almost become their entry fragger. This guy is playing that Viper, but it almost feels at times that the calling is around himself. Like, can I do this? Can I put the world on my back? And to be honest, in the rounds they've won, he has been a bit of a hero for them. This is so risky. 45 HP. I was going to say it needed to be an instant headshot. Doesn't manage to get the kill.
Click is clicking heads,
dude. We see the awakening of Click. A little bit quiet thus far, but if they can get the last couple of rounds, there's at least a good chance.
30 seconds
7-5, nothing to turn your nose at. And of course, like I said, Team Liquid will feel comfortable with a cushion like this moving into the next half, but Mates, can't think about your opponent's strengths. Only their weaknesses. In zone flawless though for Gentlemates. A good bounce back towards the end. Coming into this round, possible for some of their ultis to come on, and most importantly, their opponents don't have any. So Mates 7-5, very much doable. Here though, just great manipulation of the map, a good sense of the space that was being given up and how they were adapting to the presence being shown, taking that Heaven control, winning the fight out onto Rafters, and resetting for the A side take. The Click made look easy. Again, he had a really tough performance. I think that was 2 kills from him, and he's up to 4.
Not been a great game so far, to say the least, and I don't know if it's going to get any better. I was going to say, how long does
drone ko bhi flick maar ke
of course, not wanting to lose any of that additional utility. Mini again on this hard lurk. At times, he's found gaps, he's found success, but just again, this is what I'm talking about with these early rotations. Liquid are very happy to commit heavily to this side of the map, and I think Gentlemates have started to realize this factor. The problem is they're still holding some pretty heavy control around middle, so if they don't go back through the spawn, Liquid still have the info. It's not an issue for them, and it's the operator on that angle.
Out of charges.
Plus.
It is.
Smoked out. Gonna creep his way back through. Shorty in hand, swaps over to the big old gun as the salvos come in. Not good for the kill, but Shorty comes out, Clicks baited in. He thinks it's an off on the other side, so he won't like the close range engagement, but he was primed and ready for it.
They put salvos behind, so they knew where he'd be.
He has to be stuck close.
भाई हाथ में जो 3 एस मारे उसका क्या
निकल
भाई ऐसा खेल के मारेगा
Still keep him present safe. There was a chance here the Kiko was on the rotate, but he's going to be ready for a second run on this operator.
Whether they place ooh, I was going to say they place the rolling thunder. There you go. He's used it immediately because almost died seconds later, and that time is ticking. This is the problem for Mates. That clock getting lower and lower, and the spike down on the deck. It didn't even matter. An in-zone flawless to close out the first half of Mitch. As said, I think they're better on attack.
Commanding performance by Team Liquid in the first half, and if this is the worst of the two for them, well. It might already be time to think about Haven for Gentlemates. We'll find out how the second half fares after the break.
क्या crazy भाई. फिट में सबसे चल के आके मारा बे वो. रेस करने करके. तीन या 2 एस मारा. आज कल मारा था शायद आप तो अभी तो मारा था. भाई कोई मुझे भी ऐसा दे 10,000 यूरोस. कोई है नहीं लगता. एक सेकंड रुक. बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स. या हाँ सच अ क्यूट सॉन्ग यार. इन टोरंटो सोन. कौन सा टोरंटो भाई? मैं जा ही नहीं रहा. अच्छा तू जा रहा, मेरे को तू दिखेगा वैसा. लव यू. अमन भाई का वॉइस इंक्रीज करो. और कितना करूं?
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. Team Liquid with a strong opener on their worst half. Now moving on to the attack. It looks like Gentlemates are back in the
glad
corner.
to be part in your journey. Feel so person. Love you, yaar. Love you.
That's what's meant to be. Mini was the
Thank
one
you
that
for
was
the
opening
50
up
months
with
of
flair and
membership.
pizzazz. That
Nah,
pistol
man,
was
Ray
beautiful from him. I
Shantu
think it was a 4K in the first round of the game, but
बाप रे भाई लोग heavy लोग आ रहे भाई. 50 months of
around
membership.
13.
If anything, it should become
Crazy,
a little bit
man.
easier
Crazy,
for him with
crazy,
players
crazy,
walking
crazy.
into his setup, but at the same time, probably won't become easier for him because he's got to face off against that double duelist of Camo and Kiko with support from Patty. But what more can you realistically want already? I think that was a nasty tag onto Click, who now has to be a little bit more careful. I say that, I reckon he's going to go through this.
He's already passed the stun. I mean, they both are. They're so close, ready for the fight. But Kamek and Click are the ones finding the kills. Click was able to walk down the stairs there from up in B heaven and claim that frag. Nats tries to recover on picks, but finds nothing short of a shot back from Zipan after his first. And Patatek and Serial now have a 2 versus 4. They're on opposite sides of the map. Spike is at least under their control. We still have a
8-6 defensive size is comebackable in
50
this
seconds on the clock. For Patatek,
ये पे ये दोनों को मार दिया तो हो जाएगा.
wanting to keep this control. I thought maybe waiting for Serial to wrap around, but they are just going to send this down 2 different avenues. It's a big risk. They'll have to win their ones.
The timing, well, the stun hasn't connected, and now for Serial, this becomes nigh on impossible. In fact, he's going to be spotted out by Zip. Good response, an important pistol, a second one of the map.
और यहाँ mod से membership नहीं लिया जा रहा. क्या
बोलने
का
भाई? To
भाई?
see what they can build into this, because that's the thing.
बहुत बढ़िया पेड़ पर है. ना जतिन मस्त है.
Very isolated rounds, a lot of it based off some individual brilliance here and there, rather than I think having that solid synergy over on the attack. As I said though, I feel like this composition definitely sells itself quite nicely for a defensive side hold. A lot of potential for these aggressive early starts and then high potential for those retakes.
Next match किसका है? इसके बाद NA है NA.
We know he can be very aggressive on this map in particular.
Yeah, one of the other things, obviously, when you talk about mates, on the attack side, they wanted to be in post plants a lot to find value if they don't get the early picks, which they really didn't with that util. And the post plants were hard to come by. 1-to-1 trades here. Not ideal. That's a weapon picked up on the other side.
मेरे को पता नहीं अंदर से फील आया था ये राउंड पता नहीं क्यों फील आया था कि ये निकाल देगी मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों फील आया था bro.
Everybody's in danger. Those light shields might as well not be there. And so it's Mini to do it all, and he will get nothing done. A pay-save card thrifty, and if this half was being set up to be difficult, this is just up the difficulty significantly.
Oh, I would.
बोला था ना bro, Liquid जीतेगा. Team है भाई, team है. समझ रहे हो?
That's the first shovel on the coffin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was so right. I think that's gonna be one of those moments where. Oh! I'm not even going to try and guess what he said because I'm reckon it's not safe for broadcast. But
there's some lip reading there.
That's the thing. It's like you have to think of that moment from Kamik's point of view. Kiko runs up and just wrecks you with a classic, takes away a sniper and then kills your teammate with it. It's got to be frustrating. Obviously, I don't know if there's any bad blood, but kicking someone after making a Masters definitely doesn't feel like it's a truly mutual decision. Allegedly. Nonetheless, you just look at the buy that then comes up for Team Liquid. They get to invest into remaining rifles. They still have extra cash for Nats and Kiko. And what's up against them? A singular Guardian for Mini. He basically just held on to some extra cash. And what's worse, I think the map gives it away. There is absolutely nothing on this B side of the map. A side was stacked, and the thing is, these steps will definitely be heard. That's why the pace has been picked up from Liquid. They will get into a post plant. That's gonna. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I did not expect this one. This is a 2v2. This round really should have been over. But somehow now we've got some weaponry retrieved. That same sniper that dealt death in the last, back in their hands again.
They've recovered it, but recovering the round's a whole different story. Those two rifles up against the clock. You know there's an Astra in play. Oh, was the potential for the grab. Well, you might think he's playing the post plant, but he's still on site. Still, he will be caught. Mini, the hero of a few rounds so far, comes back into play yet again. Clawing at these rounds, clawing at the lead. Team Liquid have built it. A gap of 3 with the pay safe card thrifty.
I'm perplexed as to how any of these fights could have gone in the other direction.
Gentlemen se bhai, gentlemen.
So clean with the initial battle, but yeah, Kiko getting caught out. This shot was just nasty. I don't know, there's much in the second as well.
I have them in my pocket, guys.
Oh yeah, there was no worries in that round whatsoever. You got to look at the position though, right? Because you've got Nats waiting for that swing up in heaven. People are going out wide, knowing it's a weaker buy, and knowing that they want those players to be looking at the site, so Nats can get that easy backstab. But geez, that backfired with a couple opening kills going the other way. Team Liquid found themselves on a weak buy. Wall up, Stingers into the A site, and the plan, I mean, it might just be found for free, yeah.
This feels like NA. Spike planted. I never see this many Stingers in our region. It's not somewhere out there. Lothar might have a smile on his face, but already going to start ticking. A quick jump over. Well done from Kiko, getting 2 out of that. We could have the most horrible back and forth to start off this map, but Mini still standing. That at least gives me hope.
Oh, I was going to say don't do Kata like that, but well, Nats has done it for you. It's Mini left to do it all. The 1v3, the rifle in his hands. It's good for him. He's got 4K. Why is he not going for it? Oh, look at the rest of his team. Kata, Kamek, and Click running it pretty dry. Zip barely above 1K. It's time to save. That time was a while ago. For Gentleman's, that means conceding this round, and Team Liquid on double digits, closing in on that victory. And we know that this half not likely to slow down anytime soon.
Again, just a singular rifle starting things off, but then everything becomes these close-range battles. So they couldn't have played more into their hands, and I think that's just a complete oversight as to where the remaining players are. A mistake that, again, it's incredibly costly. Now, weirdly, we've kind of ended up with both teams having buys, which I wouldn't say is the most orthodox way to get there. We have had some prison valorant gloves off the last couple of rounds fighting with shivs. Who comes out of top? Now the guns are in play. Obviously still, I think Liquid are favoured, but that hasn't meant much so far.
Poison's on. Knocking on the doors of the B side by the looks of things. We can see that movement towards heaven. Showstopper popped. It's going to be hard to find a target, clearing out space down below. Nade does the same for Heaven, but they're swinging through it. Playing ahead of the Nade. Kamek has wrapped in. They have no idea he's here, but they clear it anyways. Panatech does remarkably well to find that. With Serial and Nats popping off, it's Zipan left alone. I respected that play from Kamek. I thought that could have been the round in their pocket with 2 or 3 kills once the smoke faded, but somehow, despite that space being clear seconds ago, Patatek was worried. Maybe he heard a step, whatever it was. It's left Zipan in a space where he cannot even save this weapon without a serious fight, and Patatek ain't letting it go. 11-6. Ults online as well for Team Liquid. This is looking very bad for Gentlemates.
That's the thing. If you're ever going to question anything about Patatek's game, it's not going to be the fundamentals. I think that was just a little bit unlucky, really. I don't think he would have seen him if he stayed in that corner just a little bit longer, but that's the thing. Patatek finds the most important kill of the round and a couple more to go with it. Gentlemate's taking a pause. I'll be honest with you, obviously the way that the game has gone with back and forth, thrifty rounds, you don't really want to call a pause because of it's like you can't really go, yeah guys, can you stop losing the pistols? Like that's not going to really help. But now this pause is coming in so late that I also worry a bit if it's not going to work out for them because you're sat there 11-6 down. Liquid are very strong in this attack. More importantly, they have 3 ults already online, and Camo's 3 away. Sure, you have similar, you're getting very close to a lot of those ults, but I then look at it and go, okay, can Liquid cheese their way through 2 rounds? Probably.
You would think so.
Like Kiko alone could cheese them through 2 rounds.
You know, we're going to start this one off with Nats having a pit, and okay, I see Zipan away from the Armageddon. I think back to the last half, and maybe that won't be as much of an advantage as you think, but harder to do when he won't be sitting inside of vents. That avenue, I mean, you can see you hit him with a stun, Armageddon's going to kill him 100% of the time. If it's used here for post plant, not quite so easy to find that kind of value. And for Team Liquid, that means getting boots on the ground probably puts them in a position to win. And so far, they've been pretty good at getting onto the site. Or just wiping Gentlemates out before that's even necessary.
Yeah, they've done it with stingers, they've done it with pistols.
Thank you.
Maybe now Kada will do it with a Bucky. Not the greatest start, that's already the aggressive peak of Zipan.
Thank you, Valere.
Solo fight in B main, he's dead.
And this round starts with A aggression, a Prowler going through, you're leaving the gate crash deep into the spawn so we can just go back a little bit later on. They want to fake out the A presence, and instead it works out as a fake on B because they get this opening pick that creates a vacuum that Gentlemates have to fill in. They don't have the info, and they're ready for a push to come out any second now. But instead, that pre-placed wall can now be be used towards the A side.
Mini's gone over. They are full committed. Other than what I mentioned,
B main.
Probably be the greatest Bucky play we've ever seen. Now, luckily, he's not been hit by the Nightfall. First kill goes his way. Got a little bit of help from that Viper screen. Looking for a little more. Almost gets the second. It's a nice try.
Exactly. They need more in this round, Tom. More than just a glimmer of hope. They need those flames to be fanned, and I don't see anyone to do it. It's a Sheriff and a rifle picked up by Click, 2 away from the ult. But 4 players to find. He may need that showstopper. Or this show will be over before they want it to be. Just 6 rounds on the board for Gentlemates, and nothing is going to change here. With Team Liquid pushing up to 12, they now have 6 chances on their favored side to take this across the line.
This has been looking comfortable. Normally, you'd look at this score and talk about, okay, a couple of rounds goes the other way, it's a close game. If you win both pistols and you have 6 rounds, you've had a bad map. Like, this has not been particularly close. And that is... Again! No, definitely no bad blood.
No,
none at all. They're besties, I'd say.
You can tell they're in here on good terms.
Oh, I love it. And I also feel like Patatek is one of those players where if he's gonna talk smack to you, you'll hear it.
Yeah.
You're seeing it. You can see across the stage. He's mouthing off.
Oh, he's waiting until your eyes lock to start yapping. That's the guy we know and love.
I don't know if I'd want to see Kamek's face of this scenario, but maybe that'll happen eventually. It's already gone horribly. Shooting the clone, trades out. Marcada was trying to potentially teleport in. He's not going to get there in time. This will just be for safety, making sure the entirety of the site is clear. The rest of the team just waiting patiently for that information to be had. In fact, they're even going to give the spike over to Camo just to make sure. Cosmic Divide making
I think next lineup
definite that nobody can get any shots onto Camo.
बहुत safe plan दिया है.
They're looking for a hero again. I look to this man.
Snake bites landed at least, but look how many players are there, ready and waiting. Team Liquid with a masterclass on Split. They've dominated from the get-go, and now it's on to Gentlemate's map of Haven. We'll see how this series goes, but first the analyst desk after the break.
Liquid too strong, buddy. रुक जा, मैं चाय लेके आया.
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ.
चैट में चाय लेके आया. चैट जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं, लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. 5 के लाइक्स 1 सेकंड में रहने का.
Direction is not us just throwing abilities. What we're gonna do with ability, make a call around the ability. Let's be assertive, make a call, follow the call. We listen for the first call first. Be next to each other always. 1-2 spacing. Be always next to each other, boys. Come in.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Team Liquid have returned to their winning ways. What a great start here. Nice. Can't relate. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yungsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. We had a lot of questions on, how Team Liquid are going to prepare in the very short amount of time they've had since Bangkok. Are you guys satisfied with what we saw on Split?
I mean, definitely. We knew that Team Liquid was very strong on this map. It's good to see that they still have it, that they still have that dynamic that they can rely on.
Even with an addition of a new player as well, right? I think that they did really well, and I think that they have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing here in this breakdown, the breakdown of the first kills, of course, it's heavily in favor of Team Liquid. If you think about the gun rounds themselves for the side of Gentlemates, they were really there. Even though they get 6 rounds, 2 of them are pistol, well, 2 of them in the first half, then they win the pistol in the second half, but they couldn't even convert. It was... I'm gonna say that the the composition that Team Liquid was playing is something that they're very comfortable with. I cannot say the same for Gentamates. I do not think that they found their comfort. Click, poor guy, had a terrible performance, could not find a single opener. He went 0 and 8 in those duels.
Yeah.
So it's never easy.
Was not clicking.
It wasn't clicking.
But sometimes it just feels like maybe one of the teams was just better, you know?
Yes.
It was just a better performance.
Yeah,
and it's a better performance, of course, out of the fan favorite, Cats. Everybody loves Cats. And Kiko and Nats, Billy, they are just playing it like they were before Bangkok.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about those opening duels, these two, they were great, right? Kiko managing to get 6 opening kills and 0 first deaths, and Pate managing to get 4 and then 1 first death. So like when you consider those kind of things, they were never kind of giving away the man advantage, which is what we've seen a lot from them in kickoff. So it's nice that they've kind of been able to amend those sort of mistakes.
Absolutely, and I think that their impact was more in this kind of rounds where the decision making was the difference between this two. There was, I think it was like around 5 or 6 where we see Kiko just jumping onto sides, ults and goes straight to the fuse. It seems like this is not even synergy, it's just individual level, individual brilliance, I have to say.
This is what we see a lot, right, from players that go to global events. They gain even more confidence by just being there, soak up all the atmosphere. They come back and they're even more hungry to go back again. Because let's not forget, Nas missed out an entire year of global events. And right now, Liquid are one of the teams we should be sending to Toronto, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so important that you mentioned that. Yes, we mentioned the experience that they have in Bangkok, but remember, Team Liquid, throughout the year, they're the team in Emea that have played the most because they had all that lower bracket run there at kickoff.
They did indeed. But let's talk about Gentamates on the other side, because you heard it from Ghost in the pre-match. It is not easy to switch IGLs. He's got so much he has to focus on, but Mini Billy was one of the players that tried his goddamn best to keep his team in this game.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you can kind of see the approach that they were trying to have, right? They were having a lot of slow contacts on their attack, and despite having a double duelist composition, Team Liquid, they just were not feeding into that whatsoever, right? So I think that he was trying to work around what he was able to provide from his lurks, and the rest of the team just weren't really like on the ball to follow up with that.
2-0 लग रहा है
really
क्यों गया माइक से अपने क्या कर रहा है?
I expected to, like the composition didn't favor
माइक
the
से
opponent.
चिपक गया मैं फोन से आया
because they have a lot of experience in the map and it's probably their best map, and now that Abyss is gone. So I just want to think and hope that Haven is going to be different, because when we talk about comfortability, and Haven should be that for Gentamates. Very good results. I want to see how the IGL is going to change. But remember, they were the only team that we had in EMEA that were running the Neon here, looking at Click again to see if he can bounce back from that performance.
Yeah, I definitely think Neon was something that he was a lot more comfortable on, right? So it'd be nice to see him get that confidence up. And I think as well, like, how are they kind of integrating Kamek into the team, you know, having that new there to kind of set him up is kind of like where I need this to come to fruition now.
Yeah, exactly. You're speaking about Kamek looking on the other side. Now if Team Liquid wants to close this in a 2-0 fashion, what is Serial going to be playing? We saw him slotting right into the Astra. Do we expect him to in this Haven pick up the tickle?
Yeah, it's a weird one when you think about it, right? I don't know what to expect from Serial. I think that he had an okay debut, and I think that if they can continue to have this momentum, there was a couple of rounds, especially when Team Liquid switched sides, that I thought we were starting to get muddy Valorant again from Team Liquid. I was getting a little bit worried, not winning any of those pistols. So I think Gentlemates could still be with a chance here.
Here's the thing, with Kamek not playing the Tejo on Gentlemates, as we move on to the next one, Liquid, who's going to play Tejo for them? And will Kamek go back to the Tejo?
Serial said he's playing new agents.
Yeah, but I would like to see Kamek play the Tejo again. It was one of the better things, you know, he brought out for us. So I hope if that is the plan, if they plan to change.
RapidPK used to play the Soba, so I think it's a good and fair trade. You're still gonna have the breach, you can combo it perfectly, you do not give up the drone, you still have the damage.
I mean, do we even potentially see some sort of double duelist come out from them again? I mean, they were mini Yoru. I mean,
mini Yoru.
Maybe mini Yoru.
Actually,
race. Honestly,
you like it.
I was thinking a click Whaley potentially, because of course he enjoys the neon on this map. So do we see them try to implement that Whaley?
I actually wouldn't hate it. I agree with you. I really, really wouldn't hate it if that's the route they go down, because why not just throw a surprise out at Team Liquid?
Absolutely.
As well, because there's no way they would have been able to prep for that.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going for the new maps, right? Like, think about this. Team Liquid has gone to Bangkok. They've also had the change. They only have a set amount of time to prepare for everything. You, on the other hand, we were saying they were one of the first teams to leave the competition and kick off. It's almost 2 months that you have to prepare. If it's not the new maps and it's going to double down on the ones that you have already comfortable and that you have already played, what is going to be the surprise? Because you cannot tell me that you're going to keep everything the same, even though you've changed a player, that you're going to keep everything the same to surprise a team that has had so much experience already.
And to be fair, it's not even a crazy thought, because if suits click, a character like Whaley, you can really see him pop off on it, but that's the problem. He's got to get into the game. We saw it from Kayak earlier. All it takes is a couple of kills and you're there, you know, you get the confidence back, everything's going to be good. And this is also their map pick. So, Billy, do you think we're going to see a map 3? We want to.
Of course we want to. I think it really just depends on if they can, like you say, get their heads back in the game. I think that Click didn't find any just then, and that's why I started questioning, because we have Kamek on that breach. I was surprised to see Zipan on the Tejo. I thought it would have been Kamek. So yeah, I think it's just like how was the rest of his team also helping set him up for success?
Yeah, I think after the last map, it's just a massive GG go next. You know, GG go next, let's not think about it. I do also want to give some kudos to Nats as well, because what a phenomenal player. He just keeps getting better. We see so often some of these players that's been here for such a long time, it's hard for them to improve, to learn new things. But I can hungry. Yeah, but I just cannot believe how great of a IGL he is, on top of how great of a player he is. He's honestly one of the best we have in the region.
Mini's doing the same on the other side, though. I don't think that his personal and individual performance has been affected by the fact that he is IGL, and I do want to see, now that we're jumping into familiar territory, how much of the old gentlemen we're going to see.
एक इंस्टाग्राम का पेज है जो मेरे फीड में ना स्पैम होता है, और इतना अच्छा है ना वो कि वो यहाँ पे मिलता भी नहीं है, मेटेलिक्स करके, पता तेरे को? तू
पूरे टाइम वही देखता रहेगा ना, इसलिए
पता नहीं भाई उसमें कैसा, मतलब तू पोस्टर वोस्टर ये सब कस्टमाइज सब करके वो लोग फुल शीशा वीशा सब डाल के एकदम क्लीन वो वाला करके देते भाई, बड़ा बड़ा साइज।
उसका पेमेंट भी ज्यादा होता है।
पेमेंट क्या है यार? हाँ है, इतने
हाँ,
सारे
अमीर
लोग,
लोग
इतने सारे लोगों, एक गोल्ड डाल दूंगा यार, इतना तो कर ही सकते हैं। एक दिन हर दिन सबको मिलके 50 गिफ्टेड देना, कितने लोग हैं? 2000 लोग हैं, सारे लोग 50 गिफ्टेड देंगे, हो जाएगा भाई, 1-8 तो आ ही सकता है। क्या बोलते हो?
Whatever happened on that first map has to go out of the window. You just need to focus on Haven. Please take us to Icebox. I so would love to see this teams at Icebox.
Especially between, like you said, these two teams. I want to see the Icebox as well. We are going to get into games soon.
आपका साउंड कम आ रहा है क्योंकि मैं चिल्ला नहीं रहा हूँ। आज शेड्यूल टाइट है, yes sir.
I saw in the poll result, it was like 78% people voted.
Oh yeah, it was
Liquid.
a blowout. Yeah. I mean, people are just not confident in Gentlemates.
No, I think that all the Gentlemates fans are watching Squeezy stream probably. They're not. They didn't get to see the poll, because there is no way the Gentlemates fans wouldn't be voting for them. They got such a big fan base.
Yeah.
And of course we have champs in Paris coming up. They also want to avoid relegation. We don't want to see a team like Gentlemates being in risk of that, and they have to start here. Even though their group on paper doesn't look, you know, like the hardest group in the world, you got to get all the wins.
You know, I was thinking about this yesterday with Koi, and how, you know, some teams are struggling to get the wins, and how that ends up playing on the players, like when we see them on stage, and how the dynamic and the aura of the team. Some teams honestly just need to win anyway, to start building up towards something. And I think that for Gentlemates, even though Team Liquid is one of the toughest opponents that they're probably going to find in their group, I think that they can take this win. It has to start here.
We got to start on Haven. We will be bringing you Agent Select in just a moment. One last thing, Billy, you want to see Kamek back on the jet here, or maybe switch it up?
I
don't mind Camo on the Jet. I just don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because they've been playing it recently. You know, they've maybe not had the time that they would have liked to have switched things
What
up.
about
So
last
I
season
don't
then?
mind
Last
them
season
sticking
तो
with
हो
what they've
गया यार
played in the
counter.
past.
Absolutely. Having a new player
Playstyle
just
counter
back
हो
from
गया.
Bangkok, 2 new maps coming in. Abyss, one of your best maps, is gone. You have already too much on your plate. I do not think this switch in the composition. Also, if you were to tell me that this composition did not work, then I'll be on your side.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get anything different coming out here. It will be Serial on the Tejo and then Kamek
Neon.
reach inside of Sova.
Oh, so
Zip
now
and
since
Sova.
so
Heaven
Zip has
है.
moved onto the Sova, which was with Robbie BK
Deus
was
से
playing
अच्छा
Kamek,
Sova.
probably just out of comfort, just like we saw on Split, just sticking onto that bridge. Serial, of course, playing his first
और वो
takeover
double
here,
initiator है ना वो combo
just
करके
slotting in for what
I
Kamek was
think ये
doing, and we're
लेंगे.
going to see no surprises
Space
in
लेंगे
terms
ये
of the
लोग.
compositions.
Yeah, I mean,
Love your
like
voice,
you
Bubble.
say, no
Bubble, गाना
changes
गा
on
सकता
either
है?
side other than a couple of like roll.
जाने नहीं देंगे तुझे
Right
बस
time पे गाना गाया
फ्री में
यार.
इतना ही मिलेगा
Right time पे गाना गाया. सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ.
They've
फ्री
been
में
able
इतना ही
to like
मिलेगा
kind of integrate Serial into the
Right.
team in that regard.
This is the thing. I do not want to see Gentlemates get caught out by anything Serial does on that Tejo because Kamek should know every little setup, every little
That's
cheese.
some timing
He
right
should be
there.
able to tell his teammates. So let's hope that
चलो
Gentlemates
बंदल खेलो ना
can
एक बार.
take us to a map 3.
मेरा अब तक सेट नहीं हुआ PS.
Well, I'm a fan of Icebox, so I wouldn't mind if we end up there, Tom. But after that performance in the first half, I think most people will be coming in favoring Team Liquid. We saw it on the poll, but who knows where the French fans have gone. Maybe this will get them back out of the woodwork. Attack side start for Gentlemates here on Haven. Are you going to sow the seeds of hope, Tom?
It's one of their better maps. I think they won it a couple of times when we were back at kickoff, but
Love
again, the opponent caliber was not the same. It was a very, very close victory versus Apex, and then a dominant victory versus Koi. But these are teams that I think on paper you'd expect them to beat, whereas Liquid as a team you don't expect them to beat. Whereas on the other side of things, you go on Liquid, they beat both Foot and Vitality over a kickoff on this map. Those are big names to take down. Lost to G2. Most people lose to G2. So I think this is going to be a tough one for them. Obviously, it's the plug and play. Can Serial
Demon One कौन सी team
match
में?
up to what Kamek was doing? And more importantly, on the other side, can Kamek match up to what Zipan was doing and Zipan matching up to what their IGL was doing? It makes things a lot more difficult. And I'm going to miss seeing the Kamek Teo because I think it was fantastic on this map.
Pressure being put onto the C site by Gentlemates, and although it was relatively undefended, that paranoia, the stun, has reinforced the site nicely. A rotation from Gentlemates, but just the same for Team Liquid. Already moving through the spawn are two players. It's Camo and Patatek. They'll have utility. Both the Breach and the Tejo being here alongside Camo on the Jet. This is where trouble starts to brew. Players already spotted in the drone, stops them from using their abilities. Camo sees one on short. They're starting to tick all the boxes here. Team Liquid know exactly where the hit's coming in, but Click tries to use the stun to get back sight. Unfortunately, Kiko's there, filling in the space and filling the bodies with lead on the other side. It's Team Liquid with a 1-0 start on Mate's map pick.
Yeah, a scary thing to bring up as well, that Kiko has actually moved over to his favored duelist of Omen. You might be thinking that sounds mad, but that is where he put up ridiculous numbers throughout all of kickoff. It just seems like this I like. He sees his teammate getting stunned by Breach, immediately swings because he's not stunned. Make sure that I think it was Patty at the back of the site comes out alive and basically just takes a big risk to save him. That's the thing. I feel like as well, one of my favorite matchups going into this now is Patatek was obviously supporting a lot of what Kamek was doing when he played that Tejo. Now Kamek is going to try and match the master on the Breach. And I'll be honest, I don't know if he's got what it takes.
It's a big task, that is for sure. Team Liquid, defensive success starting this out. They filled in C site, but Mates already up close. They've used these smokes to get into sneaky little angles. The big swing, but Nats is there to catch them all. Patatek and Kiko have his back well and truly covered it. I think Mates ran into a few more bodies than they expected to.
I disagree. They did not have him covered. They ran through the short smoke and Nats got killed. That was horrific.
मैं लिक्विड की बात कर रहा था देख वो लोग साइड पे सारे यूटिल फेंके ना इन्होंने इंस्टेंट बैक साइड का सारा यूटिल वापस फेंका काउंटर यूटिल बैक साइड
ना डिफॉल्ट का फेंका
They are there. They are looking at it.
Look at how's he got to there?
Oh yeah, that's tough.
फ्लैश आया था
They've hung him out to dry a
I
little bit.
expect better. I expect better. Obviously, only one player lost. And
भाई 2 round back to
we
back.
just mute the whole thing he's saying.
Crazy.
We're just looking at his face at this point. Panitek, I plead with you, if you ever watch this back, which I don't think you will, but if you do, please say something we can put on the broadcast. Just once. Just once. It'll be nice.
Just hold back this one time. It's our only request.
2-0. Relatively clean. And actually some heavier investments in the last, meaning that if they want shields, heavy shields, which they do versus that sniper, they're going to have to go down to Guardian. So it's actually, on paper, other than the Sheriff, which is in Nat's hands, it kind of almost looks like a better buy for Liquid.
Well, the seaside hits have not really been working for Binks, but it was a pistol roll by this time. With rifles out, with Guardians in play. A movement towards A site is going to be tested out. We see Nats' setup.
Only Nats with a Sheriff.
Sheriff in hand. He'll use his cages here, just hoping to pick them up as they step into those traps for now, not intending to move towards the back site, and in fact, just tapping the spike and giving up control. 40 seconds left, though. Nats is a big pick. It's going to free up a lot of the site control, but Serial has filled in the gap, making his way into this corner. He'll be spotted, revealed, the spams into the corner, not landing on him. The trade at least from Panitek, but numbers thinning out. Panitek holding strong, and Campbell's here to help. Mini giving away his flank, but gets it to a 1v1, 15 seconds. The spike has to go down on A at this point. There's no time to turn tail. Panitek going to expertly reposition down below. It's a gamble from Mini as to where he could be.
Mini!
The Red Bull clutch for him in a round where they put their credits on the line. Mini shows up again for Gentlemates.
We might actually have to
Binks
start
का आवाज can't
putting
understand,
more
Caster का
how
आवाज
many
masking
rounds
Binks भाई का
Mini
voice
is winning
मतलब
on his own for this team. They said that he would take
Can't
over
hear
the
you, तो ये
in-game
कम
leading.
कर
It
देता
seems
हूँ.
like he has to take over the game if they're going to have a chance in this matchup. Because,
expensive
again,
round था वे
you look at that round, you go, okay, Nats basically just died. But in essence, the amount of time he was able to buy and just surviving in the back of the site, it gave so much over to Liquid that, yeah, it literally came down to just one player on the clutch. And
my camera is destroyed.
Well, as said,
I must wait a moment.
that was just the bonus. Now a full investment coming in from the side of Liquid. And not really anything either to pad the gaps. That's the nice thing if you go in when you've lost a couple of weapons here and there. You go, okay, well, we got this ult that will help us out. Well, unfortunately for them this time, Mini's not on the Viper, so it'll be the neural theft that he's almost farmed up.
This push down by Camo is risky. The head spotted and connected on, and he has his dash to get right out. That's a nice start. He's come back out for more. They won't expect it. After seeing him fall back, short push as well. Kiko and Panitek. Serial was there, but they're backing off. They've gotten Panitek into this position. They'll bait for him. A little bit risky depending on where they come from. They might see that barrel on Panitek, but if they're focused up top, that's a different game entirely. They've seen him. They saw the barrel. I mean, it's just a bad position unless you've got that bait.
It was also, Kiko was, I think, setting up a smoke. So because of that, that setup completely fell apart. They've given up the space. Serial, that's the second time he's been scanned after missing the door. Luckily,
my
though.
God.
Oh, when you've got Nats, you've got Kiko. Sometimes that's enough. Still 2 players, one of them Mini. Kamek still looking for something versus his whole team, and now needs to do it all. 2 players standing down to low HP. And Camo kicked it off. Camo finishes it off.
Liquid hai.
Well, the only round on the board was
This is
the
fully
one that Mini
open, that
pulled
is
across
for
the line.
retake.
I'm looking back at the last map as well, and I think you can put 3 or 4 more, either half or more than half of the rounds down to Mini. I think 4 is fair. Between the 3K, the 2 4Ks, and the clutch.
The 4K where they should have won a round.
Exactly. I don't know what that was. Cookie Monster style laughs.
He's literally saying every time that he is lost alone. That's what he's calling him out for. And to be fair, if he's playing the breach, maybe it should be the case. But hey, it is very entertaining. And I think it will be difficult for that not to get in your head. Especially with the fact that it is literally being screamed at you across the stage. But there you go, it's something that we can put on the broadcast. So I appreciate that one, Panateco, though, if you were watching live.
Bhushan bhai bol rahe he likes you.
An early pause, though. And a break back that, well, you have to bear in mind the
Bhushan.
round they won was 1 player surviving. So their economy has been obliterated. So it's time for
तो उसको feelings दे रहा है करके.
coaches Go Kid to try and come out with something here. I can only assume that this pause is this
गलत
early
इंसान को
because
choose कर रहे
there
हो
is
भाई.
something either within communication
I'm
or something
straight.
severe enough that you need to stop it early, otherwise this could get out of control.
Oh yeah, with 3-1 on the board. You think back on the last map again, you know,
तो
it didn't feel
अगर
like
तू
mates really had
straight
their
है
hands
और वो भी है
firmly on the reins at any point.
तो that's
and then
a
you come
match,
into this
ना?
3-1.
That
Team Liquid continue.
It seemed like they
जा
didn't
रही
have
थी
their
जा
hands
रही सो जा
firmly.
सोया 2 घंटा ही है ना इसलिए बोल रहे
Gonna
हैं
fly that under the radar a little bit, but just pulling out the discs, put the spotlight on them. For mates, let's see if they can find recovery. Even in this round, there's
ना मान
chances.
रहा भाई.
Nats is there to pick up the opening. The rest of the squad a little late in following it up. Now they flood through that tiny little choke point, looking for the fight. They might get it. This is a good opportunity with the stinger up close and the sheriff
भाई
fall
मिनी
off
ने
from
मान
Kevin.
रहा भाई.
That's about as good of a start as you could wish for.
क्या रनन किया है?
रनन गन
Well,
कर
that
दिया
the C site is clear. They can retrieve a gun or two, get into post-plant positions.
Hi,
There's a lot of
Bansalo.
ultimates that are close though. That's the main worry. Armageddon, 1 away. Bladestorm, 1 away. Any kills going in the other direction could be a problem. Kamek could get 1 though. Getting ever closer to his own and gets an isolated fight. Serial a little bit ahead of the curve, and Aftershock versus Aftershock, but it's going to come down to just Panitek. Clears out that first kill, but there are 2 more to find, and that time is ticking. You can see Kader's not got the best weaponry, but he's just looking to be awkward, create issues for his opponent.
And that's a big issue. Smoke down, he knows the defuse can't be had before a pick is found. Unfortunately, just listen to how
guy, by the
quickly
way.
the ticks are coming in on that spike. Patty looking for a little bit more, and he'll find it. 3-piece in this round. It is a pay safe card thrifty though for Gentlemates, despite the wealth of ultimates in play for Team Liquid for the next round. This is what mates need. Chip away at that lead, and making a round like this work is splendid. It's got to recover their mental somewhat.
उसके कांटेक्ट में पीक ले रहा था वो.
Be a little bit overconfident at times, but the thing is, it's
Trap
done
था तब
serious
तक ठीक है.
damage to
Trap
Liquid
थोड़ा
side. We were
तब
talking
उसके
about the
बाद
economy of mates, but it's weird because they're left with nothing in terms of weaponry. A
भाई
single gun,
पांच
Panitek,
अंटी एक
but they
गद्दी
do
है
have
लेकिन
all 5
पांच.
ultimates, which means you're going to get a Blade Storm, and if it gets close at any point, you might see one of those other ults thrown in.
Big push from Liquid. They got to take risks in a round like this where you don't have a lot to work with. That was Kiko to land the headshot on the Sheriff, but the rifle doesn't make it out. The knives from far away, though, able to land the kill onto Kata, removing the smokes for this side. And mates, really going to struggle to find map control now. Look at the push down from Team Liquid, too. They're going to recover a rifle onto Nats, another for Camo, even if those blades run dry and don't find their mark. And there's the info. With all these ultimates online, they're being used well. And this Rolling Thunder, though it gives them the bit of mental security to cross garage and move to the site, it doesn't land on anyone. There's nothing they can follow up with, and the advantages still need to be found elsewhere. Serial in big danger, not expecting that deep push, and that could be the undoing of this round with Camo having it all on his shoulders, and Kamek delivering shots to the head.
That's a great
भाई रीड था ब्रो.
I think
अच्छा रीड
realizing,
था.
okay, we basically go for a default plant, we're going to get wrecked by the ultimates that are there from the side of Liquid, so let's push aggressively, let's catch them while they're setting up utility and have a post plant for the back of site. That's a good mid-round call coming out of Mini, and as said, like this is a new role for him. I think the on-the-fly stuff could maybe come a little bit more naturally, and okay, this is what I want to do in this moment, and clearly had a good read in that scenario. Back to 3-3. And something I wanted to mention as well, that the 2 maps we did see was very strong early starts from the side of mates. So it's good that they're back ready.
Well, Kiko looking to be a thorn in the side, but they have rooted him out of position. The advantage stays with mates, the site to be taken. Rolling Thunder put in early. That's getting Serial into position to slow or maybe stop this push altogether. The drone up top, it's catching info, and they're following up, swinging in, but it's Kamek holding the angle that finds the reward. Nats, 3 players to pick up. The drones even spotted him, so right away, there's no surprise anymore. Mates know exactly where he is, and I don't think you see very often a player look for that spam battle after being spotted up, so an ambitious play by Nats, and he did some damage.
I think that's exactly why he did it. Oh, a close angle. That's risky.
2v1
This is
and
not the
it's
sort of guy
nuts.
that you want to give opportunities to. Nats now turning it into a 1v2. The crossfire is still nasty. Realistically, when contact is made, there should be a swing, and while Canada doesn't give the chance for anything more. Another solid round from Canada as well, back-to-back multi-frags.
मैप 3 रहेगा अच्छे इसके बाद
Moves
सीधा
up to the
एनए
top of the
चालू
board. It literally is him and Panitek at the top of the moment.
They're doing it all. And yeah, when you look at how we've gotten here for Team Liquid, 3 out of 4 of the first rounds, mates, like you said, we need that early success, and they are most certainly finding it here. This is comfort for them as well. A map that they chose, and a battleground that seems to favor them from what we've seen so far. For Team Liquid, a pause. Taking the time out here, and they're coming into a round where they don't have a lot of credits. They came in with 5 ultimates not long ago, and no success found. And they spent those ultimates, the Blade Storm, used before the Rolling Thunder, the Armageddon, nothing. Finding the reward that they needed.
I think it's worth noting as well that, again, when you look back to their victories when they were playing at kickoff, it was 9, 8, and 9 rounds on this defensive side. So they have been stellar on this side of the map. A lot of it came down to solid set plays based around the Tejo. And, if I'm being brutally honest, it came down to Kamik having a fantastic game. Like, each time, as I said, I think it was the last 4 times, including their loss to G2, he either finished top in 3 of the matches in terms of rating, or he finished second. So removing that as a piece of the puzzle for this map, it's going to be difficult to plug and play, and I'll be honest, Serial looks a little bit more jittery. Like, I think some of the fights he's been taking, it looks like he's been set up to succeed. Rolling Thunder in the last round gets absolutely nothing for it.
Granted, but when he swung into that angle, there were 2 players holding it.
Even attacking map, defending map, attacking map.
I think Click was the only one really affected by the Rolling Thunder because it was quite early. Players were still out on long. So yes, he didn't win the fight, but also we look to the utility as potentially could have been used a little bit better. Or maybe we look to mates and say they avoided it very well, regardless of why that happened. There's no denying that it did, and for Team Liquid, 3 rounds on the board. It was a good start with 3-1, but now mates have full control. They have their hands back, and they're firmly on the reins. Now, for the defensive side, not a big investment, not a round we expect a lot. And the push coming in towards this A site. Mates are running right in to a mostly open site. The only danger is spotted now. He's able to get out of there at least, and I mean, if he finds a kill, I am surprised and perhaps perplexed. Well done by Zipan to deal with that, and it looks like just housekeeping across the board going well.
Yeah, very nice take. Methodical as well. The mistakes that we saw in the last map have seemingly dissipated. I said much more of a comfortable pick, and maybe a few confidence kills coming up for Serial. It's unlikely to change the round, but maybe
Bro, misclick.
Really? Use the ult
Bro,
there?
misclick.
Are you sure about that?
Was that a misclick or just
Bro,
ego? I don't know.
Misclick.
That seems mental. Maybe just doesn't like the ult, but he'd be the first.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm really not sure of the logic behind using the ult there. I'm going to go with it was a misclick, but I'm sure it's possible. It was just a confidence play as well.
Yeah,
there's no way he activated it there in
Yeah,
the middle of the open.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Nail on the head.
It
Well,
happens.
that's If he looked happy about using it, I would have been. We would have to bring that up in the interview later on. 5-3. Gentlemates continue to put rounds up here on the attack side. And it's Team Liquid looking to hold on to the C side as a lot of presence is sent this way early on for mates. Ult even used by Kata, committed as he's now got deep back site control and a Hunter's Fury out of Zipan. This is a lot of
retake, लेकिन retake का सबसे बड़ा counter ult है.
You need to remove him from the setup, and to be honest, that is the main thing. You've got him out. He's not lurking. He's not hiding somewhere in there.
Spike planted.
When you look what's remaining for the retake, Panitek, no util, no paranoia. It's only going to be what comes back online. Timing is going to be everything. They're going through at the same time, an even trade to start things out, but it seems like it's eventually going to swing into the attacker's favor. 2 remaining for that defense as they get picked apart one by one. This started off level, but the fact is mates are starting to run away with it now.
Obviously, when we switched to Kamek,
Well,
you'd be a
they're
little
playing
bit worried
clean.
seeing the ult
Emmet
just
is
being
playing
held in
clean.
hand, but there were two teammates close, ready for that fight. He's close so that the ult doesn't hit his teammates, but still gets them. And the gamble, a lot of the time, is they're going to use utility. Who retakes through a smoke without using util? That's your sign. They're on their way. Ult fired through and worked well. But again, we go back to the start of the round. This is somewhere that there were a lot of ultimates for mates. Oh, wow. Especially after Click using his ulti by accident at the end of the previous round. They came in and invested 3 ultis. That's a big ulti con dump, but it works out. It's an important round, a swing round perhaps, as Team Liquid invested their money, and now they don't have any.
Now we've got Camo with a
na
hero
maan
rifle.
raha.
Something to note as well, mentioned the pause from Goked. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Emmet भी खेल रही है मास मुझे लगा Liquid 2-0 मेरे को लगा था अपसेट करेगा भाई Emmet भी अच्छा टीम है
Whatever he spotted, whatever the words of wisdom were from the coach, they have definitely
Players
made
अच्छे
a
हैं
difference. Well,
Deploying drone.
this round at least, expectations incredibly low for Camo. He's either got to get enough kills that he's close to his ult, or he's got to basically win it. This is going well for Nats though. This is why you want to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Kiko gets one as well with the shotgun.
जिता देता है भाई
Got rid of
कितना
Nats.
tilting है भाई
As said, in the last round the goal was kill Nats. The goal is still kill Nats.
Yeah, and it ain't going well. He's picked up a third, the first 2 with a Sheriff, and now the recovered rifle working wonders.
Goka's going, I said kill Nats.
Well, that strategy might have to be repeated in the next timeout. Finally, Nats will go down, but so does Kata with a pay safe card
It's
Team
always
Liquid
Nats,
have
guys.
broken
It's
that win
always
streak
Nats.
on the other side. It was a 5
Bhai,
round
he's
in a row
goatish,
performance
bhai.
from the side of mates. They've tasted
Ah,
defeat
Nats is
at long
goatish.
last. And, well, after using up their ultis, it's not like they have an easy fallback for those safety nets. The fact that Nats is able to get so much done here is outrageous. Yeah. I didn't realize he recovered the rifle so quickly as well.
एक सिलोंग push down निकाल दिया
That was
बे
the thing. I think Mini
एक
maybe
बंदा भाई
overplayed it a little bit.
Nats ही है
Knew where he
भाई
would be hiding off
हर
the back of
बार
that cam, went to pre-fire it, and just Nats was quicker. That's the thing. That single gun completely changed the round. An aggressive start, solid stun out from Paditek. Going to set up Camo wonderfully. In fact, the second assist, but goes out for more. In fact, Zipan's found a quick double, and then Mini's lurking to get his revenge. Catches out Nats. Now it's left all up to one. Well, Mini has immediately called for that rotation. Bring the spike to me.
Yeah, Kiko tried to fake it out, getting caught by the ultimate rotating, and he goes back in the other direction just in case.
6-6 हो गए
Spike is planted, he'll realize that, yeah, this is the other side of the map.
6-6 होगा भाई देख लियो
Economy, it's decent for the next round, but one player, now it's down to 400. And I think that's got Kiko thinking about carrying this weapon through for the drop.
Yeah, especially if he gets a few extra credits, that's maybe an outlaw. Like, he can just give that over to Nats. It's a perfectly viable weapon for Nats to play, so I think holding on to this gun is going to be ever important. Well, Mika's looking.
मेरे हिसाब से सो जाना ये टाइम पे अच्छा ऑप्शन है क्या बोलते हो
Top fragger in the server, removing this gun
save
would be
क्यों कर रहा है यार
nice.
बनने नहीं करना यार जाके
Unexpected angle to be held, and
that
the rest of the players a little bit further away. Got to be careful. Well, loses his life right at the end. Big kill for Zipan. I think they may still scrape a bye together, but it's definitely not going to be quite as nice as they would have liked. Yeah, there's going to be gaps now. I think, you know,
भाई मेरे को लगा नहीं करेगा यार
for the defensive side. Camo's able to land so much, and it seems like this one's locked down. Serial's still on long, but Zipan comes swinging back through, and you lose 3 players on the other side of the map. You see 3 players there fighting you. You think maybe you should rotate pretty quickly, but that ends up being Nats' demise. 7-4. Team Liquid behind by 3. A different face to mates. Armageddon used. Salvo sent through, and it's Kamek and Kata caught. A huge performance from Team Liquid with early aggressive util on A, and they have sent Mini into a difficult scenario. A 1v5 to pick up. The spike's down.
Just died to the setup he normally runs. Like, we've literally seen him do that exact setup, and they've just fallen hook, line, and sinker for the exact same thing. It is very difficult to avoid, I'll say. If you're set up outside A, it's a disgusting combination. And while Mini, leading by example, seems like an impossibility, and in-zone flawless to close out the half. It's close going into the second.
Clean.
Yes. a better face from the side of Gentlemates. They've done well to go in with the lead. 2 rounds separate these two teams. We'll find out if map 3 is in our future after the break.
आगे तो स्टन नेट दोनों है. गलत.
इससे बढ़िया तो स्पॉन पे बैठे रहते.
लैंग्वेज. Not bad off. Not a bad off. But एमेट को अभी पिस्तौल जीतना पड़ेगा वरना जीजी.
कॉफी पी लो. अरे नहीं रे, सोने का टाइम हो गया है भाई.
वो 6-6 से समझा. Not for you. I love Panda GEELI. अपने बंदे थे ना वो.
Well, it's time to find out if this is the last map of the night or if we're going the distance all the way to Icebox. The choice is up to Gentlemates. They're leading by 2, but they need to win this map to have a shot at this series. Some good signs of life, though, in that first half. And for Team Liquid, look, we had a good start, 3-1 up, but Mates managed to sweep their way right back into the game. Do you think things are going to change for Liquid, though, now that they're on the attack?
That's the thing, a lot of the big victories we've had from them, it's been, as said, a solid showing from Kamek and solid defensive halves, which obviously we had one of those, but unfortunately he's on the other team now. So I'm interested to see what Liquid have got on the attack because, as said, in most cases, they've been so far ahead that their pistol could have closed the game. So definitely be interesting. I always think, though, you have the setup of Paditek and an aggressive jet of Camo, you got a good chance.
Well, it's time to get right into the game and right into the B side. Camo going deep on that dash. Smoke off the left side as they look to work A with this split. And Camo will be a real annoyance to these players as he wraps all the way around, tucked on the boxes, hearing the rotations as well. They could bring the spike back, but I think they're going to try to use Camo when he springs that trap. It could be being watched by Kata. The timing here will be everything is the fight on the site. They've lost Kata. Now their back is wide open. They need to fight forward. Kamek, good for 1 onto Paditek, and he'll keep them boxed in. The spike can't run back, can't cross and move to C without going straight through Kamek. Has to slip out with the TP, but that leaves a player isolated, surrounded, and a shot to take him down from the grave. Kamek,
30 seconds left.
A 1v2. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible.
With how he's been playing.
हम डूबेंगे, तुम्हें भी ले डूबेंगे सदम.
अच्छा में same movement.
भाई crazy play था.
Cyril
कैसे खेला बस में अच्छा खेला.
Camo, like he has been an
Gary bhai, thank you for the dose. Very jam today.
Kiko actually watching the angle instead. It will be another pistol.
Thanks for the map.
As we saw in the last map. Sometimes winning both pistols isn't enough.
Yeah, well, that's the thing for Team Liquid, especially being down by 2. This almost just resets them coming into things. You have to hope for a better performance when the rifles come up. But I like the idea coming in from the attack. I love the fact that Cyril also realizes, you know, I'll give you the spike, you get out of here. He stays with the sinking ship. He knows he's not going to have a good time, but still does well to take the kill.
Save yourself.
Yeah, go on without me. And he most certainly did. I mean, Kata didn't blink. All right, cool, I'm out. Not taking that fight. Luckily, they don't have to remember him for too long. He's right back on the server. And
fast
lots of rifles here. 4, in fact, with a Spectre. Team Liquid don't really want to be losing anyone, and what they're up against does very much enable that reality. Mates have only got classics, but they have got numbers.
Post plant utility in position. element of surprise is not going to be an easy one. They know there's no flank. Trips are still in play. Part of me does wonder if mates just get to the stage where it's go, okay, we don't want to just feed them orbs. We don't want to give them ultimates going into their bonus. Let's just try and hold on to whatever we can. Oh, well, Cad has at least found a kill. That's an extra gun dropped to the deck. It's not one of the rifles. The next kill would be a rifle if they could find one, but that's a lot easier said than done. And well, at this stage, yeah, it does actually have to run.
Yeah, technically 4 off for one gun.
Yeah, obviously Serial there just sidestepping the stun caused a bit of issues, but real potential for lasting damage. In that round, 2-0 start in the half. Team Liquid find themselves neck and neck. The investment from them, decent.
Yeah.
You look at that and you think Bulldogs, especially going together, it's not going to be as much of a disadvantage as you might think. For Gentlemates, that means they've got to be cautious in this round. Click on the Neon. 7-13. It's not the strongest of starts, but I think he might be looking to add up and tally up a few more eliminations to the board. He's close in Garage, and he's heard a TP. He's heard lots of noise moving towards this B site. It's all about his timing. Oh, but he's paranoid. It's still good for one, but the trade so quick. And as they pull back into the angle, the close range weapons, well, they love that fight. They don't like that one, though.
Shutting them down.
Solid position of
भाई मिनी अच्छा खेल रहा है बे
placement is pristine.
Yaar they are close to 5k likes so like बच्चा जितना like नहीं किया like कर दो मेरे ज्ञान के टूट
I do agree though that the issue with Click having a tougher game, obviously when you're diving into the sights on the attack you can kind of forgive it, but he needs to pick up here because a passive Neon, I don't know if there's many of those. The one that springs to mind was, I think it was Defo back on Split. So it was a while ago.
Oh yeah, we're really
and it was just him like bouncing stuns to slow people down.
Yeah, the initiator Neon, support Neon. I'm not sure it's going to catch on.
No, it shouldn't.
And I don't think Click's going to be looking to make it catch on either. Zipan doesn't get the info, but still fires the shock dart through, knowing someone broke his little arrow. Nats has gone down, and yeah, it was the peek into the window. Now, he's gone down, no control over your back. It's time to go forward.
Already pressure in. I like that. Isolates the kill on the non-blinded player part. That does give Zipan time to regain his vision and take down the majority of the squad. Kamek came in as backup.
Map 3.
And this deadly duo of initiators has slaughtered Team Liquid's entry into the site.
Well, they've done a wonderful job. After initial pick as well, you know, you get very pigeonholed by that. You got to go forward because if you don't, they can be coming behind you at any given moment. You're losing players to having to secure your flank.
You're so good, Kamik.
Come here.
As they go diving in, well, Gentlemates are all too ready to receive that party. 9-7, 2-round gap. Mates climbing back up. They lose the pistol, they lose the follow-up, but since then, nothing but success. Now Liquid have got a lighter buy. Sheriffs, Stingers, and no ultimates to fall back on. Patatek could maybe have his, but realistically, this is just going to be a brute force round. Looking to use the numbers and a few. To be honest, I thought more shots hit than did. I think none hit. No. He's being robbed.
They will have the site. The main thing that can work in their favor here is time. Walking into the trip won't help. Mini is going to go through this. Cavalry has arrived alongside him. You can see though, the goal for Liquid is to play up close. And I think they've misread how far forward these players on Gentlemates have gone. They wanted the close angle onto the spawn. Aditek's done well. Kill, you don't really expect him to win.
Nice.
The rest of them are not going their way.
Clean,
Left all onto Nats.
Quick
and clean.
Bablu hai dedication to hai. Bablu hai.
Up for Gentlemates, but maybe cooling down as we move to Icebox next. For Team Liquid, they want to have a say in that. If they want to stop it,
clean ke se ek banda mar gaya.
See those blockades put up. Right now, everything's working. The A hit were some numbers there and quick rotations
Bablu,
coming in from the
jaldi
B
bata,
side
kaun
that
sa
helped
agent
out.
mara
I know
tha?
it was Kamek who ended up picking up a double here on C.
Oman.
Again, showing that they're more than ready to receive a bit of a direct hit in that direction. And that's going to leave Liquid scratching their heads. Where can they take it? They call a timeout to discuss that as
bhai,
like I said,
attackers
the
ka
economy
Oman
being
mara tha
invested
yaar.
into the next one. And Gentlemates pushing 11 if they
Attackers
win,
ka to
facing
sare
into a
mare
liner
the.
by. It's do or die, more or
भाई
less.
सबसे पहले ओमन मरा था यार अटैकर्स
I
का
think also similarly to the first
फिर
half,
जेट
it was a
मरा था तो
pause that
डैश किया
flipped
था
the script for
गेम ओवर
Belkhead and the squad, but do we have the same from Lohan
डिफेंस
on the
में
other
एक बंदा
side?
मरा था
Can he bring
सिर्फ
something to the table? They come in with a Rolling Thunder, always going to be helpful, but a Hunter's Fury, and actually almost every single ult coming online, as long as Click's not going to accidentally use his before.
हाँ ब्रीच मरा था
Really
हाँ
has
किसी
the
आयुष को
value,
थैंक्स
but
बोलो
to be honest, at this stage, round or two could just reset
Shout
Liquid
out
into that
Ayush
third
को
map,
अबे यार
not
मैं
having
सुबह
the
से
economy to
valorant
really
खेल रहा हूँ,
fight
मैं
back
थक गया
from
यार।
it. And
बस
some of the
देख रहा हूँ
performers on their side definitely being a little bit quieter. As said, you have taken your best performer on Haven.
मैं बस देख रहा हूँ कौन
given him to
जीतेगा
your
बस
opponent,
कौन जीतेगा बात
and unfortunately, it's not always going to
सुबह 8
happen
बजे
that
से
your
वालों के रैंक
youngster
पुश कर करके दिमाग थक
making
गया
his
मेरा
debut is
हुआ
going
क्या
to do
push
as
लेके?
well as someone like Sibo, who just
नहीं,
happened to have like one
ban
of the
लग
best
गया।
performances we've ever seen. That's not the expectation. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. Especially when
इस
Sirio
मैच
is
की वजह
literally
से
just
बैन
plug and play at the moment.
जी
अरे यार मैं चाय लेने गया था उसमें बैन लग गया
Passive
भाई
Neon. We're not going to see it from Click, thankfully. It is that
बंदों ने रिपोर्ट
aggressive
मार दिया
hold, but
शायद
there's a trap waiting for him. Luckily, if he keeps pushing forward, he'll get that information. Thing is, you know, usually when you push through that point, you're already committing to the deep
Who wants
control.
Fnatic और Navi क्या लगता है
Won't know about that
BCA
trap late into the round. The drone sends him flying backwards, and that's just causing a bit of an eyesore, popping up that cage so they don't know what's going on. They can't see the play.
अबे कहाँ से ड्रोन करते हैं भाई वो डब्बे के ऊपर से कर रहा है भाई मकड़ा
बंद करके ना
They were just trying to fill in the space, hoping that there would be an overreaction to see, but that hasn't occurred.
सबसे बेस्ट में शॉक होता जब ये ड्रोन ने वॉक किया था भाई
Fairly
गांड पड़
happy
गई
with
थी
their
मेरी
positions. I think as well when
बोला
you
ये
have
क्या
that
वो क्या था मतलब शिफ्ट दबा के
Hunter's Fury available,
द फक
you know that
ये
you
ये भी
वॉक
होता है
करता है
don't have to
काउंट नहीं
overcommit
देता
to these
पता है
fights. Like you saw there was a moment Zipan
ये
gets
कब
attacked
हुआ?
with the drone. You could have used it just for that kill. That's not the goal.
ये
The
देख के
goal is
मालूम
delay.
पड़ा
The goal is to make sure that no plants are
मैं
easy.
कराऊंगा इसको वॉक
This battle going to be an interesting one. Is it read by Nats? We've seen this position, but on the other side, back in the cam, knows there's still a guy there. Stun comes through, just looks to try and clear him out. That's wonderful. And then the Hunter's Fury used as well. 20 seconds of the move is made, and that kill was everything for Kiko. The time is going to be rough just to try and get back in. A solid stun might even close this one out.
And they're ready. Everybody's here. Aftershock in, and Zipman swinging with support. Gentlemates make that one look easy with 4 players left alive. And a gap of 4 rounds. Team Liquid put their credits into that one. So now they're going to come in with very much not a pretty buy, whether they put it all on the line here and now.
स्पीड से बीट है इतनी स्पीड से
11 to
लॉबी
7. You don't want them to push up to 12. You don't want them to have 5
नेक्स्ट
chances to
राउंड
close
गए
it out.
लॉबी
But
में गए नेक्स्ट राउंड गए
you're not likely to win with the deeper investment in this one anyways.
The lobby
वाले भाई वो लॉबी होती है
Liquid
भाई
have the expectation of aggression. They were correct. They forced that aggression back, but the fact is it still felt like that they were the ones running out of time. They were the ones pushing the clock, and Gentlemates
Come
look
back है भाई,
calm
come back
and
है।
even confident at this stage.
अब
They
नहीं
are
हारेगी
swinging
नहीं अब तो हारेगी भाई
of brawls versus pistols. They
Welcome to the
seem to
fam.
not give a damn about who's standing on the other side. A kill.
Banko?
That will garner his ult,
All
will
good?
give them information.
Yaram
What does
क्या
that
हो रहा है?
information tell you? Okay, they are spread across the map.
क्या था
7-12
Great, go action on that. And for mates, that has been really nice to see on this defensive side. I mean, crazy over rotations. Both players were low, and Kiko manages to find both kills as a result. Rifle recovered. And mates, they might not over-rotate, but both players dying on B leaves a real problem in the late round. Zipan, well, he was surrounded, but it was a 1v1 with Nats that he lost. The timing perfect for the leader of Liquid. With a plant in, Mini is left to make the big play again. And looking at what he's against,
भाई इको कन्वर्ट कर दिया यार हद कर दी
मैं
यार
देखा नहीं कैसे जीते
अरे वो शेरिफ से बी पे वो लोग ए जा रहे थे वॉकिंग करके
got all the
समझ गया, मैं
information,
replay
all
देख
the
लूंगा, मैं
boxes
समझ
ticked, and for Mini, especially after being spotted, I think he's making the right call.
B A C सब निकल रहा तेरे मुंह से मैं रिप्ले
C कब बोला मैंने B से A जा रहे थे वॉकिंग करके वो A लिंक पे मार दिया शरीफ से ठाड़
Like when they have a set play, I think it's
फिर
been
क्या वो
brilliant.
TP करके गन ले लिया
Speak about the last round, the cam into the stun, into the opener, into the Hunter's Fury, and into the delay, and then using the aftershock and everything at the end. Great round. Then you look at this one, where it feels a little bit more free flowing. Like people left to their own devices to make decisions, and it's messy. It's very messy. I think a lot of that will come with time. Obviously,
good heart for
Thrifty.
Good
get that round away, but that's the thing. Early fights go fantastically, but then there's just almost this boisterous attitude of, yeah, let's swing it again, let's fight it again. And these 2 kills is just, you're up against a pistol. That's one of the few ways I think you lose the round. And then Zipan, I think was just a domino effect. Like, I can't stay here, I've got to do something. And round falls apart.
Yeah, it did feel a bit unnecessary. I think especially with Click pushing down on short, right? Like going down into sewers at that point. It's space that you don't need to hold, but they wanted it. And they very much paid the price. 3 rounds in it. Team Liquid, it still feels doable, I'm sure. We've got a Blade Storm and an Armageddon coming into this round. High value ultimates. While Kamek with Rolling Thunder
counter LTV और knife है भाई केमो भाई के पास knife
I didn't like the short push last round, but this space will be vital in the late round. Allowing them to have these rotations, Breach leaving A, moving closer to that B side. He'll be ready with a stun in hand. It's Mini alongside Kata with a huge opportunity here, and the swing is good, but the kills, they go the other way. Kiko, Paddy, and Camo. 3 players stepping up in unison, and that couldn't be worse for Click. The trap gets put up right in front of his eyes. At least it won't surprise him, I suppose, but if he was just 2 steps further ahead. Oh man, what's that?
That has the spike. So
he was
literally ahead of that. The spike's on the ground, and there's 3 players having to run back towards you.
भाई यही जेट प्लेस पसंद है पता है क्रॉस करते हो पूरा देखते हो भाई वो लोग पूरा लेफ्ट राइट आगे पीछे ऊपर नीचे पूरा देखते हो वो लोग
comes down to the same scenario as the prior round. They do have credits.
High sense होता है ना पूरा घूम जाते हैं ये लोग
damage, even has his ultimate online. Please don't use it here. But realistically,
दो सेंसी भी रहेगा तो मुंह घुमा के देखते हो
लोग make sure that they're not going to get into those later rounds and start to have issues. But that again, it feels at times a little bit unlucky.
It's very much rolling now for Team Liquid. It's picking up pace, picking up mass, and for mates, they'll really want to pump the brakes soon. Coming in with a couple ultis, Zipan not far away from Hunter's Fury, but
Neon gun देगा और Vault पे खेलेगा
और है पैसे Again, early control for mates was good. They got up A long. They had themselves a lot of information. The rotations were in the right spot. The stun was in, I think, a little deep, but other than
attacking
that,
map पे 2 round diff है क्या लगता है?
Not sure if that was worth stepping
भाई Liquid हारेगा भाई
Liquid in the game, but they've got plenty of money.
Jinx करने दो भाई फटाफट खत्म होएगा.
Just, you know, those things have an effect as time goes on.
फटाफट
Liquid हारेगा.
So good is because they're going to invest in.
अरे मतलब यार Liquid को जीतना है मतलब 2-0 फटाफट खत्म करो समझ रहे हो?
Just think about how slow at times this Liquid roster have been playing.
अरे यार तू वापस से उल्टा बुलवा दिया हरामी.
Into different positions while having an operator just lock down half of the map could be very helpful.
भाई Liquid round हारेगा.
And also seeing that the back isn't being left open a lot for Team Liquid, so Click's not finding value in the late round pushes. But if he can hold that information passive on A, they can rotate in and again be much heavier stacked up elsewhere. Armageddon put into play for Team Liquid. It's towards the C site. Pressure put onto a player like Mini, but he delivers every time under this pressure. Kata, having snuck in along, was in a goal. Kiko pulls it right back. Nats sneaking through.
My God,
it's Kata with it all to do. He's left the spike behind him. That's not ideal, but he has the ult if he wants it. I think just could have grabbed it. Stuck down. He's on the defensive side, so you're not going to need the spike. All right, then
valorant.
He's trying to protect the spike.
I want mates to be back on the attack, Tom. It was a much better side for them, but jeez, it's not going well now. That early pick, that aggression from Mini is there to pick up side pick, avoid the ultimate from Serial. They get spike, they get control, but Kiko being able to sneak into this position is outrageous.
They're a bit like Gentlemates. They got lost in the source.
Yeah,
they didn't know where these players were coming from, and the fact that
Kiko
manages to even get into that position feels like an absurdity. I think it was it must have been around the timing of that Armageddon. You're so focused on getting out of the way that he's taking that spot at the back of the site, and That caused them so many issues.
कौन
And then,
कौन
of course,
ADC पे मेयर मेरी
is the show,
तन्हाई
and that's the nail in the coffin. That's the guy behind to stab you in the back every single time. I said he had quite a first half. I think they did well to sort of get him out of position a lot of the time. Still had a round of 2, of course. That's got to be a tough one to lose, a frustrating one.
तुम भी थिंक्स करो भाई मेरे लिए अच्छा मैप 3 जाएगा तो यार
looked great.
रुकना नहीं पड़ेगा
But
एनर्जी डाउन होती है भाई रुकने
there's
से
always a but. There's always been this turnaround
सीधा एनी चालू कर
row
देंगे
now
अपन
for Team Liquid, and we are seeing diminishing returns for Gentlemates.
भाई वो अल्ट कर लेके जाएगा क्लिक क्या सीन है?
Well, they're going to need this pause to be effective. Last one was
the big investment as well from the operator being on the other side of the map here certainly doesn't play into their hands. Now they don't have that choice. I think Click could have gone for glass cannon.
It's going to be on the other side. Oh no, it's not. It's gone. That
भाई
disappeared as I
अभी
said
भी
it.
दो
That was a magic trick. Can I
heavy
do it with
retake
anything else?
आते heavy like fucking heavy
Click one of the ults for Team Liquid. Get rid of the Blade Storm.
मैच पॉइंट मेरे कानों में बज रहा है
Maybe at the
मैच
beginning of the round.
But yeah, no, I mean, Mates had that set up on C. They had the aggression, they had the spike, it didn't work out. Now for Liquid,
ये ना
back to
Son
the
of
C-side,
a
feeling perhaps like there's some blood in the water, but Mini is holding strong. This guy's been delivering every time they need him, and he does with a double. In comes Click, ult activated, information there for him as well. He's trying to force the fight with very low HP
Oh
on
my
Kiko.
God,
It
क्या
looked like a
मारा
good
पार्टी
decision
को
until
किसने?
Panatek hiked
भाई
over to
क्या
Team
मारा
Liquid
हेलो
11 and 11. The
जल्दी आ रहा
comeback,
भाई
it seemed
लिक्विड जल्दी आ
possible,
रहा
but
यार
far out of reach for a while. But with
भाई
4 in
क्या
a row,
मारा पट्टी भाई
shoes
जेट
on
क्या
the other
गुस्सा
foot,
देखा क्या
Mates, they're stalling.
But that's the
हाँ
thing.
देखा ना
The saying is a
उसने
hero
लेकिन
rides
एक
in
ऊपर
on a
स्मोक क्यों
horse,
किया
and
था
now
मेरे को
he's
ये नहीं
shining
समझा
armor. Well,
ताकि ये एंगल वाला कोई ना मार पाए
like the last few
राइट
rounds
साइड वाला
literally
गराज
come
वाले
down
लोग
to
है ना
what
कोई ना मार
Kiko
पाए
Nats having like crazy clutch rounds.
ए,
Panatek in
नहीं
this
नहीं
one.
नहीं
बैक साइड वाला कोई ना मार
Massive
पाए
kills.
अरे इसने
कैमरा ना
यहाँ
देख
क्लोज
पाए
ऊपर
हाँ
कैमरा
Now the pressure really
कैमरा
does
टैग नहीं
have
कर
to be on the
पाएगा
shoulders of
राइट
Gentlemen.
साइड
They
कोई
look
क्लोज
like they
रहेगा
were
वो नहीं
home
मार
and dry.
पाएगा
They've had multiple rounds where they should have
बैक
been.
साइड पे राइट साइड जो रहता है वो नहीं मार पाएगा
starting to
चार
focus,
एंगल से
starting
कोई
to
नहीं मार
dwindle.
पाएगा basically
The credits
मैं पहली
fading
बार
away
देखा ये
behind
वाला
them as
स्मोक
well.
पहला
You
स्मोक
want to go
बहुत
into the
नहीं
next
इधर
round
ऊपर
with
और
nothing
डैश
to play
करने के
with
बाद
and
कोई मार
everything on
दिया
the line.
तो रेड हो जाएगा
Question is the confidence
डैश
even
भी एक
still
और
there?
स्मोक में ही किया वो
You're 11-11. You're not out of it yet.
टाइम बैक
but
किया ना
It's got to start to dawn on you.
क्या क्रेजी मारा ना बे पार्टी टेक ने तो
Tested
ये
the
धीरे
B-side
क्यों बात कर रहा है
line
मेरे को लगा
all
मेरा
too
हेडफोन गया
often, and there has been space there. Click. Oh, he's pushed out by the salvos, and Nat's ready and waiting. But Mini steps in to fill the space with Kata. 2 kills and the advantage back for them. Kamek there for a double, and it's Kiko. 1v3. He's picked up the first of the 1v4 and has some space towards the A site. Perhaps a plan from this situation, and I mean, even then, though, kind of wants a pick to make this look doable.
Planting on B, it doesn't leave you with a lot.
Doable?
Even just in terms of where to go. Doesn't know what parts of the map are clear. Obviously still having the expectation, like Zipan has been late on A almost every single round, and now the place he smoked is the place that they're looking to push through. Other side has
14
been
bullets में 3
smoked
बंदे
off,
मारे हैं
maybe
वो
considering where they are.
सबसे
He's
बड़ा
heard the
वही है
steps. Well, at
question
least give the game away for one of the players. Spam doesn't connect and has to be careful. There's a man still in the middle. It took a little bit of time, but Mates have got there in the end. They are on map point.
Yeah, especially losing that pick towards Garage. The quick decision from
जैसे ही
Mini
लोग
and
स्लो
Kata
खेला
to
वैसे ही
go
हारे
right back in. Paranoia burned
Garage
up
pick
for
लेने
great
के बाद reset
reward
कर
with
देते।
Serial trying to send in utility to
एक
help
kill
his
मार भी
teammates.
सकता था
And
Nats
obviously
यार।
the slow creep up through B
मस्त
just
मारा
meets
वो
a
लोग
player holding back sight, and oh, you're looking the wrong way in traffic. This is the round Mates needed. Guaranteed in overtime at least. But Team Liquid, well, they've won 4 in a row just
इसके
before
पास
that.
अल्ट नहीं है
Perhaps that was a hiccup.
इसके पास आ सकता है पार्टी टेक के पास
It's for Mates to close out, and I think Click is going for another aggressive start straight down middle. Certainly starting with the right posture, and yeah, indeed, they're going to creep their way through.
Game to play. That's twice that Nats has had a pop.
वही
Steps
walking
being
कर दिया
heard, but
बंदे
Serial's waiting for it. I don't think that was an intentional bait, but it is a bait. And Camo's now found that solo man. They've known this as well. Zipan has been holding on to that A site unless there's been a
Let's go
push.
OT. OT
with
chalo.
no ultimates other than, well, the from the shadows, and even that's going to get dissipated. Mini with one, he's been a hero, but he could do no more. And it is Kamek versus his former squad to try and fight versus the lot of them. Otherwise, overtime is coming, and I'll be honest, I think it is.
Oh, Kiko even gets hit by the Rolling Thunder just to buy them that extra time, Kamek.
अबे इसी को ही उड़ा दिया.
He's got a shorty.
He's going for a knife. He's going for a knife. I guarantee it. I guarantee. This is literally Panatek just trolling. He's shouting at him across the stage. Oh my god. There is some real bite to this matchup. Panatek wants this. I wouldn't be surprised if Kamek wants it just as much.
भाई तो निकल तो से LT है, flash है, shorty है, तेरो nade है,
to bringing us to
stun है, aftershock है.
Snatched out of their hands. It's difficult to bounce back from these.
सारा util तो इनके पास बचा हुआ है. 3 sides
It looked like
मिली
it was their game to lose, and then it was. And you love to see.
I lost alive again. That's oh, I genuinely. I would love to just sit, watch this game, and listen to Panatek comms just the whole time. I wouldn't. I think that's the most enjoyable thing. Should we just mute up and we'll just play that? Stream will get taken down.
Yeah,
but
it's not lasting long, Tom. Sponsors are on the phone.
I mean Valorant Esports.
Some of the producer going, no, we can't do that.
All right, we're into our OT. Team Liquid seem to have built up a lot of
मैं
momentum.
बोल रहा हूँ Valo अब यार
Gentlemen,
util का
back to the
game
attack.
बन गया है,
This time
range ज़्यादा है.
Strat का game है ना?
Give me a round. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, we'll think
Aim का
about it.
तो
We'll
100
come back to
game
that.
बन
Tell you
चुका
next
है.
round. Hold on, we've got our stats guy, the Hog, looking into it. We'll find out soon. Gentlemates, movement towards the A site, but 2 players left back on B. They're going to sneak through and try to steal that space out from under Team Liquid while applying all this pressure. That'll be the spike going back in the other direction, and this is a great read from the attack of where Liquid would be leaving those gaps. Nats, he loses the fight as well. Finally, click in with the opening pick, and that should get them a plant.
Very big gap.
Very worried if it doesn't. Serial now has to deal with the same fate potentially. Nice shot.
They don't know about the second.
Yeah, but it's whether or not Kader actually swings first and actually gets the info, but Kader is there. Just by the TP again. Kiko seems to get so much space from absolutely nothing, but it's Zipan. 2 quick kills through the smoke, and only Camo standing. He'll go down.
W.
It's nicely done. Like I said, what a read from mates after it being a little break for them over on the attack side. They figure B is going to be left open, especially if they make that early presence on A. What has been an attacking side from them previously that was much more direct. And so it is left wide open. And Team Liquid send Nats back to check it. He's not expecting Click to be that close. And that's the first time in a long while we've seen Click get a kill. He's been quiet. I remember him being 10 and 16. Now he's 11 and 21. So it's been a slow start, but finding that value, getting the space, finding the pick,
अमेरिका से एक और मैप थर्ड मैप होगा अच्छा है.
Slow start in round number 26. I guess
League officials are investigating.
There's another map.
Very nice.
This is all that matters
Very nice
at this
info.
point. If they can get this round over the line,
वक्त में कैसे आप बढ़िया एकदम.
that final map and
Chat 6 के लाइक कर सकते हो तो कर दो पट से एक साथ लाइक
don't
बटन
know much of what to
ठोक
expect. The
के.
only thing I'll say I definitely expect is Nats is quite good at Icebox. Seen many a clip. Yeah, many a clip.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
13-0 to team or 2.
I still can't believe he guessed the clip from the commentary and the video Liquid put out. That made me so happy to see that that moment was as special to him as it was to all of us.
Hi Bugs, by how's your security? I am Gucci.
Yeah,
I'm sure for Liquid themselves, they're probably saying they're going.
Are coaches allowed to talk during tech pause? No.
For any Liquid fans out there, how are the
Retired player come back कर
another
सकते
year?
क्या? When can we
Another year?
expect you to do so?
More stress.
मैं कहाँ?
It's always relaxing. It must be so relaxing being a Liquid fan. But
अन्ना ये
just remember,
समाचारा all
could be worse.
Gucci.
Could be a Navi fan.
29
That's a
या
stressful
30.
life.
Oh
That's
आज
a
ही है
stressful
भाई.
life. Is it?
29?
It's been stressful for the last few years.
आज ही है.
Oh god.
I think मैं कल करूँगा.
Update down the bottom. A player has reported a hardware issue. We should be resuming
30th को
fairly
Pacific है
shortly.
क्या?
Gives them a moment to stew in it again. You know, this isn't a situation where they can talk over the tactics. You got to stay silent during the technical pauses, but just to reflect on how some of these rounds have been going individually. And I think for this defensive side coming, you know, they've just played that one round of OT, but they've had a lot of experience, fresh experience on how this has been running, on how Liquid like to approach this attack. And I'm curious to see if we are going to get Click used for that early aggression, because I think that's been something that we haven't seen that much of. Straight down C long, I think once A pushes have been here or there. Unlikely we'll see the operator in play with the Neon, but who knows?
All the
reds disappeared. That's what we like to see. It's time to get back into the game. The timer is ticking.
तो आज ही मेरे को
And
करना पड़ेगा
Gentlemen,
दोपहर
one
का. I
round
think
away
आज
from
दोपहर
bringing
को
us to a decider on
एक मैच
Icebox.
का ही
Team
वॉच
Liquid,
पार्टी कर
right
सकते
back to
हैं.
success on the
SSX
attack.
का.
That's what they're hoping for. Another OT and a
उसके
2-1
बाद वो
closer.
देखेंगे. ऐसा कुछ है. Heavy schedule है basically.
To experience
पूरा
it,
दिन देखते
only
देखते.
slightly though. A lot of players that have been around the block once or twice. It's the same battle. We've seen it many a time. Zipan looking for the fight, even swinging out for the fight. Will go down because of it. And as said, a lot of the time he has been that solo a-hole.
4v4 advantage है
Not
attack
just
को.
sitting pretty, they are walking up mid.
Backstep जा रहे हैं bro.
It's not always successful. Often Team Liquid were ready for it, waiting for it, but a player deep in window, not on their radar. 3 versus 4, and steps heard towards the A side. Guess who's holding down strong here? Mini's been on C, but he swapped it up. And now, they don't know what they're running into. That stun was beautiful, and Mini's in with the double. Gentlemates fighting tooth and nail for this map, and they've got it. Many thanks to Mini for that accolade. 14
भाई
to 12.
upset हो सकता है भाई.
All the way to Icebox.
It's been a close one. It's been back and forth, even a streak of rounds from
बेचारा
Liquid
party
to try
कितना
and bring
चिल्ला
it
रहा
back,
था.
but we go for another. It will end on Icebox after the break.
Party tech by.
I'm so good! Let's go, guys! Let's go! This game's on me! Let's go!
Let's go, bro. You're the goat. Let's go, Mini.
I have them in my pocket. I have them in my pocket, guys. You got this, guys, okay?
Bro, you're the goat, bro.
Serial killer. This guy
Party tech by इतना चिल्ला रहे थे हालो.
Please look at them. No one win a fight against us. Even in real life, bro. They are so ugly, bro.
30th को अपने पास अमेरिका से वो है
Red Bull gives you wings.
Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing.
I went to silver to Ascanda Private. Now I'm stuck in Ascanda. Any suggestions? यही मैचेस देखो भाई, इसमें तुम लोगों को बहुत टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स मिलेंगे. How to hold angles, when to push, how to trade. And I think with game sense you can easily reach immortal. Like मैं अगर immortal पहुंच सकता हूँ हर एक्ट में बहुत easily बिना कुछ मेहनत किए पागल जैसा खेल के, तुम लोग भी बहुत basically. How to improve him? गेम खेल के मैं ना कुछ डेथ मैच करता हूँ ना रेंज ना कुछ, सिर्फ गेम खेलता हूँ भाई.
She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me.
Beginner's guide दो एक दिन जरूर दूंगा.
Vision you can't see, no.
बिंग्स तेरा गेम प्ले भी दिखा यार मेरा पुराना स्ट्रीम देख लो जब तक वॉच पार्टी चल रही है रोना बंद करो भैया
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time.
What a response from Gentlemates. They take us to map 3 in this best of 3.
Defense camera just to lose this map, guys, okay? That's what I'm saying. Let's go, Liquid. Execution. Oh, wait, hit him, Ali. Don't leave me hanging like this, bro. Look at me, bro. Good job, guys. We're in control of this game. Let's go. But
And that is my IGL. As I was saying, Gentlemates, they bring it to a map 3 in overtime. They're on Haven. I'm your host, so I'm joined once again by Kuka and Billy. Now, it very nearly could have been a 2-0 Team Liquid, but you have to take your hats off to Gentlemates. Billy, they played a very, very nice game there.
Yeah, but I got worried because I thought Team Liquid were going to start getting back into that one the way they were
Fake
getting
comeback.
momentum.
Fake
Yeah,
comeback.
it was a fake comeback, so it was absolutely fine. But yeah, I just think that Mini has been performing so well. He really is carrying the team on his back and leading from the front.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the bottom of this graphic, you will see the Team Liquid did win both of the pistols, so they did have good starts of the rounds. We can also see the success rate that Gentlemates were having in those post plants, because we were seeing it round after round, those attacking rounds and in those rifle rounds. They were definitely not only more comfortable, but actually superior individually.
Yeah, I like the way that they kept their cool even during that fake comeback
Chat आएगा इसको
period
बता
going
देना
into
मन
OT.
क्या
They
सोने
seemed
okay
very, very calm. It felt like on the Liquid side it was more
बहुत
rowdy,
नींद आ रही
right? But I'm glad you
goodbye
mentioned Mini, because he's IGLing, he's fragging, he's side anchoring, he's doing everything. Actually, perfect player right now on the server.
He's an absolute final boss. Like, even in the last round, I think that every single site that he was locking down was so difficult to access. Yes, the individual performance is definitely there. We're talking about how this is a new frontier for him. I want to know how he does also in the long run. He's going to have a very long day now that they've managed to close this one out. But it's very important that he was able to keep them in check.
I think that he's having this individual performance and IGLing, first time in VCT, let's not forget, against a side such as Team Liquid. He has to be so happy with how it's going so far. The fact that they can bring it to a third map, and the one he's the one bringing the vibes up too.
Look, he's even carrying all the cups.
Look, he's bringing the drinks. He was born to be a leader.
He's bringing the drinks as
Go
well.
on,
Are they all for
Kamek. How do you like it?
Oh, look at
Bless
him.
him.
Honestly, that is my IGL. What can he not do? He is just, like I said, the perfect player on this server. But let's take a look at some of the things we saw specifically in-game as well. I think in the first half there was something you wanted to point out.
Oh yeah, I think that the learning to adapt from the teams is obviously very special, and in a map like Haven, this was a perfect showing of it, because we see this clash time and time again, and it was so nice to see. Was it this one with the Tejo ult and everything the Team Liquid was able to do from the defense?
Yeah, it was really nice. And honestly, I was surprised that Kamek died to that ultimate, because Kamek is usually the one that would be running that.
Yeah.
I thought that Gentlemates might have expected that play to come out from Team Liquid, but it caught them off guard.
I'm surprised as well he caught him off guard, but I'm glad you mentioned Kamek, because he's, let's be honest, being on the receiving end of a lot of the rowdiness from the side of Team Liquid, and I'm glad that he's keeping his cool, and this is going to mean a lot to him, Billy, if he's able to get his revenge.
Yeah, definitely, and he was putting up numbers. You know, he didn't have a bad performance on this map whatsoever, and it can commonly be, you know, a little bit anxious going up against your former team, especially when you've just made an international event with them. So I think that he had such a great performance on Haven.
To me, I also want to circle back to the fact that he's now on the breach. We saw it on the first map. map, and now he wants to stick with this. Maybe this means that the Tejo, he didn't like it, he didn't feel comfortable with it, he wants to be the best version of himself, the one that can make a team a winner. And if it's the breach that he's going to be using in this map, I wonder how that then translates onto Icebox. Because of course, I mean, we saw the breach yesterday, so I was like, oh, do we want to see that?
throwers
I
आ गए हैं
very
सिंगापुर
rarely say this.
खेलो उसमें भी इंडियन है कहीं भी
battle stage
शांति
on
नहीं है
Arena is
इंडियन से क्या
he can
प्रॉब्लम
play
है
stage here. And not just play
Yeah,
stage, he
yeah.
can shine
सिंगापुर
on stage
खेलो
here.
अच्छे गेम्स खेलो बस
Absolutely. And on the other side, now that we were thinking about the breach, Paditek being on the other side,
Aman
he
guys
could be
on
playing the KO Pro.
Yeah.
He's the best Asian
Goody
in
night.
his pool. So very excited to see what the teams have been cooking up at Icebox.
Kiko Reina, do we want to see that again?
Yes.
Yeah.
What kind of question is that? Any other player, I'd be like,
wanna see
no.
that?
Well, maybe Shay does, but then everybody else, I'd be like, no, please, no, thank you.
What about a Click Reina? Because he has played on Icebox before, but we expect the Jet probably.
Yeah, we expect the Jet, but honestly, when
उन
I'm
लोग
looking
ऐसे
at
नहीं,
Click, I
उसने
just
बोला
want
आपको
him
बताना
to be on whatever is most comfortable for him at this point, because I've not been impressed with the performance that we've seen from him so far. He's maybe having an off
वही
day,
कप है
I'm not
ठीक है
entirely
दूसरा
sure
कप ही
what it
चाहिए
is,
ठीक है
but
वही कप
yeah,
है
he's not really showing up in the server today.
And while we're in the theory craft part of this, we have to go back to the Nats and Serial.
Yeah.
What are they going to do in this map? We have seen, and it's not absolutely crazy to think of a double controller for
ये वाला का
Icebox,
रेटो
but
काम
I want
करता
to
है काम
see if
करता है भाई
maybe they just you have an
Hey
easy
Bunks at
way out
around
of
18
having the
today
Viper
many
and the
many
Killjoy
happy
find
returns
a
of the
little
day
bit of
मेरी
comfort
जान
for
कर
both
दे
of them.
Yeah, and
ऋषभ
if it helps, Serial has played Killjoy here, has played Jet here, has played Gecko here, and the Reina. I just want to quickly shout
एमिट
out
अपसेट
Mini
करते मजा आएगा
on the other
एक्चुअल में
side,
कर
because he's
सकते
the
हैं
only
प्लेयर्स
player
अच्छे
on
हैं
this
मैं
team
बोल रहा
that
हूँ
has
यार
never played Reina on
एक्चुअल में
Icebox.
अच्छे प्लेयर्स
Everyone else has. Kamek has, Click has, Zipan has, Kata has, they all have at some point. So Mini,
still pure.
I salute
He's pure.
Mini for
That's why
keeping
he's
it normal.
Adrian.
Yeah, he's keeping it normal. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, for Serial, maybe we see something a little bit more comfortable. I know he said he was
सब तरी
comfortable
करते
on
कौन
the new
सा
agent,
टाइम है
but we
सिंगापुर
haven't really
खेलना
seen
चाहिए
him be
प्लीज
able
कोई
to
भी टाइम पे
actually
खेलो यार रात के टाइम
perform
पे
to
मत
his
खेलो आफ्टरनून
usual
टाइम से
abilities.
खेलो
And I think like a lot of
काफी
that
अच्छे
is
players
because it
मिलते
is
हैं
a jump, right, going from tier 2 to tier 1, and he was dominating in VCL Spain, and he had a pretty decent performance in his outing in challenges recently as well. So I think that playing in front of a live audience, you know, getting used to having the in-ears and everything, you know, like it's a new
कौन सा अभी
environment.
आइसबॉक्स है ना शायद
in your ear.
Exactly. Like these are all things that he needs to
Catching a
get
stream after
comfortable with. So if
2
it
days
takes
कैसा
him a
man
couple of series to warm up to that stage, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen worse. We have definitely seen worse. He's
मैं दिन
playing,
में 20
as
गेम
we're
खेलता हूँ
saying,
15 गेम
new
प्रो करता हूँ अभी
agents
तक बैन
under
नहीं पड़ा
new
एक्सक्यूज मी तो
circumstances
एंजॉय
and a
करता
new
है
team. There's still a lot of things. But I would, and also the most important thing is the pressure of being on the losing side, of getting a map like Haven so close to getting that victory, to getting that comeback, and not being able to close it. That is also that you have to go through.
Xbox है
And I like that this is a
तो
middle
फिर
ground
liquid
for
strong
both teams, right? It's a new map. They both obviously have something prepped for it. It's map 3 as
वाला
well.
का
It's
रिपोर्ट
where
सिस्टम
usually
काम
that's
नहीं
also
करता है
very
बहुत काम
window.
करता है भाई
Because
सब लोग को
think
24
about,
घंटे का बैन पड़ा
obviously they will only get a championship point if they are to win. But even
Next
getting that
ban
map
उसको 7 दिन
differential
का पड़ेगा
up, even things out, you know, it's good for them.
Especially against a contender like Team Liquid, right? When we actually start to look at their group, this is probably one of the tougher matchups that they're going to have within this season.
It is definitely going to be one of the tougher ones. And let's take a look at the agent select. And it's Waylay versus Waylay.
हैं
Okay, so we
भाई
are
ये
going to
येलो
be
लेने
seeing
वाला
the
भाई
double
है
controller
भाई
for
ये
the
नया
side
मेटा
of
है
Team Liquid. Kiko and
ये
Nat
नया
Serial
मेटा
just
है
going on that Killjoy. Paditek on the Tejo. And
ये है
Kamo
भाई
on the
नया
Waylay
मेटा
against
वेले
Click.
वाला
Absolutely love that we're going to see this head to head.
मजा आएगा
So the
देखने
agent
में
will remain
अपन कॉपी करने का ट्राई करते हैं
हैं.
I mean, one of them has to win.
It's impossible now. It's impossible. We're going to get
कौन
one
किसी
way
का
to
मेरे
win.
पेपर के साथ एक्सक्यूज मी
Yeah, I guess. I think for me, I'm interested to see that Kamek is going to be on that KO, right? And we are going to see Zipan
पापा
to
वो स्लीप
continue
शेड्यूल
with this
के तो
Tejo.
एनसी हो गए
So yeah,
एक्सक्यूज
that's really nice. And then Mini on Killjoy. We know what he can do on Killjoy. That seems to be a big...
सब 0% दोनों पहली बार ये कॉम खेल रहे
I was
हैं
expecting him, out of all people, to go on that KO because it is his best agent.
And we've seen two very good
Navi.
Waylay players already. They both had their own individual things they brought.
इसका तो
their
family
own
है
lineups, their own flair. So I can't wait to see what Click and Camo, Mitch and Tom, can do on Icebox.
भाई साहब क्या कहते हैं इतना वक्त बैठे कैसे तुम्हारा प्यार ही है यार अंश भाई
And now both teams coming in with Waylay. This
And
should be
then
an
करोगे
interesting
क्या?
head
Yup.
to head. The old Icebox is no more, but Nats still coming in on the Viper. makes me feel good to see him on this agent.
Well, the fun thing is as well is now they have a second Sentinel player. They can still run the Killjoy, and it works wonderfully. So this might be... I think, obviously, we've seen Serial be sort of pushed into roles that
The
he's never
Indian
played
players
in
watch
KO.
international
Controller's
event
not
and
something
learn their
he's
strategy
particularly strong on.
101% they do.
Sentinel, though, that's what he's been playing the majority of the last few months. So I think that this is a good opportunity to see what he's truly got. And, of course, see if Waylay can finally put up like a stellar performance, because it's been very underwhelming so far in Emea.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like a curse for either team.
क्या हाल है बंस भाई बहुत दिन
Victor,
बाद देख
but
रहा हूँ
now
एग्जाम्स
both
खत्म हो गए
teams
कैसे के
have
एग्जाम्स
Victor, so
Someone has to win.
someone's got to take the
रेड
dub.
प्रेसेट के साथ
Well,
वालों
Team
का होगा
Liquid will
पता
start
नहीं
on the defensive
क्या
side.
रैंक
That's
है
not for you at
मतलब
home. I'm just saying that
बंदा
for
बड़ा
me.
पैर है
Hopefully I'll remember. As we move into round number 1,
भाई मस्त है
pistols
ना
are
पॉप फ्लैश
in full effect. It's 4 ghosts. Gentlemates moving quickly towards this A site. They've already ran into the nano, but that won't slow them down. Quickly filling in around the backside and cancelled utility. The alarm bot is no real danger, but Team Liquid are taking their time before going for this engagement. Kamek stuck that despite going down to 1 HP. They get the kills! I don't know what strat that is, but I need to note it down.
The whole round so far from Zipan. We've definitely seen some of the individual brilliance that we know he's had in his locker this whole time. And I thought Kami was going to get the final kill. Got to be careful. It is still Nats, but up top, Kana was remaining in the site.
Hello?
Gentlemates are going to win themselves a pistol. Though I'll say, Mitch, winning pistols in this series has meant losing the map so far.
About as much of a curse as picking Waylay, so we're really just trying to cancel each other out, I suppose, with this one.
If this goes 9-3, I think we're going to have a breakdown.
It's just insane, no, that Kamek stuck that plan after the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shot. You know, eventually you'd think he goes, oh, they can see me, I should probably skedaddle, but his HP was gradually going down, and looked like he went, they'll run out of ammo before they kill me at this rate. Fair enough.
See a little bit of frustration. Hamo's face, and no surprises. It's quite common in these sort of rounds that you will stack up that A site. A lot of angles that can go unchecked and potential to fight for the orb, but it's not gone fantastically. A quick dash of the light speed into the site, and well, looking like this could end quite quickly. Nats is nowhere to be seen.
2-0
More importantly, he has to almost go all the way back around just because of
he's
being out-ratted at the moment.
Yeah, well, it was even better. I think not long before that, he was here. So he was like literally in the spawn at that point. So it's an interesting position indeed. That has sent Nats in the other direction. I mean, he didn't even see that Kata was there, so maybe he'll get to keep that deep spawn control later on. For Nats, yeah, you're probably just going down to the spike, but managed to find a
thoughts on through cooking sent today 0% chance 0
on the floor. Solid connection here. Definitely be
worthwhile.
Salvos used, the turret draws
What is
his ire, and that
placement?
gives
Please
Kamek the window he
explain.
needs.
हमेशा head
2-0
पे aim
start
रखने.
for Gentlemates.
भले वो
Lots of
move
weapons
करेगा
saved
तो.
for the next.
और angle hold करने के लिए head angle क्या
Early in
होता
the
है?
season, but I think we can also just bring in factors of the group. I think many have sort of argued that Group A is very stacked in terms of the teams that have ended up within it, and I think for Liquid, obviously, the team that made it to Masters, looking at the group they're in, probably expecting to have
सबका
maybe
chat
even
पढ़ ले,
flawless
सिर्फ मेरा
victories,
ignore कर.
maybe
Excuse
them
me.
versus a foot or
Sorry,
something like that
buddy.
might be a little bit tougher, but the fact is, a loss here to Gentlemates would be a huge starting point
Stream
for the mates
suggestions
to
में
work
नहीं
with.
आ रहा. चलेगा.
Getting into that top 4.
जो लोग देखते हैं
enough for
जिनको ये सब
playoffs, but
मैचेस
obviously
देखने
the
को अच्छा
higher up
लगता है
you are
उनके
in
लिए
the
कर रहा
seeding, you can even skip stages, even get yourself, I think, 1 match away from making it.
हूँ. इन्हें क्या आज अभी है इसके बाद
Every win,
2:30
every round, every map is going to count.
Of course, for those Ascension teams,
Yeah,
carries a little bit more weight as well.
Yeah.
Nats stun is good. He won't be able to swing out wide.
Good.
Stop that aggression from Gentlemates. That's at least one pick found for free, and Click from miles away is recovering.
ओए
Putting it down
बोनस
to a
जीत सकते हैं
4v3
लोग.
with Camo's pick as mates look to take this in the
Go
other
on,
direction.
Kiko.
They've got to go right past Kiko. The jump peek works out for Kamek with the Spectre. I can't believe he's won that, and a 4v2. Liquid are going to be kicking themselves.
Is he found a way for
कुछ तो बहुत
KO
गलत
to
हो रहा
actually be
है.
made out of metal? Like,
ऐसा
because
feel
at
हो
the
रहा
moment
है.
it seems like he's being sprayed and just is not dying. There's like a
कोई
final
देख नहीं रहा है.
slap on.
मारा भी नहीं.
He thought he had the kill.
little bit too quick on the trigger. Even still, though, he comes back to finish the job. Quick trade, Haditech nowhere to be seen. In fact, he's going to get snuck up.
Bye, thank you for the membership.
Honestly, nemesis in this way. That's what it feels like.
Which serial new player?
That, you know, the two shots, it looked like it was on the head.
और
No
आपका
doubt it
stream
felt
हमेशा
like
मेरे
it
recommend
to
में
Camo,
रहेगी
but
and love with 3000 thank you जतिन
retreat a little bit early.
खत्म हो गया भर
Refracting
दो
his way
नजरा
out.
language
It's
कलाम
caused
language
issues. And Team Liquid, they call a timeout here. Especially the fact that you lose opening pick to Zipan. It's unfortunate. He's hit a good shot. Click on the side was one thing, but that fight from Kamek is insane that he wins that. You know, if one of his teammates traded him, all right, fair enough. But him getting the kill, that's just nuts.
Got a weaker weapon and he was bouncing.
इधर अभी चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं आता ठीक है
On the A side, and no, that's the second time actually, just copping that. We had Kamek in the first round, and now Zipan. You can just plant on A, man. Even if they're shooting you, don't pull off the defuse. Just go for, or the plant. Just go for it. Commit. Pros don't fake.
Wow. Liquid already sensing the danger early in this one. I think as
अब
well,
लग रहा
you
हो
look
सकता है
back to mates at kickoff, how they performed when they
बस
had
भाई
early
आपने
starts.
मुझे ये गेम
They
से
ran
प्यार
away
करवा
with
दिया
it. It
love
was
you
very
love
much
you
either they dominated or got dominated. Like, I think back to the Heretic series, winning a really clean map, losing
Click,
an even
do
cleaner
it
map.
for Germans.
So I think making sure that momentum
fans.
doesn't start to stick, because more importantly, I want to look back at the series so
कैमरामैन
far.
ना मान
I don't think Click has had the
रहा
most
कैमरामैन ना
amazing
मान रहा भाई
performances. But we know that when he is on form, he is terrifying. Now, Kamek's
बस
been
भाई
very
आप रूड हो
good.
क्या नहीं
Okay,
यार
Zipan, Mini, we don't even need to talk about.
Chat को
So
पूछो
I think that they have that depth. If you add in
टीम
Click, this
देखकर
series could be
धीरे
over
धीरे
in
प्लेट
minutes.
2 पहुंच रहा हूँ
Absolutely.
रेडिएंट से love
And I
you
think his absence is being felt as we've watched these rounds unfold. Now, Team Liquid, on the other hand, their absence on the scoreboard is not likely to be
इधर भी
corrected
कपल्स
here.
दिख रहे मैं अपसेट हो
Pistols
जाऊंगा
and weaker weapons invested into a bookie for Camo. And in these rounds on Icebox, you really have to hope that they go running into you. And there's a chance, Spike's on the right side of the map, but mates are showing much more presence towards B. Previously, Nats was able to push up and take a ton of control
drone करेगा और बाकी लोग
in
भी
B main,
जाएंगे
but instead now there's two players holding around this area. They've got their turret for mid as
Yep.
well, so keeping that control, and that means keeping their options open for the late round. The players spotted on back A, it's not going to convince them
Late
to
भी
play
डाल
speed,
देता
but
मजा
they've
आ
already
जाता
made the call to switch in that direction.
Call the one player, so very much still potential, but Click's going to be there to at least clear the majority of the space, and while for Nats, it needed to be a miracle
4-0.
play to get anything from there. Salvos will deny the more of default of plant spots, but inevitably it's quite comfortable getting anything from here. Tough.
Well, that Bucky
भाई क्या
gonna
reposition
find it
किया
real hard
उसने
to get up close and personal. Still that light speed online, the double dash Camo can use to close the distance. Serial falling and the numbers thinning. It's not looking good. Kiko at least lands the one, but on 5 HP.
well
There was no other choice, really. A 4-0 start for Gentlemates. Icebox
वो सालों से
is
भी इसलिए
looking
मरा क्योंकि
like
बस
the
उसके
map
पास
that they
already ult
needed.
था
This is a, well, you said we need to see them with a strong start. Doesn't get much stronger than this.
Yeah, oh, well, they showed resilience in the last map anyway, but I'm also now just looking at the ultimates. Like, that's the thing. They've been building up orbs as they go, but more so on two very specific players, Click and Zipan, which if I was going to try and synergize two ultimates together, those are the two I am choosing. You can slow down your opponents and then nuke where they stand. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something of the sort going into this A site.
Well, we've already seen the ult online for Click. From POV, it was being set up for this A site take, and you can see how much, well, you will see when the ult is used, just how much space this can clear towards the A site. But Team Liquid are playing on the left side of site. They know that that ult's likely to come in and want to avoid it completely. Stealth drone rounding the corner.
भाई दोनों लेफ्ट साइड पे
instantly
अल्ट मार
destroyed.
सकते हैं ब्रो
For mates, they know that at least one player is being spotted. They're happy to just pump the brakes and see if Liquid try to fill back in that space.
And that's the thing.
दोनों लेफ्ट साइड में अल्ट मार सकते हैं
Convergence paths, the Waylay ult.
चढ़ के हम कब कृष्णा भाई सो जाओ
Big space in terms of that ultimate. So if they have the salvos to clear that right side, I think a couple of those players could still get caught. They're also going to throw out potentially that drone
they
as
are
well
ready.
from Zipan. They've held their utility. They still have the knife. They can use an awful lot. But it seems like maybe just spotting a couple of players here or a piece of utility that have been used. They're going to start going back in the other direction. Could be the deep position of their Viper.
Yeah, the back yellow control already. You know it's a more passive hold, and with that Viper wall, you can get space towards the site. Zipan traded out on A. It doesn't draw rotation, so they're still here ready and waiting, but with Serial falling, it's Nats. The ult fired right in towards
slow motion.
Delay slightly, 10 seconds though, just enough for that plant to go down. The ult back in the other direction. Virgin Pat sent in, and Camo really taking the space as the refractive fall back and won't need it. The triple kill is enough to pull it across the line. The first round for Team Liquid on the board.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's just a little bit of a misstep. Obviously, a new agent, a new ultimate. I think they thought that went off much quicker than it actually did. Like, you see the swing, that's you expecting a player to be stunned. And, well, I think it was only the last bullet that Nat shot, which was a headshot that he was even remotely stunned for. Like, you can see, already swinging, then he gets hit, still hits a dink. But that's, again, just a little bit more patience, and that could have gone a very different way. But well played from Liquid, and more specifically, well played from Nats.
Yeah, it's one thing for your opponents to make that mistake, but capitalizing on it is something else entirely.
Economic of full MCBs है, अभी भी heavy advantage में.
That was wonderful work, and just enough for Team Liquid to put their first on the board.
Yeah, protect Timmy.
There's no way that Gentlemates are going to find themselves on an eco, of course, not even if they lose this round, and that's not looking likely with an opening of Mini onto Kiko. Camo having to give up space, but Patatek finding the pick at least on the cross. Patty will stay up close, looking for this fight. Kata Snake Bite buys them a little bit of space, and the stun is good. The Armageddon now fired in will pull them into the open, but with the Viper wall up, there's no way to punish on that deep flash by Kamek. They should know that he could be through this wall. He definitely had to be close to be right-clicking the flash in, and they're checking it aware of it, and Camo finds the kill as a result. Zipan, as the wall falls, looks for a duel back in the other direction, but the trades keep it in favor of Team Liquid. Rotate as well with Nats coming in. Viper's Pit not likely to be used, but maybe now. With Patatek falling and pressure on for Serial. It's had a tough few fights, but this round stepping up for the double and leaving Mini to do it all. But in clutches, he's been good. This time,
फिर भी दो ही गन वो हुआ है, अभी भी इकोनॉमी के लगे.
Right in his face. Another solid reaction. Again, a blip at the beginning of the round, but Patatek's response, reclaiming that ground, making sure that every fight, every aggressive position became more confident. And that's the thing with a lot of what Nats is doing with his utility. He just stays alive so that that poison orb is constantly an issue. You just want to plant there. Well, okay, you're going to have to go down to 20 HP, 30 HP in order to really get past that one.
Well, this is going to be the early push on B. Omen and Waylay already inside that choke and pushing deeper through the smoke. This is a lot of information for that side.
They swap Nats as well.
And it's important Nats needs to be there for the delay. The Viper's Pit even sent up. Perhaps the idea to, if you go for the flank, you have to break the turret. But if you send them back, well, those two players that are pushed up are going to be a big surprise for Gentlemates. This is a wonderful idea. And their reward has to be claimed. But it's looking good.
This angle makes me so nervous, though. And the fact is, there's one gap. That gap is towards middle. Like, if they push forward, there's the turret that will catch them, but there's space for them to get onto the B site without too many issues, and there you go. They have the info. Patatek will know that there's potential for them to have gone back. The spike is still outside of A, though. That could have been everything. If the timing worked out, it was a split second from them seeing Kamek and the spike being on the ground. Instead, though, Click is lost, but Zipan's position makes this one tough. If they can push forward and catch the players on the edge of the pit, they did not expect Serial to be waiting. And now, while they have to deal with the man inside that pit, and they do.
Mini has done a remarkable job. That's pulled it back into the realms of possibility. Team Liquid floating back in before the spike goes down, but the players from Liquid do instead. It's Mini again, digging deep when he's needed the most, and he won't be needed in the late round. Kamek makes damn sure of that. Mini's hit another level in this series. I don't know what happened to this guy, but he is always reliable in these situations.
The thing is, I agree with everything you're saying, except hitting another level, because he was like this at kickoff.
Fair enough.
Like, that's the thing, this guy, since being in the league, has been so
W,
impressive.
baby!
Like, what he did in this round is absurd.
Insane.
Like basically the whole plan was to wrap around and catch Nats from behind. When that fails, he goes, I'll do it myself, and just walks into the Lion's Den and comes out, whoa.
And
didn't even take a lick of damage.
Doing that while leading as well. Just the consistency is... This from Kiko! A double opener!
Wow.
A headshot angle, and he got exactly what he needed. Okay,
Hello.
it's a good job the refract's online there.
There's so much chaos. I don't even get a moment to breathe without something ridiculous happening. Kiko is giving them hope in a round where there was none. 4 pistols still stand where there was 5 to begin with. And unfortunately, collecting the rifles is a no-go. Sending through the salvos to try and clear the player. Using utility. They do need someone to find a kill to get them back. At least level.
Oh, this fight for mates! Serial's done so well. Armageddon's put through. It's going to slow this one way down, and for Team Liquid, this round is clearly feeling winnable. Patatek has snuck around the back of the boxes, and himself and Serial find another. Kata with the clutch. Hey, safeguard. Thrifty puts Liquid within punching distance. It's 3-5 now.
Seems like there's no moment in these rounds where the tide can just quickly turn. Sitting in a boat, you should be nervous, and to be honest, I'm sat in the studio and I'm nervous. These rounds have been so uncomfortable. Big Thrifty round where, again, it looked like there was, after the early start, opportunities for mates to really run away with it. That's something that Liquid are never going to allow.
Thank you, guys.
This round boils down to it being a bit too telegraphed. Team Liquid had 4 players alive and 4 players on the A side. Everyone was there ready for that fight. The initial utility that went out, Serial, who has had a bit of a struggle in some of these games. Well, he stepped up for, I think, 2 very important kills in this one. Or at least he was assisting the second. For Team Liquid, getting away with a round like that is about to start. Caused a couple of alarm bells to ring on the other side. We've had a timeout from Gentlemates. 5-3 in the lead, but not happy with how things are going in the last couple.
Look at the ults. That's the big thing. Although they might have a piece or 2 missing for this round, every single ultimate is either online or one away. So they can throw everything at this round just to try and make sure they get through it, keep their economy strong. That's the most important thing. Well, for the opponents, they're still on the edge. They've had to invest the majority. They've only got 1 player out of that last round. And when you come up against the full stack, it can be tough.
You should run.
Well, the lockdown in play, there is a lockdown for Serial as well.
This also guarantees them an orb for the next ult. If they want to pick it up and just basically go, okay, we traded an ult, we have another ult and the site.
Especially if Kamek's the one finding that. Viper's pick goes into play. Big danger again. Serial can just use that lockdown to cause issues, and that's exactly what's going to go into play. And sure, Kamek pops ult before, but it's not going to do a whole lot in terms of stopping the lockdown. They still need to respect it. They've managed to destroy it though, and actually Armageddon almost avoided staying inside the pit now. A lot of presence all over the site being heard by Kata, but they can't find him. They don't know where he's gone, and from the top rope they'll find one. Now they know. But it got too little, too late. A big round from Kadabra, and a big round for Gentlemates.
This was the thing. Like, they came into it with 5 ultimates. I believe they leave with 0, but it's worth it. When your economy is that screwed and your opponents are on the brink of being reset in exactly the same way, you put everything into it because the payoff is potentially a multitude of rounds just in trade for this one. And that's the thing, they had everything sort of set out. You had that lockdown available to get the site, Viper's Pit to take it, then you had the Armageddon to counter the lockdown. They knew that no matter what card was thrown their way, they had the trap card to reverse it.
Yeah, they had that counter, and clearly had the mana for it too. Team Liquid trying to adapt to this weaker buy with aggression. The bookie from Patatek is good for the first. He's going deep for more and almost gets it, but mowed down on that B-hold. It's left to mid to try to make it work, and that peek from Camo, the dash in and out, and the swing from Natsus, it's caught them way off guard.
It looks so stupid to see, but hey, that couldn't have gone any better. Takes 0 damage. Teammate gets a kill, and there might even be a gun for him to pick back up.
Initiator वेले बोलते.
Have the idea. Down.
By timing हो गया.
Like ships
on mid, yeah.
He
has absolutely no idea, and that is a huge problem for Kamik. He's actually rounded the corner, so he stays alive. They know where he is. There's also a flank on a flank with Kada coming in from behind, but now that player is cleared, they have to look the other way. They have to work out where he is, and well, Kada tagged low, but he's going to be able to put the snake bite in. That buys even more time, and in the end, they do get the job done. It was squeaky bum time for mates, but it's a round.
Yeah, you know, I look at it, I suppose, from a conventional shooter perspective. You've got one player back yellow. One goes for the lurk around mid, the other one goes for the lurk around through the spawn kitchen.
Yes, sir.
It really does. Insane. But it's a big risk to take, but then you consider what they have. Kata's very low on HP.
Look at me, bro.
Kata's very low on HP. Goes up above, has a snake bite, fires that in. And you had salvos just coming online for Zipan as well. So even though he's in position, he's not out of the round. He's still involved. Good timing, good read, and it's very difficult to counter that on the other side through the nano that was sent in to destroy some util and, well, maybe cause some problems. Serial does well here, landing himself the first. The spike down on the floor, and so is Kata. Numbers thinning out for mates. Liquid trailing by 4, but they're starting to pick up the pace now towards the end of the half. 7-5 still possible. Great crossfire in the spawn as well. If Mini pushes that door, he was dead. To Kiko alongside Patatek. Kiko goes hunting out on the site and finding free kills. This is looking much better for Team Liquid.
Omen ka blind OP tha be.
I really cannot afford to let slip. Click. No idea there's a player directly below him. The moment, as you can see, Mini's had his moments. Spike in hand, he's been spotted. The run back, he's going to have an idea that there's players around this position, but he is not aware of how close Camo was. Good response from Liquid. It has been a rough half for them so far, but after the 4-0 streak, it has been much more back and forth. We say though, an 8-4 feels incredibly different to a 7.
Attack third map. Fracture Iceberg.
Very much possible for the side of Gentlemates. Team Liquid don't come in with any ultis of their own. So far, mates seem to have the answers once these problems pop up. It looks to be a very fast play towards middle. Perhaps. Orb there, and only the Waylay being doubled up in that position sort of made me think there'll be a dash for top 2, but instead it's going to be Waylay embedding and maybe looking for the late flank. It's a new look. We'll see if it finds success.
Last time out.
भाई वेले अकेला मिड में भाई हेलो मेरे हिसाब से ऊपर डैश मारेगा इधर बोर्ड
that spot not worth.
अभी प्लांट करेगा ना
Look how much utility sent in. Nice
Yep,
start. The trades come back thick and fast. Kiko, it should be freebie. It will be.
Plan था. That was a plan. जब ये लोग यहाँ से लड़ रहे तभी ऊपर डैश करेगा.
Misreading the rotations.
Plan था भाई.
It's given a real chance.
भाई please मजाक से हट कर अब sleep cycle कैसे maintain कर रहे हैं मेरे को भी
2 on their way back through full utility belts. Paranoia still up, smoke for the spike already. That's putting pressure on. 6 seconds still salvos, but Zipan has to fight, and that's the utility now removed. One piece at least. Kamik bought himself a bit more time, and Paranoia was used back yellow. They don't know where he is, but being forced to spam, thinking they're on the spike, but now it's a 1v1. More doable, but Camo got ahead of the problem. Time running low.
Time नहीं है, 8-4.
No,
it will be close.
I don't think so.
Very close, but not close
बोला
enough.
time नहीं है.
8-4 indeed.
Red Bull clutch to close out the half, and a big one for
When
Namek.
do we
That could be the difference
see
maker
you
when we
playing
head into
VCT
the
Bunk
next.
by
And honestly,
सच्ची बोलूं,
right now,
सच्ची.
it does seem like
जब मेरे
Gentlemates are in that
10
driver's
million
seat.
subs हो
We'll
जाएंगे.
see if the tide will turn once again.
It's the harsh reality, but it is what it is. तुम सबका साथ से ही सबका विकास हो सकता है. मेरी बात सुनो, लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करो. थैंक यू.
Red Bull gives you wings.
1 million तो होने दे. $336 नहीं हो पा रहे यार, अभी भी 200 चाहिए. जेंटलमेट जीता भाई, जेंटलमेट जीता. पीछे है अपने लौंडे, काम बॉयज. वैन भाई, आप 2 दिन बाद आए हो हाथी का लंड लेने. मतलब आप कैसे किसके चैट में पूछ सकते हो इसके बारे में? व्यूज दो. क्या व्यूज देंगे वो लोग, मेरे को बताओ. वैन भाई मेरे को बताओ. नहीं मतलब किसके भी चैट में ये लिख, क्या व्यूज देंगे वो लोग? मजा है बोले क्या? मतलब थोड़ा सा वैसे से हो क्या? मतलब कैसे? सॉरी, आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज टू. सॉरी. Love you.
Across both sides of the stage.
Sorry.
Almost seems to
Sorry.
have been abusing
Sorry.
Kamek.
मैंने उसको सॉरी बोला, उसको मेरे को बोला पिट्टूस हो गया ना. तुम लोग क्या बीच में आ रहे हो?
We take it easy. We take
तो
it
जन ने
calm.
एक दूसरे को सॉरी
Clearly
बोला.
not crumbling under any of that pressure of facing up against his old squad with his new mates. Question is, can they start
not
this off
trying
with
to be
this,
sarcastic.
getting
मालूम है,
themselves
लेकिन
ever further
कोई क्या
clear?
व्यूज देगा? समझ रहे हो ये सब चीजों में?
Already said it. The Pistols have been cursed so far this series, but they won the first and 3
यार भाई क्या हो गया?
followed. They do the same again. They're at match point.
ड्रोन तोड़ेगा.
Mini shutting it down. That's the only pick for Gentlemates so far. He's tagged desperately low. Down to 4 HP, forced to fall back, and the site now claimed for a plant. Push in, not gonna work out for Kiko though, and so numbers back to square footing, but it's Mini being so low that makes this a difference.
A little bit overzealous though, wanting to try and get that close ground, but instead giving an opportunity. Click now finds another. A few slip-ups, a few missed shots, giving those opportunities over, and that's not connecting either. It is going to be the salvos, but Kamek continues to push. Again, an advantage, a post plant, and a pistol that looked done. But Gentlemates, they're never giving up that fight.
भाई अपसेट हो सकता है.
To 4, that this shuts down the ability of mates to contest the plant or even the post plant. These players are able to have a moment to breathe, to step back, but instead Kiko goes hunting, knowing the player that dropped down was low, but not expecting that they'd swapped positions and that someone else had filled in that gap, ready for a fight. I don't blame him. That's a huge round for Gentlemates, and you can see the frustration in Liquid's coaching staff. This pistol could mean so much more than just a 1-round buffer.
Starting to look like
इन्हें 245 से करेंगे.
Goodness gracious.
Maybe that's what a Gentlemate is.
I'm not sure about that one, Tom. We'll have to bring that up in the post-game interview. 9-4.
I won't ask that question, someone else.
And it's a big buy from Team Liquid. They've invested fully into the Stingers. They want to stop this madness before it gets way out of hand, and we might already be there. A loss in this round, it could signal the beginning of the end! And Gentlemates That looked like it. They were facing an eco, Tom. They have rolled Team Liquid on this buy.
It's an in-zone flawless, which it's not going to put them in much better a spot than that. Bear in mind as well, they bought up full rifles.
Yeah,
they knew that was coming. They were confident that their opponents were going to invest into this round. So everybody purchased, taking zero risks, having, look, when the map comes up at the end, they're all on this site fighting together. They had the right read, the right weaponry.
We're in the control of this game, okay?
And as he said, in control of the game. Mini with his debut as an IGL. And honestly, wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, from not having hands to having their opponents in a chokehold, quite an impressive turnaround from Gentlemates. Camo's got to be fuming to be picked off like that.
Desk.
Yeah. And Team Liquid, a player down already. Nats has been spotted having pushed all the way up in middle. Mini is just closing in the gap behind. The space left open, capitalized again. It's Mini, a three-piece on a low buy for Liquid, of course. The consequences of their actions. That's not going anywhere other than up in rounds for Gentlemates, 11-4. This was looking done and dusted. Team Liquid seemed to have it set up. They just had to tap it in. Gentlemates, they still had some fight to their part. This push from Mini, beautiful.
I'm loving as well seeing this, the Mamba in the crowd.
Yeah.
Cheering on the squad, and while it's going swimmingly. There needs to be a backbreaker. There needs to be someone on this Liquid squad to step up and do something. Right now they have gone silent at the worst possible time. In the last map, they fought back to OT. Finally, they've managed to punish. Look at where Click was, by the way. You see where he died on the map. That was such an aggressive early push, but you can see what this squad, what they've got. I said earlier in the map, when they get rolling, they don't stop. And that's what they continue to do. They push the boundaries more and more and more. And it takes someone shutting them down to maybe find
I think it's as simple as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And last round, he pushed up, got a kill for free. He's going to say, okay, are you going to give me that gap again? The answer this time was no. They're pushing in off the back of another kill, traded out this time, but still leaving Team Liquid with the advantage. Kamek hasn't been spotted, and he's good for only one, a better weapon there, and that could be a disaster. But instead, Team Liquid,
सिर्फ गन गिराना है इसको एक गन गिरा गया ना बस हो गया कुत्ता नहीं रे बाबा दूसरे का
It's about the only way to stop him from winning a clutch.
He's very good at hitting headshots, but not so much with the knife.
Liquid
finally put a stop to the streak, but there's definitely a lot still to go. Solid fly.
Okay, well, now it makes a bit more sense why the kill came in.
Weird, there's no
assist, yeah, on the other side. I don't know what happened. But he was blind.
Guess we'll never know.
Yeah. Well,
we'll have to, after the game.
Maybe the analysts can figure that one out. Telestrator from Mini.
Doing it.
Yeah. Or maybe we bring in the Hog to break that one down.
We'll need it. We'll need it. That might be, that's a Hog strat, actually. So we'll have to consult the experts after the game. Get the mightiest of Joes involved. 11-5, 6-round gap. And Team Liquid, with the rifles out, with confidence, and perhaps wind in their sails after the last round. But I'll say, when we swapped to cams, it didn't look like Nats was all too happy. And understandably, when they're behind by this much, and mates have felt like they've got full control. The ult online and very much ready to be activated by Click.
He's ready to throw hands.
Exactly. And the lockdown in play for Mini is a big reason why they don't need to have this backside presence. They don't need to, but Cameron started to step a little deep. Looks like he'll tuck in, though.
Time for retake, buddy.
Should be something that we're well aware of. Looks like a retake setup. Camo looking to clear now. There you go. Maybe a little bit of an overface from Kamek. The rest of the team, it does seem almost telegraphed that they're playing this one for a retake, but he's ahead of the curve, looking for those fights. Mentioned the potential overconfidence, and these sort of rounds
11-6
begin to look quite easy. The fact is, though, we have seen many a round turn on its head. It's not pretty from Kiko, but the job is done nonetheless.
Save, buddy. Save, buddy.
This is going to be incredibly difficult.
Save, buddy.
A little bit of an overheat. Mini goes through the wall, through the smoke, expecting
Save,
to
buddy.
back, but it was very much not the case. Stun. That's actually decent.
Save, buddy.
Back to be caught by it though, and with utility still on the spike, and time ticking away.
Save buddy.
Salvo's still online for Patatech, just now being fired out. This is cementing the round for Team Liquid, and with Kata picked off, it's a little more costly.
Camera
Zipan
ticker.
gets out. They'll save that weapon for the next, but Team Liquid continue to climb back slowly but surely, getting back into the game.
America's already scheduled कर दिया मेरी जान.
Mountain to climb, but I think especially for teams with maybe less experienced players. Okay, you've got the likes of Zipan, who's been around
wallpaper गलत है.
the block a
Wallpaper
bit,
क्या होता है भाई?
You're talking about a lot of players who have recently come up from the tier 2.
Energy, Furia, Sen और Crew बराबर तो है.
See, that pressure can start to build because, as mentioned, a win here. Definitely some other games that you'd expect for Gentlemates would be easier than the team that just went to Masters. That'd be a huge first point at the board. Got to get it over the line. Got to not get ahead of themselves.
भाई ये राउंड जीतने का है एमिट को वरना 11-8
screaming again. That for me is the sign this is going well. Huge potential, and it's Mini to pick up the double. A shutdown that leaves Team Liquid grasping at straws. No map control, nothing to fall back on it. At least having Patatech still alive for that initiation, that drone through. But Armageddon now with the orb, but I think he was going to get an orb either way. Come hell or high water, mates. 5. Look at the stack on back A site. All 5 players here. If this was an eco round, it would make sense, but they're doing it with rifles. And that's going to be frustrating for Liquid, attempting to come back into that one. 6 rounds now in a row needed.
बोला था कि नहीं भाई मेरा एनालिसिस ऑन टॉप से भाई तुम लोग कितना भी मजाक उड़ा लो.
Watching in case they tried to push through. They had the aggression from Click. Okay, the aggression was a little bit messy from him, but it gave the information that was enough for Mini to then get aggressive again. They have these ideas, they have these plans, they move as a unit, and I feel like Liquid have really struggled with that throughout this match so far. And the most important thing for me is you come into this matchup and go, okay,
gifted on the way.
had a quieter map, maybe
कौन बोला था कोई बोला था क्या?
down or something like that. No,
कौन
we've
बोला
got
था?
every single member of the mates performing.
कोई बोला था?
Unfortunately, Serial's finally having like a better game than what we've seen so far, but it's other players that have gone missing. Patatech not having that same success when moving over to Mateo, normally on that more supportive role, and obviously Kiko's someone who, I said, when you go back to kickoff, maybe the best player in the entire event. Well, Icebox normally is home ground. Think back to some of the crazy games he had when on Jet. Well, unfortunately, on Gnome, it's not gone as well today.
No, it really hasn't.
बहुत options
6 in a
रहता
row
भाई.
needed for Liquid to have
दूसरे
any
टीम
shot
से
at
कैसे
this.
attack
Then they'll
हुआ?
have to fight in overtime. Mates, they've been looking clean. Minis popping off. Zipan 17 and 9 at the moment. You have to think that
Do bench player get
that round is
paid by
coming,
the
that
odds?
win,
Mostly they do.
if not now, soon.
In
Liquid,
top level
an
esports
airtight
scene,
strategy needed.
mostly
They've
they
had
do.
their timeout and what could be their last chance to put a round on the board.
They've also got to be wary. That's the thing. This becomes less about, okay, what's our plan? What are we doing? And more about what are mates going to do? Like, what are they going to push? What ground are they going to take? How are they going to make this difficult for us? And this is the thing. We saw this setup before, where it's an early, aggressive start to the round. It's already a kill.
किधर जाके मार के
वो? They were ready for a player not to be allowed to move away from that convergence.
Hello?
The attackers, they've got to react.
ये
They've got
chat
to
में
try
miss कर रहा हूँ,
to take
ठीक है?
space elsewhere.
ये super chat में miss कर रहा हूँ chat.
The deep salvo combo is just so dangerous, and we get to see
America
it in full
started
effect
एक round
in
miss
that
हो जाएगा
round.
sir.
Containment is the name of the game for
What shadow
Gentlemates. Turret still watching their back, and the rest of the squad looking firmly forward. Now that ult, it will stop some utility, and that lets them just run straight through on the mate side, dominating the duels as we've seen so often.
And
in
it
this
is
series.
GG.
It's 13.
जैसे कि मैं बोला था अपसेट होने वाला है चैट इसके साथ बाय आदिश चैट में बातें टेक केयर सी आई लव यू आने वाले 2 मिनट में मैं लाइव आ रहा हूँ एने में ठीक है बाय थोड़ा देर रुक सकते हैं वैसे हाँ सॉरी हाँ चलो गाइस बाय बाय सुपर चैट मिस नहीं और जान दो सुपर चैट चलो गाइस बाय रसीले बींग्स दैट्स क्यूट डीपी बाय एने में मिलते हैं 2 मिनट में एने में आ रहा हूँ 2 मिनट 2 मिनट 2 मिनट एने 2 मिनट एने 2 मिनट एने स्ट्रीम ऑलरेडी शेड्यूल दे मॉड्स वो वाला स्ट्रीम का लिंक दे दो बाय